strange. I like to tell you what I'm going to teach you this year. All of it I'm excited about. In the winter course, I'm going to teach a course on pride, and a one-day course on the Greek myth of Asclepios, with some little guest things by two doctors that I like a lot. It should be a super day. And in the spring, I'm going to teach a course called Why Don't You Notice Me? Which I look forward to a whole bunch. All of it. Tonight I want to try to say a little bit about creativity when it is experienced in an accepted, loved, valued way. A lecture doesn't do justice to it. And words don't do much justice to it, but I'll try. It's like trying to tackle something about love, and they're ultimately all the same. And with this as a background, then, we can understand some of the conflict that comes into play for most people who are interested in creative experience when the conditions of creativity, either in terms of its early experience or later experience, are not optimal and not opportune, and the kinds of jams that people get into. And with this as a background, we can understand better. There are many ingredients to creativity, and they would probably be different in terms of their weighting and the sensitivity with which they would be described for different kinds of persons. I'm a fantasy person, so that I would say that fantasy is a very powerful ingredient of my experience of creativity, surely, and most of the people who find something in common with me, and just how I'll explain in a few minutes. But fantasy, body, intelligence, instinct, mood, temperament, one's existential kind of stance, whatever the feeling tone existentially one learns in one's family and in early experience, becomes a very powerful setting for the experience and the tasks of creativity. So somehow what creativity is then is some alchemy, some charging of those elements in conflict, in opposition to each other, merging, fighting, opposing, cooperating in varying combinations based on where one is at a given time in one's life and what situations, conflicts, and tasks one confronts. To use a kind of existential phrase, creativity is the experience of relation. And in that sense, creativity is intimately associated with vulnerability, namely a state of openness, trusting, that brings oneself close to those ingredients that I mentioned, as well as to something that I call one's personal dignity. It's not really one's pride as we normally think of pride. Pride being a picture that we construct both in fantasy and in feeling that describes the shape of ourselves in present and future. Pride has a relation to dignity, but dignity is really something set aside from that is some hallowed, sacred, precious place in our experience, which we touch before we are too battered as children, often lose experience of for years, and only occasionally touch in adulthood, unless we're fortunate to have unusual experiences of having good friends or good love. That experience is an elusive one, and it is an experience that we often mistakenly associate and call God, give away to some spiritual agency, when in reality it is an experience of our own really unspeakably deep value as persons. And creativity then draws us close to vulnerability and dignity. Now, to relate this then to the concept of creativity as relation, in most of our adult experience, when we are battered into withdrawal and self-protection, we are in the presence of others, but not really. We are there spaced out, with sleight of hands, with neurosis, with control, with protection. We are actors and actresses with other actors and actresses, pretending relation and love and concern and conflict and dying, but not really. There is the illusion of relation, but not really the existence of it. Because relation requires not only care and love, but vulnerability and presence of dignity. So that creativity then is not just an action, and creativity is not just a style of life or a way of living or an attitude. It is all those things. But more than that, it is the experience of relation. And to tighten this concept a little further and to use a notion that you would find in a writer like Heidegger, it is probably the experience of relation when it is at a place of change, flowering, emergence, assertion. In that sense, creativity, one might understand it as like love many of the times, but distinctive from love, in this quality of an opening out of one's person, which means then that when one is able to be creative in the true spirit of relation, able to be open at the level of dignity and vulnerable at that level, when these chemistries can come into play that probably Jung, of all the psychological writers, has best articulated, we have ways of, in that place, forging new forms for us to live by, express, love, be in conflict with, philosophize with. We do, as Leonard Cohen described beautifully in a book called The Beautiful Losers, when he tried to describe a concept of the new Jew, as being a person who is open to a place where she or he projects shadows that somehow, shadows of that person's being that are arranged in a loose enough form to define freedom, and that somehow then what that person does is to walk into those shadows, which are the projections of this alchemy of imagination. Not that one makes oneself rigidly the fantasies that one's creativity conjures, but those fantasies, those personal myths, if you want to speak in a Jungian context, those personal myths become a kind of fertile ground for projecting and interpreting future experience for ourselves and other persons. And somehow in the interplay with present experience and those myths, something more is made of life than what it would be made by instinct, plan, behaviorism, an analysis of action and twitches. So that there is then an emergent quality to one's living and experience off of this creative mode of being, which is really what it is. It's a state of being. When we can be vulnerably creative, and that projection of fantasy, instinct, temperament, dignity, and all in combination with the content of all the junk of our lives, the Oedipal dramas, the trips that we've been raised with and run, because they make life interesting too, creatively. When in combination with all of that happens, there is what, again, an existential thinker like Heidegger would describe as a shining out of being. That is, as I'll try to talk about later, at least the adequate foe of evil, darkness, selfishness, and fear. So in that creative place there is an outshining, and many things go with that, particularly if that outshining of being is valued by the persons who receive it, which is sadly in these times, and sadly for most children, a rare experience, that kind of vulnerable creativity is valued. But when it is, the outshining is more than an experience. that leaves one in, apropos of the myth of Orpheus, dancing when the sun shines, but going back to what one is when the outshining leaves, when vulnerability recedes, when defensiveness comes back, when the play is over, leaves one, again, as I try to say in one of my poems, gray with another memory. When creativity is valued, recognized consciously, and valued by those persons who receive it and oneself, creativity leads to what Maslow calls a kind of building block for identity and selfhood. Namely, one has more than a memory, one is really left, and one leaves others with a unit of structure, or many, that can be built in alliance to their sense of personal dignity, their sense of themselves. And that form of understanding, wisdom, beauty, gives shapes to, articulates personality, what one knows, one's knowledge and wisdom, one's picture of oneself, so that one could say that when creativity is valued, the event is never forgotten and one is never the same. That's how we would try to put in common terms what that experience is. Sadly, creativity is mostly not that. It is a fleeting experience, albeit powerful, overwhelmingly so at times, but fleeting, at times tenuous. And for those reasons, creativity is often suspect in terms of its relative value or our priorities. Not so easily neglected by creative persons who make their living and their work creatively, for whom access to creativity is the life and death of their work, the nurturance of their being, the expression of themselves, from whence really comes the setting for this course, namely, what do creative persons do with the shrinking and receding of creativity from their experience based on their conflicts with a world that doesn't care, that doesn't respect their dignity, and in which vulnerability is an impossibility to the time. However, when it is valued, then one builds something from it. One is not the same person. You see this in those rare children who are raised by caring parents and who, instead of having a fear-constructed ego, which I'm going to describe in a few moments in connection with something else, have an ever-growing, fed by the naturalness of their creative experience in their families, have an ever-growing sense of self that is stronger than pictures, often not self-conscious, as we often would describe our prides and self-confidence as notions of ourselves and pictures of ourselves. Most of us require mirrors to know the range of ourselves. And children raised, loved, and valued for their story, their fantasy, the creativity of their involvement in the family, don't have to look in a mirror to sense themselves. Selfhood is not a reminder. It is a direct experience. And it is an experience that grows in its power. It's not that they don't think of them, cannot think of themselves as words, or could not describe themselves in words, but they are more than the words they can use to describe themselves. And that, the growth of that sense from the is directly related to the residues of these creative experiences that are held by valuing within oneself and from the outside. Another consequence of creativity in its natural, loving, valued state is that it arouses faith. Mostly our problems in living are motivational. How do we get ourselves to do, to act, to risk, to try? And most persons are not even dealing with that issue in adulthood at that level anymore. There is no motivation left because of the abuse and hurt to their persons, and life is simply a self-hating mechanism of getting them to do things from the fear of death or guilt over responsibility, or their doing is a way to further hurt themselves, which is the only way they have of feeling themselves. But for those persons who have not been shut down by neglect and battering and abuse, the issue in the choices of living, the problems of confronting the power of the karma, the power of the deadness of other persons, the resistance of patterns, and most of all the fear of death in all of its forms, the problem is that of motivation, which is really the problem of faith. How do I see, much rather feel, a cause for risk, effort, work beyond what is expected of me, beyond what is fair, beyond what the deal is, beyond the ripoff? How do I feel a reason to do more than that in the face of the obstacle, the opposition, the evil one? And the place of that feeling often comes from the inspiration of creative experience, both our own and that shared with other people. Creativity arouses faith, which then makes possible action, choice, and wed to courage keeps people moving in their struggle with death and dying. Apropos of the course we talked about that we worked with in the spring. For most creative persons, the experience of creativity at its best is not what I've been describing, namely a buoyant, natural, unself-conscious, moving into emergence, moving out, stretching of one's person, being, work, capacity to love, parent, friend. It is not that natural thing. Rather, what creativity is a very delicate balance between vulnerability, the construction of an ego out of the ingredients of fear, and the creative experience. So that for most creative persons, creative experience, like love, can never be much further than a half step out in front of one's fear-constructed concept of life and ego concept. Now here we have to talk a little bit about the nature of reality, and it's very evident that this is going to be my idea, certainly not unique to me, but my idea, and there are differing views, which I will acknowledge. I would say that on one side, and I don't want to talk about left, right side of the brain type things, I'd rather leave it a little bit more shimmery than that, but you can relate it to that if you want to. On the one side lies this innocent, faith-inspiring projection of the shadows of our being. I don't mean shadows in the Jungian sense. I mean sensings of self projected in future, vulnerable, open, and the world of that. Which is a world of movement, a world of relation in a direct way, because that is when you are in relation, when you're in that place. Namely, you are really feeling another person without your controls, games, and neurosis, or with minimal cluttering from it. So that in that sense, your person, your empathy, is honestly affected by that person, so that you feel, you can speak meaningfully of feeling and seeing that person, and your reactions in turn, because that feeling and seeing has an innocence to it, your reactions are relevant to the being and shadows of the other person. And if that person is open, or persons are open, there is a dynamic, moving interplay that is relevant to both persons, and that in truth builds things that could not be built by those persons in isolation. That is relation. So that in that world of innocence, vulnerability, dignity, creativity, and relation, incredible things happen. Things that are so strong, exquisite, moving, touching, that we don't have a vocabulary for it. We try poetically by violating punctuation and preposition and hanging 10 words together with hyphens and dashes, which is what I try to do myself. We try in that to reach toward what it is. And at that, it doesn't work, so that language draws close to beauty, but can't capture it, from whence comes all kinds of interesting creative problems. The notion of the elusiveness of Mercurius in the understanding of alchemy, that there is a catalytic dimension to creativity, which is this strange, elusive thing that we can't grab, control, and articulate, that is partly defined by the problems of language. So that in this then world of experience, if we have an uninjured self that has been nurtured by valuing parents and friends and institutions, which is a rarity, our way of living and sense of living can keep up with our creative experience, even if we can't articulate it fully. And if we are threatened, if our creativity is injured, if, as Sartre says, we turn to the keyhole or to the tree and see that we are being watched by someone who hates us, doesn't care, wants to exploit us, is thinking about how to make our music commercial, or how to keep our program within 57 minutes, or whatever the problem is, if we are being seen objectively in the kind of child that is a natural child, a self-protection can take place that is natural, that does not involve a great falling back, and does not involve a violent bout with self-doubt. So that it is possible for that rare child to live in the world and even to be hurt, violated, and abused, and to keep that experience of creativity moving and in combination with a growing sense of selfhood. It is that sense of possibility that led many of us to try to experiment with communal living in the 60s, only to find that in the places that we tried to forge for our children to build that kind of selfhood, the evil one came, ignorance came, sadism followed, and often our parents were reborn again in our partners, in our neighbors. But that notion nevertheless stands, and there are rare children that have that sense. I met one about 8 years ago. Took one of my classes, and an undergraduate class. So it was basically about all the same things. And a person came up afterwards and said, and was evidently a confident, naturally confident, naturally unself-conscious person, and said, most of my friends took this course because they needed it. I didn't need it, but I found it interesting. In other words, that says it. There was not a need for psychology as defense. Rather, words articulated the already present sense of self. So this is over in one world, and there are rare persons who, I venture to say there probably ain't any or damn few here, that make a life in contact with another world over here that is a world I would associate with fear. Now, over here is a world that is the product of the battering of dignity, being not valued, not seen, which is what the spring course is about, many of us really feel that we've never been seen, not in the superficial sense of that, but in the sense, and not that people haven't looked at us or noticed what we weighed or whatever that is, but and not even in the sense of having seen parts of us and valued that, but in some existential sense that the people around us, when they look at us, don't see us, don't feel us, don't hear us, seem to react towards us, but not really, are somehow unaffected by our presence. And many persons feel they've never been seen in that sense. Well, out of that kind of ignoring, abuse, neglect, a whole other dynamic in living develops, which is basically a dynamic fear, instinctual protection. And as one touches it, the fear of dying. It's like it's really interesting that tonight, when I'm trying to describe this experience to you, I have a little 63 VW Bug, and on the way here I was on the freeway, and right in the middle of some of these thoughts, a driver on my right swerved into me, and if I wouldn't have had my little Volkswagen, I don't know really where I'd be right now. I swerved, and my car is small enough that when I was right next to the car next to me, there was enough of a space that it swerved, and thank God didn't hit anybody next to them. We were all going like 60, and my little car didn't roll for some reason, and I swerved back with this kind of a thing, and there you are right next to death. I mean, there it is. As the child becomes aware in time in the articulation of these fears, what yawns behind it is the awareness of death, contingency, illness, cancer, the accident. And then, if one has been battered out of this awareness of the other side of emergence, passion, beauty, dignity, one begins to construct, with the objectivity of Western language, a verbal philosophy, psychology, method of coping, concept of reality, game, strategy, life script, however you want to say it in all of its dimensions, that somehow helps one deal with fear. And sadly, as a consequence of that, souped up the Oedipal drama, we develop out of those words a concept of self and ego, not this natural experience and accretion of loving experience that the rare child has, but endless pep talks with ourselves, endless books that we've read, endless processing of what people have told us we are and aren't, elaborated by our self-doubt. And out of all of that mess, we build in broken fragments a kind of halting picture of ourselves, illumined by the mirror of our psychological awareness and our physical view in the mirror. We are only what we see, constructed by impoverished language tools of fear, constantly attacked by doubt and guilt. So that when we come to openness and vulnerability and creative experience, we come with this Western concept of ego as our backup, as what we go to when we are not valued, when we are injured in our openness. And often that ego stands far back of where we can be in capability and in love. And the nature of it is intrinsically different from creative experience. So we have then a world of fear with its words and self-concepts, and a world of vulnerability, this is most of us, dignity, creativity, with no structure that it can fall back on when injured. And further, the world of fear is the world of non-relation by definition. Closeness, distorted empathy, I feel you through my own needs and hurts, and react to you with distortion. So you rightfully don't trust me, so you experience me through your mistrust. And our life together is a collage of mixed messages about nothing. And I paint you as a monster, you paint me as one. Our sadism and masochism interplay in this distorted drama. And we are not in relation, although we think we are. So between this world of fear and non-relation, which is where most of us must find our protection, and the world of creativity, vulnerability, for most of us then, there are these two, and there is no connection between them. The words of fear can't reach over to the world of creativity. And often the experience of creativity can't reach over and hold in the other world because of our lack of openness, our closeness, and because the vocabulary doesn't fit. So that the problem then of creativity is never, for most of us, naturally handled. Because the connection between our defenses and creativity are by nature gapped, chasm, no connection. It requires a jump. And in that place are born creative blocks, in quotes, dry times, plateaus, times of regression. When the spirit eludes us, we can't get a new thought. We are stuck, trapped, blinded, can't get our head out of our assholes, all the ways that we have of saying it. Every goddamn thought I have is an old thought. Every plot I think of is an old plot. I've written the same song again and again. I don't hear a new melody. Everything is a twist of the wrist of what I've always done. The stranger doesn't recognize it. The people that know me see what I did 5 years ago. And that problem is the experience of the gap between fear and our experience of this tumultuous, alchemical, but totally insecure creativity. Now, we try to resolve this in terms of our concepts of living, philosophically and psychologically, in two major ways. And these ways are easily recognizable in the vogues of today's trippy responses to the creative problem. On the fear side, what we try to do with creative experience is really to try to kill our sense of it by talking to ourselves about realism, about the marketplace, about being objective about what processes are. Try to talk ourselves into a notion that says that this other world is a world of windmills and fantasies, a world of the fantasies and illusions of the 60s, the world of visionaries and rich people that can afford fantasies and that don't have to work, all those kinds of contemptuous notions we have that explain away the possibility of creativity and being smart, practical, street smart, wise, hip, cool, laid back. No matter what we do, that world constructed by the words and vocabulary of fear, expediency, and money can't hold our sense of beauty and creativity, so that we are nagged by it periodically, depressed by it, out of sorts with ourselves, moody in our adjustment and in our competence and in our professionalism, and symptomatically drink, dope, fuck, to deal with that melancholy, sadness that is the reminder that our attempt to call Quixote a fool ain't working. Or the other way of handling the problem of creativity in terms of this two sides with no connection is some form of an Eastern or spaced out way of saying this is the only real world. The world of fear doesn't exist. It is an illusion. It is Maya. It's unimportant. It's what people do who don't have perspective, overview. And we attempt then in that solution to solve the problem as those do who try to talk away creativity by really ignoring, denying the world of fear, the possibility of death, injury to ego, through a compulsive spirituality which romanticizes and in that sense distorts creative experience and sets us up for not dealing well at all with hurt and conflict when it touches us. So that when we are injured in our openness, we either numb the awareness of the hurt through being so fucking spaced out that we don't know what's really happening, denying it, and in that sense simply not dealing with it, and learning a lot of the forms of psychological double talk that are around now that really allow us in good salesperson fashion to talk away any violation of ourselves with words that can be as easily used to prove in 1 minute the opposite in the next minute. Some of the greatest gurus of the time are amazing totally effective double talkers. An answer for everything and its opposite. And that leaving one in some hysterical, and we'll talk about that next week for a whole time, leaving one in an hysterical, euphoric, spaced out place, unable to really deal with conflict, unrelated to people, and in time, one's creativity suffers in that place too. You get spaced out from your sense of self, your imagination gets weird, you don't have access because you're not really open to your empathy, so that you're not really in touch with what's happening. Your creativity is not a response to situation, and your creativity becomes, as many people have described these days, a narcissistic, distorted, unrelated, trippy, ever thinner experience. Not one that brings you into life, into love, into work. It gets thinner. The other option, which is really the one that I will be speaking to this quarter, and the problem of persons who deal with this option, is to attempt to deal honestly with both worlds. That if one has not had the natural parenting that weaves the natural confidence that stands as a friend of creativity to walk with it and make us grow, and if all one has is the vocabularies and the concepts built from fear and self-doubt, to come to life understanding and respecting both those places, and understanding that the space in between is indeed an abyss, and that one always must experience that transition as risk. There's never any way to talk yourself out of the risk. There's never any way to talk yourself out of a notion of guts or courage. And no matter how many times you've taken, in Kierkegaardian fashion, the leap of faith, if you are honest and vulnerable, no matter how confident you are in fear-stated, mirror-stated terms, the creative action will always require a risk that is just as scary as the first time you bridge that with your leap of faith. And if it gets comfortable, you are living yesterday's creativity in an illusion that you have such self-confidence that you have no fears of mastery anymore. There is always something new, and vulnerability by its very definition, no matter how confident you are, requires an exposure at the level of dignity. And if you are injured at that place, no matter how confident a person you are, no matter how heroic a person you are destroyed, murdered, wiped out, cut to the bone. Someone has put their hand in your heart and twisted, and the only difference, if you have a confidence and if you don't, is how long it takes you to recover from that wound, react back, get a handle and a hold on yourself, remind yourself who you are. If you don't have much of a sense of self, it takes a long time to recover, if ever. If you have large concepts of self, you can recover soon, but the injury hurts just as much by virtue of the fact that to be open, by definition, you are there without protection. So that the the risk involved in creativity is always there to be taken. And again, that brings us to the door of the problem of creativity and blocking. If you have not been valued, or have been and now aren't, I mean, one of the biggest creative problems that I have seen is this terribly difficult, I mean, you can see it in education right now, terribly difficult problem that creativity runs no necessary relation to the trips of the world. And what one does creatively may at a given time and in a given community historically be hot, and months or years later be out of it, not valued, an object of contempt, an anachronism, not wanted. So that the problem with many creative persons is that even if they've once been valued, they're not now. And how does one, living in a world of fear, which we surely live in, dominated by ever-increasing fear, hysteria, desperation, in that world, and with a world where your only protection are the ingredients of fear, how do you take a risk when you will, by all odds, be hurt to the level of dignity, and what you do will not be valued, noticed, seen? How do you do that? What do you do when your pride bucks you, stops you, and says the gap is too great? I will not let you see, hear, know, get the fantasy of how you want to touch your lover. I won't give you the fantasy. I will make you touch him, her, as you did yesterday, with deadness, because the risk is too great. What do we do when our pride naturally stops us because the risk is great, when we are not valued, and yet our spirit longs to make the jump, to be in that place of contagion and fire and spirit and movement? And they are in opposition and conflict to one another. And that is the setting for our weeks together. Let's take about a 15-minute break, and then I'll field your questions. Well, people sure freak out over publishing books, I'll tell you. And I have some knowledge of that myself. I tried to say tonight that my concept is that it's a way of being, that making love, it touches everything, not just creative products, that distinction which is a pretty common one. Now, what I would say about putting out creative products is there's a tremendous ambivalence involved in, as well as there's an ambivalence involved in putting yourself in a creative product that is out there for good, that you can't withdraw, and that passes through whatever hands and eyes and reactions it passes through. So that I would say that I think relatively there's some protection involved in creativity when it's experiential, that isn't there for one when one really puts it in a product or in an object and captures it and presents it to the world. I mean, I can tell you firsthand that it's really nice, along with my friends George and Patty, I've published my own book, and it's really super fun to take 5 books to a bookstore. I mean, it's really nice to think that when I'm not teaching or doing the work in therapy, that book is out there doing it. You know, I mean, it's out there helping people and there for them to react to, but also the book can be read by people who hate me, or perhaps worse, who just don't care. You know, and it's there to be criticized and mocked and laughed at, and people to rub their boogers on, and who knows what else, you know? I mean, it's a relatively new book. I've already heard stories of it being thrown and torn up and in the wastebasket, and I mean, and that's you know? I mean, that's me in that. And related to that is sort of the question of the how personal one is in one's creativity, and that's kind of a mitigating thing there. There is creativity which by its very nature is personal, and I think that that's the kind of creativity that we much more associate with personal experience. And in that sense, those creative actions that are personal like that require incredible courage. In other words, I would say for myself that some of the things that I've done personally that aren't in books or tapes or whatever have required as much courage, if not more, than the things that I've done in the sense that I described, where you put something out there that's yours and people can hurt it. And when they hurt it, they're hurting you, if you want to put it that way. Now, however, creativity that is private has another quality to it, and how I would describe it is this is how I've learned it from people. There is a kind of human experience that you have when you're intimate with another person. I don't want to say too much about it, physically or emotionally or talk-wise, where we realize that we are really not holding anything back. We are really pulling out all the stops, or the way that we would put it into words if we were talking to somebody that we trusted, we would say, I gave to him or her all that I am. They saw all of it. I gave all of it. There's an idea like that. And that's really hard to do, because once you've given all of it, you can't take it back. That person has it like a photograph of your soul for life, an impression of your soul. There are no answers to your self-doubt, because you can't say, there are things that I didn't show you, or there was something a way that I wanted to touch you one night that I didn't do. But someday I'll show that to someone else if I love them, and you didn't know about that. So if you don't love me, it's because I didn't do that, or in other words, we've got some hedge. Well, when you love like that, you have no hedges. That person knows you, and if the relationship goes or ends, there's nowhere to hide. And we know that instinctively, so that making those kinds of all-out, this is all of me, actions requires incredible risk. Now, what I would say related to that is that creatively, publicly, I, for one, don't take those risks. The nature of creativity that I present in my books is not personal at that level. It is a general creativity. that in that sense has a protection, although it's handled by everybody, including people who hate me. So it would be very hard to answer that question. In other words, what I would say is it's really hard to give a person a love poem that's written on paper that will erase in 10 minutes, so that nobody's ever going to see it. And it's all of your heart. It's hard to do that. And it's also hard to give to people the kinds of general human creativity that are not a personal response to one person, that are creative responses to situations or human dilemmas or understandings, and in that sense no less open, just generalized in their focus. It's really hard to do that and have it stay there, not have it just live in the memory of one person or in the body or the sexuality of one person, but it's there for everybody to love or abuse, or they're kind of two different problems. I would say it's all hard. It's all hard to love and work at that level. Yes? Well, I think that's one of the reasons that I wanted to, not that these things are planned, because it came to me at 3 o'clock in the morning when I woke up one morning what this lecture was going to be. But I think that one of the reasons I teach in this way about it is there's in the way of these words there's some kind of wooing. And because you can't say what creativity is. I can't walk out and tell 400 and, you can't do it. It would be a violation if I did that of myself. So somehow we have to woo the sense of it, Although I think people who have creative problems sort of understand what the problem is, what the blocking is, even if you don't understand as clearly what the vision of what's on the other side of the block. And much more important than the words, the feeling of it. I consider myself a really extraordinary lecturer, but I can't say it. I tried tonight. I tried, but what I'm saying is you can't say what it is. That's what I was trying to say, and that's part of the dilemma. I can do that, but I can't say it. Even after it's said, that's not it. Sort of around it, but and so we sort of know, but and that then becomes the dilemma that all of us live with, which is, if somehow we could say it, we could deal with it with a little bit more control than we do. We could hold on to our relation. But the reason that most of us are condemned to creativity as an experience, namely, I could say that better. The reason that most of us experience creativity impulsively, namely, we can't have any kind of continuous relation to it. It just comes in and out of our experience almost on whim, is that we don't have the words to protect it, to relate it to our fear. So maybe it'll get sensed. Yes? I have their 6 lectures. They are specifically speaking to that problem. Not so much the next couple of weeks where I want to try to describe the general atmosphere within which we're trying to be creative and being hurt, but basically the 5 or 6 lectures that follow that are about that problem. So I'll let them speak to that if I might. Yes?
You just said that we don't.
That's exactly what I said.
If we could spend our
I think,
lives
yeah.
learning how to think that way, but we maybe get one moment in years. It's terrible.
Well, I think we got a semantic problem, because that's exactly what I was trying to say, I'm not saying that we don't have words for beauty, but what I'm saying is, over,
We have to have a word for it.
yeah, but over here in our fear, in other words, it's all born at the feet of self-doubt, and in the moment, as Sartre described, that we are looked at and we feel ashamed. In that moment, just being our experience isn't enough, because our experience is being viewed dispassionately, critically, in an unloved way, and most of us lack the security to hold in that moment and just be that. So that the only way that we react to that instinctive hurt is to somehow echo the doubt of those persons who hate the beauty or question it, and we try to speak to them on their terms about what it is.
So we sell out.
It's when we try to put it into the language, which is by and large an impoverished language, especially the language of fear. Or if you want to talk it's a nothing but language. It's this and but that, whereas creativity, very definite sense of projection, of emergence, of being more than. And when there is a trust, like tonight there's a lot of trust here. I mean, I think you could feel like some of those words were more than what I said, but those are the words. Those are the fucking words. And it would be one thing to say it here, where there's a lot of acceptance for me and love, and to say those same words to somebody sitting across from you who's not really listening, looking at a report at the same time, and you've got 14 minutes and 30 seconds before their next appointment, and when you would say the same word, the word would not have emergence in it, unless you were a rare person. The word will be the form of what it is or less. So I think we're in agreement there. Yes? A little hard to respond to that. I had two thoughts about it. One of them was, I don't know whether we have a semantic difference here, or a philosophical difference, but what I tried to convey here tonight is that I find fear valuable. In other words, my own understanding of the resolution of this, or how I prefer to live with it, or however you want to say that, is that one must really accept both. That this is what it is over here, and this is what this is, and somehow one must really come to some terms in working with that. If you are, in my experience of people working with these problems, if you are contemptuous of your fear, not accepting of it, I don't mean liking it, but not accepting of it, you get into problems. Now, I would and I would also say this. It was not something that I meant to talk about tonight, and just so much that I didn't. That I think that, as Sartre has described, that there's no way for us to live in a creative plane constantly, or we'd burn ourselves out. The energy that is required and the stress of it can do us in. And I think that when creativity is naturally regulated without being artificially distorted by demand or pride or drugs or whatever, that I think creativity has a way of regulating itself so that it doesn't destroy us, so that we can keep up with it, so that we don't become basket cases. And in that sense, the vehicle for the regulation is often our fear. Namely, when we start getting wigged out, it's sort of time to take care of yourself. So I mean, based on how you work with it, the fear can either be a sort of a double fuck over, or only a singular one and a friend as well. I mean, that kind of a thing. I mean, it can be the limiter, the herder, but also in that sense the reminder that you're human. And that if you don't respect the signal of your fear, that you're exhausted, burned out, you've had it for today or this week or this year, if you don't listen to that, you'll go into second, third, and fourth winds of reserve, which are crazy worlds to live in and very difficult to return from. You know, that kind of where you get into borrowing from yourself, eating yourself to keep it going, sort of thing. So I guess what I want to say there is, I think I would accept and value fear more, this other world, and but also say along with you that I think we can get tangled up within it, with our own junk, and get off the track.
Yeah, I realize I'm becoming more sensitive to it.
I mean, again, it's in this place that you're up against Icarus. You're flying toward the sun, and the essence of your humanity is that you have wax that holds on your wings, and if you get too close to the sun, you'll die. Creativity has killed people, spiritually and actually. It is dangerous, and again, like with all powerful experiences, you can't really be involved with it without running the risk of danger, burnout, the shooting star, all of that kind of feeling. And that's part of the romance of a creative life, is that the risk of being at the boundary of those abuses. But fear is a reminder of one's humanity and the limitations of one's body. I mean, unless you're a person who's turned on to suicide by the time of 40, as what your fate is, then creativity, if you're not turned on to that, creativity has a place in one's life, and it ought to be possible to live creativity as a life, to do it for 40 or 50 years, to do it, to lay down a lifetime of creativity, as opposed to the 7-year career that some agencies talk about that musicians have. You know, you get 7 years or whatever. You know, that's it. You know, that may be true in terms of the marketplace as a rule of thumb, but creativity ought to be consistent with living until you're 82, not just a 32-year-old burned out suicide. Yes? Oh, I think that there are surely non-creative people. I mean, probably the majority. Now, that's a point of, I think that you have to talk in terms of relative things, but I don't, I tend to feel that the majority of humanity have either been born without empathy, or have been so injured so early in their lives that by the time they reach what we call adulthood, they're really not alive anymore. They're not responsive. And that, to me, is the setting for the problem of Jesus, Reich's book, The Murder of Christ. It's the setting for the problem of those persons who have the light with the dead ones. And you know, that's the myth of Orpheus. That's which I've taught about, loneliness and specialness. It's the problem of what can creativity do, or love do, or beauty do with the others. And what I would say is that for most of humanity, creativity is not noticed, not seen, not felt. There's another group of people that I call the fence sitters, or the people whose flame is low, or the creativity is hidden but not dead, who somehow come alive when Orpheus sings his songs, and they dance while he's there and stop dancing when he goes. Those people who resonate to creativity but can't sustain it, and the others who are near living it as a life and respond mutually to it. I certainly think that most of humanity doesn't have it, doesn't feel it, and doesn't really respond to it. That's an opinion. Yes? Well, I guess I think it doesn't. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Well, I mean, I would say that I mean, that's sort of germane to the next lecture. I mean, I would say that most of the apparent mass creativity that you see is simply mimicking. I mean, it's people doing in a conscious way what creative people have told them creativity is. It's creativity as a trip. It's programmed emotions, programmed nostalgia. Fall in love to Frank Sinatra or James Taylor, or whoever's we're falling in love with this year, you know, and so that there is a mass-based, hysterical, general, group-type definition of what experience is that those robotized or automized, computerized people do in their withdrawal and deadness. Incidentally, and this is apropos of a course, this course Loneliness and Specialness that I taught, I think it's very important, although it's not really relevant. I mean, I'm not planning to spend a lot of time in this course, although I'll argue about it happily. I think it's very important for creative people to think through this issue of what about the others? Are they all like me? Which is often a big source of the hurt. I mean, I know personally what I would call creative giants who are literally hurt by anybody who doesn't feel what they do. And it's like one of those kind of situations where it's probably the minority of people that would even begin to understand what that person is doing. But part of the mechanism of the hurt is the belief in humanity, that everybody feels beauty, that everybody feels love, that everybody can sense it, and if you're not making them feel it, you're fucked. You didn't do it, you didn't deliver, you're mediocre, something's missing with you. So that part of the distortion of the creative hurt, in my opinion, is their philosophical concept that everybody's capable. Now at the other extreme is an example I've always been fond of quoting of a sculptor that I met once years ago. I was invited to his studio and I just loved his work. And I said to him after it was all done, I mean, we were sort of talking philosophically, and I sort of sensed something about his response. I mean, he's being very nice to me, you know, but not, this is great, you know. And so I said to him, does it make any difference to you that I like your work? And he said, you want an honest answer? And I said, yeah, that's why I'm asking. He said, no. And he said, there are 5 people in Los Angeles capable of understanding and appreciating what I'm doing. And I care about what those people feel. Now, it's not that he didn't, I mean, he was glad that I was happy with his work. But I mean, for him to really know he was there in the standards and the visions and the skill that this person had it would probably lay. Now, not all creative things demand that limited an audience, but I think that's very relevant. In the 60s, when psychology was in, and I didn't know much as a teacher, I used to have 900 students in my class. When I was a far better teacher, in the middle 70s, I had 35. Now, either I've gone to hell as a teacher, or there were only 35 out of 900. And the others that were holding balloons and having festivals and saying far out didn't really know what I was talking about. And sort of what I've learned over the years is that, and I think creative people have to find out, is who really is your audience, who really can feel what you do. And if you have all of that straight, it really helps you deal with hurt a lot better. The hard thing is really, when you don't understand this, to watch the fickleness of the audience. For example, Extension's whole thing is changing right now. It used to be that programs like this drew a zillion people. And we're coming into a time where they don't, where sort of just special courses of psychological interest don't draw what they did 5 years ago. And now it's going to be nuts and bolts like it is in the university, people wanting vocational education and units and, you know, that kind of thing, because people are afraid and it's not in right now. And what's going to be in next? Ecology, economics, where will the audience go? And if you're a creative person, when you watch that, the promiscuity of the public, it really can hurt you unless you understand who your audience was and is and will be clearly, who feels what you do. Just that. That's a pretty good answer, I think. Yes? Yes? Yeah. Well, that's a really big question. I think I'll just try a few reactions to it. One of my big fears is that someday I'm going to be talking here and it's just all going to go away. You know, it's that kind of a thing, you know? And there have been about 3 times over the last few years where at a certain place where I hit a place of fatigue, which is really what it was, or I was feeling a problem in the audience. I thought I was at that place, you know, stops, you know, and it's all right if it goes for a while, but what if we just wind up sitting here, you know, and that's all, you know, you know, that kind of a thing. So I know what that one is, and it's probably experiencing really the boundary of what you're able to bear, and it's probably experiencing most of the time just when you need to relax, when you need renewal. I mean, I see, although creativity is very seldom nice and neat like this, but that there has to be some kind of a rhythm between creative expression and the fire of it, the turmoil, the upsetting aspect of it, and integrating it into your life. You have to keep your life up with what you're thinking and feeling and doing, or you get into all kinds of trouble, which a lot of creative people do, get way out ahead of themselves. But if you're dealing with yourself in some natural, halfway loving way, there is some kind of a rhythm. And I guess what I would say is that creativity doesn't feel like a spaced out, rare, elusive, you better grab it while it's here thing. I think those are all the notions of beauty, or the fleeting, idealistic times. All of those things are the voices of fear in describing creative experience. Creative experience is rock hard, deep, as powerful as evil, as moving as anything. I mean, what part of what I wanted to describe, without getting too personal about it, is that I almost got killed out on the fucking freeway. But whatever this thing is that I'm doing here is strong enough that my fear didn't turn me off tonight. I was back on the lecture after about another 100 yards. So whatever this thing is as strong as an awareness that about 16 cars would have been involved in something out there, and me in a 63 Volkswagen, that it's that strong. So it's not the tenuous thing that we project it as being and tie up with our age myths, and we're going to lose our potency and going to hit 40 and never have another thought or whatever. It's not that fragile, tenuous a thing. It's a powerful thing. I think that where you get into trouble with creativity is clearly if you don't grow as a person, if you hit those time changes in life, passages or whatever you want to call them, and you don't go through the passage, you don't change your life, you don't have your chauvinistic wife change into your free friend, you don't have your prideful, arrogant 30s, nobody's going to push me around and I'll show the world thing, alter into a generative giving. If you don't go through the changes, the creativity stays where it was. But I think if you go through your changes, if you keep risking, I think that creativity it just naturally stays with you for life. Can you hear me back there? Okay. What I'd like to do tonight and next week is to talk about just a little bit, to sort of try to get you thinking about it, some of the specific qualities of the times that make for the setting in which creative persons confront the problem of casting pearls. It's always a problem, but in any given historical time or community, there are unique settings for the problem. And tonight I want to talk about hysteria, and next week a little bit about power and money as a setting for the problem of casting pearls. The nature of personality is such that personal experience really arises from, erupts from, grows from a base which can be variously described. Heidegger would call it our throne condition, namely that personal, social, cultural, historical situation that we have been thrown into, as it were. Namely, there's no sense at the foundation of our being intrinsically, in terms of why we were born somewhere, to what parents, but that's where we start from whence comes his notion that it is as if we were thrown there, with an element of capriciousness in that idea. Part of what we develop our lives from is that thrown place. And at a time, historically, where that condition is stable, even if false, and with distortion in it, and exploitation, personality has a certain character to it. There is a reliability in the building blocks of identity and personal experience. One has some ground to stand on. One is not, as Sartre describes, in nausea. And we certainly live in a time where the foundation is lost. And I don't want to belabor the elements in it because they're known to all of us. Certainly, the disenchantment that many creative people and the hurts and sadness that many creative people have over the apparent failure, at least as a general thrust, of the idea and feelings of the 60s to change the world is a factor for many. To see the revolutionary leaders that we were once afraid were going to burn down our houses now giving testimonies in the most conservative and fundamental of Christian churches is a really spaced out trip. In other words, just in a matter of a few years, things go from there to there. And what is that about? Make sense of that. The war, the major redistribution of the world's wealth that's going on now, which is affecting us every day, where in ways that we know ever more clearly we're going to have to work harder to make less every year. Where the whole phenomena of, or the possibility of retirement becomes an illusion, and that people will live, except people in very unusual circumstances, are going to live with the anxiety of coping the rest of their lives, and have to build their style of life and their mythology out of survival as a fundamental thrust and inspiration, because that's the way it is. And we've only begun to see the pressures associated with that redistribution of wealth coming from oil problems and whatnot. And I think important for many of us, the whole notion of Watergate as a symbol of now for almost 3 years reading every day about a new exposure of lies. Some new place where we have been lied to, where immoral, evil, murderous things have been done, paid for with our tax monies, where the whole notion of that one could have at any level of America being somehow an honorable place being lost in a welter of realization about power and evil, selfishness and narcissism, realizing every day in some new way how we're being ripped off and feeling impotent by virtue of numbers and distance to do very much about it. And last but certainly not least, as a part of this experience, directly as a response to the stresses of these years and the availability of drugs and sort of mind-altering substances that many of us in the sort of sophisticated world have experienced major portions of these years in an altered state of consciousness. And depending on your attitude about that, mine being that when one does that, the nature of the connections between experiences is smudged. It is not as clear and not as sharp, so that the energies bound by experience in a non-drug, not altered state are freed up, and the nature of our experience smears, so that if you add that to these years, what you find happening is the phenomena that we're all, and I don't want to spend too much time, I want to talk more about the effects of it, the total failure, all of the axioms or postulates or grounds of life as a community, as a country. Some of us find ourselves who are thoughtful and not denying what's happened in these years, confronting a radically personal situation where the only way that we can really make sense of it and evolve some kind of a way of life for ourselves in this is on a tremendously personal basis, because we can't reach for anything in the culture that will hold meaning without question, without our lying to ourselves or dealing with it in some spacey, desperate way. We can't find anything that holds. So that in the face of that, personality or the development of one's personal way of working with life is then under incredible stress. Life is already hard without having the foundations washed away. And all of this is, of course, taking place along with terrific changes in the collective consciousness, the destruction of male chauvinism, the working out of our relationship to ageism, everything in transition, marriage failing as a believed in institution and myth. So along with all of this, everything is in question. And because of the stress of that, and life being hard enough anyway, the way that this comes down, both in terms of individual experience of life and in terms of the collective experience, is that we become hysterical. And by hysterical, and incidentally, the line of most of this analysis tonight is not unique to me. It's to be found in any psychoanalytic comment about culture. I'm going to take it some places I haven't seen, but the heart of the analysis is something like that. By hysterical, I mean the following. When one meets experience with an internal structure, concepts of meaning, stable attitudes, notions about conflict, vulnerability untampered by drugs or altered states of consciousness that make the vulnerability in truth a reflection of what one is comfortable with, and that one's defenses come into play naturally when one can't handle something. When one comes to experience with values that one is conscious of, that can hold, and what psychoanalysis would call in a sort of a, I don't like the word too much, but that can bind energy and ideas. The nature of one's reaction to life and feeling about life, then, is to put it in very simple terms quickly, is that experience comes to us, and we meet experience with this complicated, valuing, meaning-carrying structure, as well as the ingredients of our temperament and intelligence and whatnot. And when it strikes us, that experience is understood, given meaning to, differentiated in terms of our concepts of living and our values and our attitudes and our priorities. And the response that comes out is an energy, a passion, an anger, an emotion that fits our interpretation of that experience with some level of accuracy and in some proportion to what the provocation of experience was. Or if you want to say it in terms that I would consider sort of repressive and middle class, there's a reasonableness to one's reaction to things. And it has something to do with what's happened. And of course, even and that's obviously the beauty of personality and persons, is that it ain't never reasonable, and that's what style is, and the kinks in people, and it's what makes people weird and interesting. But there's some connection between the provocation of life and one's response to it, molded and given style by one's structure. And we could speak of that in terms of words like a person that has made himself or herself conscious, and in that sense built structures of meaning and personality, ego, and we can speak of it as integrated in the sense that those things somehow have some relationship to one another. They're put together in some kind of way. We would describe that in modern day jargon, that the person is together, so that what comes in and what comes out has a sense to it because it passes through a person whose reactions and self-understanding and values have come to some terms with each other. Now, what happens when you blow out the structure of personality because you pull the rug out from under the development of personality in times like this historically, is that the structure isn't built. And even if there are fragments of it there, they don't come together. They don't find their relation to each other. People don't work out their raw ambivalences or polarities. The internal war within them does not come to some shape that has a sense. And the person meets experience without a structure. And the nature of that experience is what we would call hysterical. Not hysterical neurosis, but hysterical in the sense that the reactions that come out of a person who is like that, and that, in my impression, is the nature of the collective, i.e. most folks, hence the mass psychology, spirituality, and audience for creativity now. What comes out bears very little relation to the provocation. There are not structures of meaning then that can hold instinct and impulse and reaction. There's not a clarity of personality. There's a vagueness about value or lack of relation to any value that can hold, so that the emotional reaction that comes out, and this is really the major characteristic of an hysterical emotion, is that it is undifferentiated and vague, instead of a clear anger, joy, understanding, jealousy, a clear interpreted reaction. And I don't mean by that controlled, because spontaneity can have a clarity to it. And I'm not saying here that that all people that are together always have emotions that only have one quality to it. I'm not saying that. It can be a complicated emotion, but the emotion has a shape to it that's clear. And for that reason, people who interact with a person whose emotions are clear, the interactions have a sense to them. In hysteria, the emotion is not clear. It's a ragbag of emotions. It's a little bit of rage, jealousy, a lot of fear, some elation, rolled up into something that you can't say which is which. It has an intensity, but not a clarity. And because hysteria is unrelated to the flow of experience, basically, because the person is meeting experience without much, and namely is not meeting experience through an interpret. If the person's got a lot of proven time, the nature of the reaction is to be an overreaction, and if they happen out to the provocation, is a non-reaction. In other words, as inappropriate as the other, which is the characteristics of dealing with an hysterical time, that sometimes it responds incredibly to what we do, and the same thing tomorrow, done even better, gets nothing. And that's one of the things that drives people crazy who are dealing with hysterical persons on an individual basis, and certainly dealing with an hysterical culture or audience, does the same thing. There's no sense to it, and it is a fickle lover. It may love you, over-love you today, and tomorrow ignore you for no good reason. And there's no more sense in one than there is in the other. For that reason, and also because hysterical emotion does not build structure, because when you simply spray it out at the world, which is what an hysterical person or community does, what you get back isn't again a differentiated reaction to you, because you haven't really incited a specific emotion in another person. So you give out vagueness and you get back vagueness. So a structure is not encouraged in you that comes from interplay, intimacy, interrelation, even conflict. Hysterical conflict doesn't teach you anything in the way that a differentiated emotional conflict between two persons who are reasonably together teach you things, make you grow, open your eyes, make you more of a person if you're open to it and vulnerable. So that the nature of then hysterical experience is that it is ahistorical or acausal, in the sense that yesterday is really no different from today. It's whatever trip I'm in and whatever I'm reacting to, I have not learned anything since yesterday. I've expressed myself, but I haven't learned anything. I'm not a different person for what I've been through. Hence, what happened yesterday isn't really important, as it is not in dealing with hysterical persons. Today is the reality. and today has no relevance to tomorrow. I can't tell where I'll be tomorrow. It doesn't matter. It's where I'm at now, man. And the intent is really not to learn anything from experience or to be a different person. It's to get it on, be into something, to feel something, to deal with something on the intensity dimension. So that what it means then is that this person is not building a consciousness, is not building a sense of truth, is not building a sense of history, is not building meaning, so that nothing is learned from experience. One is just variously turned on, depressed, or worn out by one's flow of emotion. And that's what's happening. Emotion at an undifferentiated level. Now, to bring this down then to the creative problem and the problem of casting pearls, this now hysterical audience, incidentally, I wanted to say in that connection, there's a beautiful description of this phenomena in Ortega y Gasset, where he says something along the lines that it takes centuries to build a culture and 1 or 2 decades to destroy it. I think that's what we see right now. We are people without a culture. And in that desperate, existentially, tremendously stressful place, hysteria reigns. Now, one of the first, and obviously this has many implications for those people trying to be, as we described last week, vulnerably, openly creative, when creativity poses, as it does in the problem of casting pearls, the problem of being vulnerable before people in a community that in part or largely, or at times universally, don't care, don't feel you when you are showing your essence. And hysteria adds to that problem. How? One problem is the following, that when one is living at a time where there is more stability in the collective psyche, if you want to use a Jungian phrase, or in the where the collective mentality or spirituality or identity issue is at, and when that experience can hold, when the center is holding, the individual psychological experience of the person living in that time bears some consistent relationship that makes sense psychologically to what is happening in the collective. Now here you could get into a whole Jungian-based course on notions like that in each creative person there is the attempt, along with the attempt to resolve one's personal life and personal destiny and karma, or your Oedipal bullshit or whatever you want to say, that along with that, each creative person is really trying on an individual basis to resolve the collective problem. And in that sense, each creative person is the Messiah, is a try at heroism, however you want to say that. In other words, I'm trying to work out not only my own salvation, but all of our salvation, because somehow I'm tuned in consistently to the collective problem. I live in it. It has a life of its own, and a dynamic that is sound and consistent. Hence, my creative inspirations, the stories that come to me, the music that comes to me, the gestures in love that come to me are not just the resolutions of my conflicts, not just the flights of my imagination, but are really, in some not so mystical way, my attempt to heal the collective dilemma. What makes my neighbor suffer? What's wrong in my brother's marriage? What's wrong in my children's schools? That somehow that story is trying to heal a lot of problems because I'm plugged into that problem because it's stable. So that at a time again when the collective holds, even if it's distorted, if it holds, I can relate through vulnerability my soul to the collective soul in some kind of way. And I'm tuned in. Hence, even if the collective is filled by much denial of those problems and refusal to face it and its problems, whether it's a compulsive era or a depressed era, but not hysterical, what I'm saying, in spite of the audience's blocks to it, is bothering them, has a consistent relevance to the collective and my neighbor's problem. And what was probably bothering my neighbor yesterday is bothering my neighbor today and will for a while. So that there, if I'm on, my music, my writing, my potentially can touch my neighbors. We work on the same problem. You can even analysis to see how at different times in a given time the artists and poets are really the solutions to what the just about ready to face, so that the collective is always ready to crucify the innovator, the first one that says it, that strikes us in our hearts in the place that we can't face and becomes tomorrow's hero after we malign them. Again, Reich's The Murder of Christ. We can't bear to hear where we're at. But somehow, because those courageous persons say it and keep saying it, we can face what we rejected yesterday. Sadly, the heroes and heroines are often dead or suicided or have died from their withdrawal over our rejections, but there's some consistency to that process. Or another way we might put it, that in some more stable time, while there is a lack of one-for-one recognition of creativity, namely creativity, the recognition of it always lags behind the expression of it, it's got a pretty good chance of catching up. In other words, talent in a stable time has a fair chance of having its day, if it's there. If the person is able to stick one's neck out and stay open in those years before one has a place or one is recognized, because it has a relevance and a connection that can be fought, denied, but in time, like the sort of hound of heaven, gets its recognition. If you nag the collective long enough at a stable time, it will hear you with some reasonableness. At a time like this, that ain't so. When the collective is hysterical and there is no structure, the artist, the creative person, in making that response, and again, it doesn't have to be in terms of creative product, it can be a creative way of living, of making love, whatever it is, the connection between that and the collective problem is smeared, gets vague, and in fact may be cut off, so that you find then the problem becoming, as Peter Marin has described and other people have, that we find ourselves struggling with the problems of narcissism. That at another time historically, in the spirit of Hegel's discussion of history as a series of reactions, of thesis and antithesis, or as Jung would describe, that the collective life is today's overreaction to yesterday's overreaction. That 10 years ago, we needed to discover the dignity and value and the roadmap of individual consciousness. But what was desperately needed 10 years ago becomes today's trip. And the search for identity 10 years ago becomes, most of the time now, an hysterical narcissism. And part of the reason for that is that the checkmate, that's not the right word, the checking or the bouncing off of or the stabilizing function of the collective's dilemma or neurosis is lost in this collective breakdown and hysteria. And we don't bounce off of anything but hysteria and our own lack of development, our own identity problems. All we're is whatever holds in ourselves, unless we are very fortunate to know persons that have some things together that can meet us in this madness. And that, again, is a tremendous problem these days, finding intimates that can meet you with some vulnerability and have something to say to you, so that if you don't have a lot of that, all you do is bounce off of yourself. And what this means then is that the creative person in his or her own development, and hence from that, the creativity that springs from that, the stories, the music, the gestures, the teaching, whatever it is creatively that comes from that, has no necessary relation to what the community is doing, feels like, and is into at a given time. So that the creative connection becomes impulsive and totally capricious, which becomes, again, a tremendous problem for the creative person who's struggling to be vulnerable, in the sense that it's hard enough to open myself to the possibility of having the most precious thoughts of my spirit laughed at and ignored by assholes, knowing that whether those persons face it or not, it's relevant to their life, and that part of the reason they're putting me down is that they know it's on and they just can't stand it, and that there are a reasonable number of people out there that will recognize what I'm doing, because we are all involved in the common fate and the common problem. So that there is, what that comes down to is that even though it's hard and I am a bruised person, as all of us are, and as creative persons are especially, because creativity demands that vulnerable expression of self that brings bruising, but there's a reasonable chance that I'm going to be felt or seen in a reasonable period of time if I stick my neck out. In other words, there is a sense to the risk. And that's true not only creatively,
but that's also true when it comes to evaluating the possibilities of relationship in a reasonably sensible time. Namely, that the problem of relationship is really meeting someone, and to meet someone who is valuable, you have to be available, i.e., projecting what you are, expressing what you are. If you don't want to be seen, you're not seen. And if you're available and want to be seen at a halfway stable time historically, there's a chance that you might run across, in the halfway sense of work and creative living, a kindred soul who's going to see you and feel what you are and respond to it, and people fall in love with some reasonable possibility, and friendships are formed with some reasonable possibility. No guarantees, but there's some reasonable to us. In an hysterical time, there is no sense of the reasonableness of either the creative connection or the relationship connection, so that the risk factor becomes greater. And I can't even address my thinking to risk. I can't say, if I go play my music or show myself there, or I'm open on the street, is there a 5% chance? Will one woman out of 20 see me and know me and be decent to me and talk to me? I mean, there's no sense to that in an hysterical time. Namely, there's no relationship between my need, my openness, and my expression of myself, and what happens to be going on in the collective, let alone those folks that are walking around hysterical. There's no sense to it. So that one day I may be very marketable and turn on all the men in the village, turn on the audience with whatever I'm playing, doing, acting, walking, projecting, and nothing, maybe even hatred, maybe even the accusation, anachronism, and there's no sense to any of it. You call it, you can't get on to it, you can't hold it, and you can't address, if you're a person with structure, to the forward, half-step backward evolution of personality. To the market is totally capricious, which makes taking a risk all that much harder and takes you towards spacing out and your own version of hysteria as an attempt to get into the flow of the external hysteria. In other words, the temptation is to cut yourself off from structure, to get impulsive as a way to improve the hit rate of your expression connecting with the collective and with individuals in it. And that has just as much sense in its nonsense as maintaining your structure while the world goes nuts, and counting success or acceptance as those moments when the fickle collective crosses what you happen to be doing a given day. And having no faith or no trust that the lover will come back. It's a one-night fuck. It's a, in other words, it is whatever it is, and the artist is drawn toward, seduced toward a frame of reference that says, when acceptance, i.e. love, is here, it's here, but he won't be here in the morning. He'll get up during the night and leave. And if he is here in the morning, far out, but that's going to have no relation to whether or not he's here Tuesday night. In other words, if it happens, it happens, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. And when it happens, I get off on it, and when it doesn't, I try to moderate my depression by not expecting anything. Except that cuts into trust, which cuts into the possibilities of vulnerability, which draws you into spacing out as a way of relating, which draws you into the hysteria. Now, another dimension of this historical time, which is partly the cause of the artist's problem, and partly what now the creative persons have added to the collective problem of hysteria, is the problem of the prevalence of mind-altering drugs, booze, states in dealing with this experience. I would venture to say, really without much fear of being accused of being an exaggerator, that over half of the music, plays, television stories, in other words, the creativity that we are exposed to, the writing, was either created or performed under a state of altered consciousness. Over half of it is either the fruit of booze, grass, uppers, coke, heroin, something. The artist's problem being, which is a lecture for later in this course, that in facing the madness that we're describing, that is true of the artist's problem at any time, but particularly at this time, that the only way I can get myself around the vulnerability that won't allow myself to show myself in a capriciously responsive time where there is no security from which I can show myself, that the only way I can get around my defenses and my natural bodily restriction, and also the only way I can get some intensity out of myself, because I'm no different yesterday than I was, I'm no different today than I was yesterday because I haven't grown, is to get around that and get access to my feeling through some kind of drug or mind-altering chemical or something. And in doing that, I get access to yesterday's experience of my psychological dynamics, yesterday's creativity, and I have something to say. And often something to say by virtue of that is intense. And it is intensity that draws the attention of an hysterical audience and community and a time. It is not necessarily responsive to meaning. It doesn't require meaning or sharp-edged emotion or conflict or the kinds of creative products that come from sharply understood, polarized ambivalences. I mean, some of the most profound of creativity are the imaginal leaks of tremendously conscious ambivalences within the artist, where my softness is up against my rage. Structure is not changed or articulated. The person is affected, not touched. And there is a particular quality to the creativity. It is thin. It may be intense, but it's thin. And it's often because the person is really writing the story they wrote last month, writing the same song they wrote last year, doing the same thing that was done before, but somehow in the illusion of what Coke does, doesn't know it and thinks they've done something new, which allows for the enthusiasms, the exuberances that put something across to a jaded, overstimulated audience and captures attention for a moment by virtue of the hysterical enthusiasm, when in reality the content is that the person has just dredged up yesterday, because they are the same person. They've not evolved. With rare exceptions. And connected, integrated, conscious creativity has no better chance of being seen than intense, thin, a repetition of yesterday's creativity. There's no sense, so that it doesn't mean that there aren't truly creative, growth-inspiring, spirit-building plays and music around. There is some, and it has some reception, but less than at another time, and with less sense to that. Now, what all of this sets the scene for is, instead then of artists and creative persons feeling the safety and the trust to allow that personal process to evolve, which makes for creativity that has depth and meaning, and that lasts, and that holds, and that has a relevance to other persons forever. Instead of trusting in that process, in the desperation and the cheating of that kind of a time, to greenhouse your dynamics, to get fences, to get something done. What evolved that is a tremendous interest in mimicry, in pretending beauty, which is often, as I've said up to now, pretending yesterday's beauty, or in finding the ends of other creative times or creative processes and asserting that end as the process. So that instead of the patience, time, and frustration needed to really birth a new expression of self, we glean our other expressions of self and the other expressions of beautiful self that we see emerging from the writers of psychotherapy, the describers of Eastern spiritual experience. And in this modern historical time, we become connoisseurs and mimickers of the experience of transcendence, beauty, nirvana, samadhi, getting it together in the higher senses of it without going through the processes that lead to those experiences. Namely, we live in the new age, as some of my young clients tell me, where there is no time for psychotherapy in any traditional sense of step-by-step understanding oneself. One must get to it in 3 months or 2 weekends or whatever the process is. Everything relates to shortening the time and has heavily to do, the therapeutic models and the creative models have heavily to do with finding out what characterizes the end of the hard processes and figuring out how we can get to the living of those as fast as we can through technique, through altered consciousness, or through the use of massive group pressure to overcome the natural ambivalences and defenses to change, to overwhelm where a person is truly at psychologically, and to move them ahead through giant steps, i.e. our infatuation with healing as an hysterical notion, not change as an integrated phenomena, but moving from here to there, fast, capriciously, and with lots of drama. How do we get to the end? How do we copy the end? And that becomes a tremendous for the creative person who is tempted in that kind of a time to change the creative product from an evolving, attention-demanding, respect-demanding, work-demanding experience by the audience to shimmering for the audience, to giving them stories about the depth of human conflict and glimpses at the resolution of it without really making them work, which is what great, challenging, creative, and dramatic work does. So that we now live with a mass audience that sees all of the human dramas, child abuse, racism, sees all of it and can watch it just as easily as it watches Laugh-In or whatever. It is not really changed for watching it, and that has not only something to do with the problem of media and the ways that it's presented and that, it has something to do with the ways those things were written, with the way the music was done, so that it has a mimicking of beauty. It has some of the sound of beauty in it, but not the musicality behind it, not the substance behind it, not the provocation of the mind behind it. And the same thing is obviously true in terms of this in relation to creativity as it bears on relationship. We live in a time where people have been taught how to pose the end of psychotherapy, or pose like creative people, or dynamic persons, or pose charismatic personality styles. We learn to do them through indoctrinations, through direct teaching, through practicing them, through behaviorisms. We learn through reinforcement to pretend. And all the holy traditions have been raped and gleaned. We know what all the beautiful persons have looked like, how they've acted, how they fuck, what they do. And there is a plan to teach us that, a therapeutic modality, today's marketing psychology to do it for us. I'm always reminded whenever I think about this of the wisdom of an Eastern teacher. I've cited this a number of times, that I heard of some years ago, who in relation to this problem of casting pearls handled it by having, and it was a very famous teacher, 200 students in the whole world, all over the world, picked for their seriousness. And the thing that was interesting in this is that this person, despite his power, had done lots of writing, but the only people that saw that writing were the 200 students, so that others could not take those writings and imitate them. It was the same thing that the alchemists did. They deliberately obscured their writings so that the trippers could not take those things and pretend them and feel they were there or say they were there. Now, so that in this time now, where psychotherapy is exposed to the masses, its fruits and its learnings, its wisdom, the wisdoms are made palatable. In this kind of a time, the problem becomes for the artist a many-fold one because of that, or the creative person. The audience is seemingly more sophisticated than ever, and yet never more out of relation to you. And if you're already mind-fucking yourself to death with, do they love me? Do they accept me? Do they know what I'm talking about? Will they understand if I say that? Will they reject me? If I share this, will it happen? What is my relationship to you? If you're assholes and unconscious and being openly contemptuous of me, then I've got some clues that I can work with my vulnerability with to come to some reasonable decision about what I'm going to show you of my heart. But if you're all sitting out there saying passion, beauty, intimacy, feelings, openness, love, being together, orgasms, making each other feel, closeness, community, all showing that. Let's get it on together. How do I sort out whether I can trust you? In other words, the roles of the liars and the lost ones and the dead ones and the ones who don't try and the selfish ones have become so sophisticated I can't tell who's who. Of the management at the studio, but they've all been through EST. What do I do in that? That translated into relationship the same. Relating creativity to relationship. How do I find someone that I can creatively love and relate to? The more one evolves, the fewer people there are in that ballpark that can hold, that can bear your creativity, that can stand up to you without becoming insecure and becoming your son or daughter. The fewer persons that you can deal with, and it's hard enough to see when those people are straight out in the superficiality of their lack of interest in beauty and creativity and uniqueness and idiosyncrasy, when everybody thinks that artists and creative people are weirdos and long hairs and homosexual and other bad labels from other generations. It's a little easier to figure out who those few persons are that you might make yourself vulnerable to, because the assholes make themselves known. But how do you do it at a time when people say the right things? When people say the same things that you're saying after years of struggle, working through 2 or 3 relationships and their conflicts, sometimes years of therapy, the hard-won wisdoms, and everybody's saying the wisdoms. And the people that you get stoned with or have a drink with or whatever, I know what you're saying. I understand. I feel the same things. But do they? And how do you know when they have learned all the words? When there is this prevalence of a mimicking that in very successful, bright people, and often, incidentally, in very fucked up people, is so close to the boundaries of the highest creative development that you cannot see the difference. The difference is only to be found in one's feelings, and sometimes at very subtle levels, and to reject someone on the basis of very subtle feeling and in the face of the desperate loneliness that people who are creative and alone and go through the pits and feel hurt and been through and have needs with, in the face of that loneliness, the need, the alienation, and all the hassles that go with it, to hear the subtlety of that voice. And on top of it, because very few creative people have it so together that they have the confidence in their judgment, let alone are together enough to respond to their judgment, but the confidence enough to act on the basis of a subtle feeling when there's no credibility in appearance, to reject or protect yourself from someone. And what that means is that creative people get kicked around more at a time like this, get disappointed more, get confused more, because the audience is mimicking what they're saying, what they're doing, and it's almost impossible to tell the difference. And even when I can, how can I listen to it when I feel so fucking bad, and when I really don't know whether I'm really right? I know if I'm right if somebody says the wrong things. I know I'm right in my judgment if somebody hurts my feelings. But if they cry when I talk, if they touch me when I talk, if they make love to me when I talk, if they come when I make love to them, if they write poems the next day, what's going on? And all I know is that somehow I don't feel better. Somehow I'm still in pain. I feel ripped off. I feel vague feelings. I'm not getting better for being in it. But how do I know the difference? And how do I know when it's the same with my boss? Okay, let's take about 10 minutes and then we'll talk some more. Arthur Schnabel, a German violinist and composer of the late 1800s. It's a German phrase translated, "The audience is like a pig, it gobbles everything, even the best." What are your thoughts? What? The question whether creativity is a solitary phenomenon, certainly not. No, I think what I was just trying to say there is not that it can't happen collectively. I mean, I think that's the ideal that many artists or creative people hope for. I mean, it's something that I've and it's an elusive thing. I know for me, my sort of introduction to that problem for myself was had always done a sort of individual thing. Therapy is an individual thing, and the kind of teaching that I used to do and I'm doing again is an individual thing. And some years ago when Blow Up first came out, one of my reactions to that film was, it must be wonderful to be a part of something that is more than what you could just do yourself. And that's you could say that in a sort of a bullshitty way, or it could be a very deep thing. That was like a really deep thing for me, the whole notion of, and it sort of had built on a thing that I had felt for years of really loving when jazz musicians could really get into it together and work off of each other. And it started for me a whole fantasy of finding people to work with, to have that kind of experience. I mean, I certainly think that's something that probably most creative people long for, is that experience of working together. I don't know how that bears on what we were talking about tonight. I don't know whether that's any more or less likely at a time like this. I think all I was trying to say is that unless you happen to know, and it's just that chancy, creative people that you can make a connection with and work with and develop something with in the kind of scene I've described, your relation to the collective mentality is a non-connection, because it's hysterical. For example, I mean, I can give you one example of this. I think I must have heard now of at least 5 different attempts of people to try to set up a place where the creative people could talk. You know, that kind of a, I think there was one in the 60s that worked. I'm not sure about, I think that probably Anais Nin was a part of that, but I know that Ravi Shankar and Lou and B.B. Barron and some different people were part of a sort of group of people that got together and played music for each other and read to each other and whatnot in the, I'm not sure where it was, probably in the 50s, maybe even early 60s. But I think I've heard of many attempts in recent years, or fantasies on the part of people, that we're going to start this scene, you know, and then not where the phonies can come, you know, where the real people can just come and talk and gain heart from talking to each other and whatnot. It never happens. And the major reason it doesn't happen is the hysteria. Is that, well, I mean, that's, you know, I mean, pride is another factor in it, but what I'm saying is that I think that people feel that there's no way to carry this off without it being spoiled immediately, you know, and there's something about the times that way, so that unless, in other words, it's what it's saying is that at best what we have are connections on an individual basis. And we're longing for some kind of creative group, or a creative left bank coffee house, or a place where we could go sip wine and really speak in an open way and a vulnerable way about what our experience is, and compare notes and stuff like that. And it's very difficult to find that experience. I think it's difficult anyway. It'd just be difficult, more difficult now. My work has in it, it's a very isolating kind of work, and what lots of psychologists and psychiatrists fantasy is to find a group of shrinks that you could have lunch with and talk to, that were your next door neighbors, and that when you felt terrible you could go talk and have that with. And for all the people that want it and have tried it, I know of 2 successful groups in 12 years. You know, it's just like really hard to find that kind of thing. But I think that we long for that. I think pride is a problem. I also think that the more you refine yourself as a person, the more you rarefy the alchemy of your connections with people. So that, I mean, there are people that I know that I would respect a lot creatively or whatever, but I have no connection to them, and I don't turn them on. So, I mean, that's another thing that happens when you evolve, too, is that you evolve yourself right out of potential connections with people, to where it's the rare person that could creatively session with you in whatever it is. That's really I think that is just as precious a thing in work as it is in relationship, to find somebody you can be with. Probably just as rare. I mean, it's rare. Good relationships are rare. But I think good work things where people can vulnerably work together and really add something that's a rarity. Yes, you had a comment?
No, well, you just made me.
A common experience, I think. Yes?
Before you were speaking.
Tried to speak to that in the lecture. I'll elaborate on it a little bit. He was asking more about when you meet these people who say and do the right things, what about the inner sense of it? What I tried to say was most of the sort of high-level struggling people that I know find themselves in the following dilemma. They don't have anybody to love. And maybe the last time they got laid was about 2 years ago, sometimes, or at least anything that meant anything. So they're sort of horny, lonely, tremendously hurt and disappointed because of relationships that failed, creative things that didn't work out. They're bruised persons, divorces often. So you're isolated, you're lonely, you're frustrated, haven't talked to anybody in a while, and somebody comes along. And you may sense that it's no good, but I'm so horny, I'm so lonely. I mean, I'll give it a chance. I mean, maybe it'll work out. Maybe my perception's wrong. In other words, my needs are just so great that I'm going to wing it against my better judgment and hope that it changes or alters, or it isn't what I know it is. And the other part of it, in other words, the temptation to compromise is a big problem for creative persons who are often very smart, very wise, know that it's going to be more trouble than it's worth, because if you get involved with somebody who isn't up to you, it's hell to get out of it, especially if you're a desirable person. People can hold on to you for years. And for what pleasure you get out of the honeymoon before the shit starts coming down on you, it's just it's not really worth it. But in spite of that, the smartest people will get involved because I just can't stand to be alone anymore, or I just have to be touched by somebody, or I just have to. So if you give me any excuse and I'll do it, you know. And what I'm saying is that the kind of people I described tonight give you a good excuse. They look good until you are with them for a while, you know. And the other thing that is a part of it that I tried to say is that most of us gaslight ourselves or mindfuck ourselves, or however you want to put it. We don't have complete faith in our judgment. We're guilty. Creative people often find it very difficult to hurt the feelings of other people, and have had huge struggles with separating from families, with being angry and separating themselves from relationships that don't work and whatever, because they're softies. Often they're also strong enough that they can put up with shit and go on with it. So they don't want to hurt other people if they don't really have to, because I can somehow get by. And they have all those kind of problems. So it's a little easier in the face of those problems to reject somebody who's just out and out not relevant, or not your type, and not trying, and not saying the right things, and just not there for you. I mean, it's something to say, I'll call you and not call, or whatever it is that you do to say no. But if that person says and does all the intimate things, how do I reject them when all I have to go? How do I hurt that person's feelings? How do I disappoint that person when they haven't done anything? And if I had to say to them why, I wouldn't have any answer except the itch in the back of my neck, or I feel a little uncomfortable, or last night when we were in bed and I couldn't sleep all night because I didn't trust you, or whatever it is, like I don't know what to say to you, because your breath isn't bad, and and you don't fall asleep when I talk, and we're having a talk together, and how do I reject when I don't have the hooks to hang my guilt on? In other words, when I don't have things to say to my guilt except feeling. Self-hatred doesn't do much with feeling. I mean, to just feel that you don't like somebody, or you think your mother's a rip-off artist or whatever, isn't enough. You got to have evidence, You got to have a case. And these people don't give you a case. So sometimes you get stuck with them. And it's just wrong. So those are some of why the feeling just isn't enough. Yes? What are your thoughts? What's that about? In his experience of public creativity, which is apparently teaching something related to physics, that somehow, even though that's a really creative, bubbling out thing for him, that he has a lot better sense of where he stands in relation to the audience than he does when he shares in his personal experience with a person, that he just sort of doesn't know where he stands there, but he does in relation to the public thing. It seemed clear for him. Anybody want to go with that, or yes? And I don't know whether this is has to do with the anything to do with what I talked about tonight, or just really about the subtleties of things, or really with my confidence in making these judgments now. But I think that over the last 3 years, 4 years, it seems like the last 2 or 3 years, that I basically said no to people maybe 7 or 8 times in different kinds of contexts. And I think what I've said in every one of them is I'm not comfortable. That was it, and that was enough. I'm not comfortable. That's interesting. I mean, not like you're this and that. I mean, it wasn't that. It was I'm not comfortable, and that was straight. It wasn't like I don't want to tell you that you're awful or boring or something. It was I'm not comfortable, and that's enough. Yes. That is, I think maybe part of that is that one in that situation, one has a role that you don't have in an intimate situation, and I think that's what you were trying to say about there's a certain structure to the experience, and I think what you can get into, it's the same as the same problem with a psychologist or psychiatrist watching the flow of years of experience of people in that role, that there are certain patterns that develop in that situation, somewhat universal or predictable, or certain kinds of hassles or signs or reactions that just by virtue of the role of people have a predictability that you don't have in a personal. So that when a student is, I would call, sort of cutting his or her teeth on an identity, is contentious with you, and when they're really searching for an answer and really trying to learn, or when they're exhibitionistic, or you get a sense of that kind of thing, some kind of a roadmap of where you're at that you don't have in a personal, open, non-role situation. Maybe that's a dimension of that one too. Yeah, there's some hands back here. Go. Yeah. But that sounds like a question from self-hatred. I mean, I don't think a person that would mimic would ask that question. I mean, what I'm saying about, what I would say in answer to your question, in other words, I think a person that mimics would just say, well, I'm creative. I mean, because that you have to be in it to live it. It's the same thing that I have talked about in relation to when I taught emotional slavery, is that all the emotional slaves in the audience were thinking they were slave owners. We're thinking they were the people, It's like the questions of guilt and that, and the slave owners are not going to ask, am I a slave owner? They're not going to see it. It's so close to their eyes. So, if you're asking that question, you're probably another one of the nervous ones who are creative and afraid you're a phony or something. And maybe not you, but persons like that. Now, what I would say about it is this. The process that you're alluding to is not mimicking. I think that part of how we forge our identities is to deal with, take on, where the code or the vocabulary or whatever it is of the heroes and heroines of a given time. And that's how we get a sense of ourselves. It may start with mommy and daddy if they're models, and then it's a teacher, and it's whatever this is, and these days it's shrinks and gurus and that kind of stuff. The captains of industry and that kind of thing. And that's an identity process, as opposed to the kind of thing that I was talking about, where you're not trying something on for size, you hysterically make yourself that. And that has nothing to do with what you may make yourself in 6 months. In other words, it's not clarifying who you are through taking the pieces out of the coats you've worn until you have your coat. It is that you are whoever you're mimicking this month and has no connection to who you mimicked last. That kind of a thing. What I kept thinking of in this lecture was about this lecture is being in a big bookstore just in the last couple of weeks and seeing an absolute mountain of books ready to be brought out on Elvis Presley. That feels like it's a perfect way to state the hysteria of the times. It's like at one time it's not important, and now it's going to be a gigantic trip for a while, and then it'll be something else. Roots and Elvis and whatever circumstances and the power figures program will be the hysterical trip. But that has nothing to do with what you're talking about. That's a natural process of watching. If you have a teacher, something that means a lot to you, of picking up manners of speech or something like that, that's just being affected by in a way that clarifies your identity. And in time, you will throw off what's not you and retain what is you. And alter and shape that over time. That's not mimicking. Mimicking is a very different phenomenon. Yes? Yeah, my response was that it wasn't about this one. That's not my, what I think I'm trying, I think what it's an association to is that I'm trying to speak to a notion of audience. It's like a general idea of a consuming type of thing, which isn't to say that there might not be some greed in a place like this. However, there are things in this situation that militate against that. This is not a typical audience. I'm not an easy person to listen to. I have a lot of expectations of the audience that I didn't used to have. It used to be easy to listen to me. It's not easy to listen to me now, and people who are insincere leave or hate me or can't stand it or walk out or whatever it is. I'm not easy to listen to. I think that it also is a pain in the ass to drive here and pay $5 and when everybody's tired and whatever. So there's a lot that is going to separate out people of intent from those that aren't in a situation like you got to work to deal with this. This is not light or easy. It's bothersome, and that's not what I think this is about. And yet, I have to say that I think that there is a great meaning in this general notion that I think the audience is a greedy, devouring thing. The most poignant example of that that I can remember is watching in a jazz club a fantastically gifted blues singer just be ignored and devoured by an audience, just demanding of her to get down, pull it out, and if you don't, we're just not going to applaud for you, or and just raping her with their attitude until she was really bleeding on the stage spiritually, and then they could get off. I mean, but that kind of give it to me again. Doesn't matter whether you've done it 3,000 times, which this person had. It's we want it from you. Sadism, not just greed, sadism. And there are a lot of audiences that are that way. Cruel. Not specifically audience, but the receivers of creativity or performance, or however you want to say that. Yeah, David. The nature of the creativity that you're talking about, if your creativity is incited by persons, then their response to it is very relevant. In other words, if it is a communicating creativity, if it's an expressive thing, that makes a lot of difference, as opposed to sharing with people the privacy of what is your own experience of yourself. That's a lot easier to deal with. That's the tree falling in the forest that you hear but nobody does, and it doesn't matter whether they do unless you choose to say it. But if the nature of your experience is a response to the collective, is a response to the pain of the people you've known in your life, and you've just got to say it, and it's being said to them symbolically, the world, how the world deals with that is relevant. The other aspect of that is that the nature of the creative experience, if you express the creativity, means that you're vulnerable, that you're seen. So you can be as tough or together as you can be about their accepting it or not accepting it, but if they don't accept it, they get a shot at they're hurting you. In other words, it's a contradiction in terms that one is open and one's feelings or whatever were ignored and one wasn't hurt. It doesn't mean that you can't come to a time where you can hold on to the value of your work in spite of criticism or rejection or neglect, but you're hurt by it nonetheless, by definition, because you have to be open to show it. Yeah, well, I mean, and I think that's worth saying, because there are some popular psychology falsehoods that have floated around. They've been sort of cleaned up in the modern era, but up to a few years ago that floated around that said if you're a strong person, you don't get hurt anymore. In other words, you so know that you're hot shit and who everybody is that you don't get hurt. And I would say that if that's happening, you're not being vulnerable. In other words, you're laid back and not really available, or else you're lying to yourself or bluffing or something. Because no matter how confident you are, if somebody hurts your feelings, they hurt your feelings. You may handle a lot better. You may not get wiped out for 3 months if somebody doesn't like something you did. It may not immobilize you to work again, but it hurts you just as much as if you had no confidence and whatever. It hurts because someone has looked at you in your beauty and not respected it, not seen it. And that is a primal hurt, if you want to use a phrase like that. I mean, you can't be... I would like to dedicate this lecture to my friend and wife, Connie. I want to continue the discussion of last week, talking about some comments about the nature of the times as a setting for the problem of casting pearls. And tonight I want to talk specifically about power and money as dominant values in this community that creativity and beauty and love struggle with. I'd like to introduce that discussion with some general comments about the nature of values, which incidentally you're going to be hearing a lot from me in the coming years. And especially this kind of discussion will help you understand something about the influence of pride in the creative problem with casting pearls, and will serve as a sort of setting for next quarter's course on pride. Pride being a value as well as a way of life, a quality of personality. Two aspects of values I want to try to talk about a little bit. The first one is value as an experience or a pleasure. By birth and by learning, and again, not by what our parents say often, but more what they do, what they focus on in their experience, what they notice, what is important to them, we learn values. And those values are so deep that they really rival the injuries to our spirit that we would describe with some kind of a term like injuries to dignity or sadism. In other words, values are very deep. They reach to the deepest parts of us. And it is as if when experience comes to us, like Jung's description of archetypes, the experience, like a dry stream bed, tends to flow different ways. It's noticed in different ways in different persons, highlighted, stated. And that those categories that define what we notice and hence what is pleasurable to us in experience is a dimension of value. So some things that happen to us we feel strongly about, and some we don't. And once we are that kind of person, those values change very slowly, if at all. And they often only change, which will be part of the discussion of this course, with a tremendous war
and effort to become conscious of value and learn new values. They don't change easily just by experience or situation. The example that I'm fondest of are the kids that in the 60s rejected their parents for their Cadillacs and booze, and who became big drug dealers and drove Cadillacs and just substituted grass for booze, who rejected their parents' lives and then lived their parents' lives, came back to those values. And we often deceive ourselves that our values have changed simply because we change faces. Value then, in the experiencing aspect of it, is not a dynamic process, as the creative process is, where one is mixing fantasy, vision, myth, taste together in struggles with skill and competence and learning, with the need for expression, the glimpse of God, the alchemy of the creative experience, which is essentially dynamic. Value is not. Value is, in that sense, a passive thing, a registering thing, a pleasurable thing, but very important. Now, if one's values are consonant with the creative turmoil and experience and labor, values are enormously helpful. We touched on this last time in aiding the creative process. If one has been taught to value creativity in one's family, as well as one being a creative, loving, imaginative, artistic person, the valuing brings such pleasure to that experience that when the conflicts come with the world, inevitably, with rejection and not noticing, ignoring, that pleasure in the experience of doing it regardless of response helps one be carried past those places that are incredibly hard. The times when we're tired, when we feel that we've hit the end of our abilities, when we are afraid to take the next step because the vulnerability of that will define what we are in the eyes of the others. The endless plateaus of our creative experience. Value is what is often the friend that makes the momentum that carries us past those places, while other persons lacking values that are consistent with creativity, learning, education, unfolding, and freedom as being are often stalled at those hard places because their other internal conflicts, dynamic conflicts, conflicts over being seen, being noticed, being judged, being criticized, more about that in a few moments, are simply stronger than the experience of creativity and the pleasure or the lack of pleasure in it. So one finds oneself blocked, and one chooses, on balance, to lay back, move sideways, repeat yesterday rather than risk. value. Love, which I want to talk about at the end of this course a lot, is another value which helps tremendously with creativity. If one values giving to other persons, and rocks, and stones, and painting, gesture, love, if one values that giving wed to the creative work, there is again that momentum from within the act itself, which can meet resistance, meet difficulty, meet the times that are the midnights when you can't see ahead, when you think you've reached the end of yourself. Now, often the creative problem is that we don't have values that are consistent with the creative experience, with loving, learning, giving, making. And the power of those values then set us up in a tremendous struggle within ourselves, let alone the outside world, to make creativity come to fruition. If we value, for example, acceptance, which is a common problem of people in creative work who come from families where there was not that quality that we talked about the first night of an acceptance that runs so deep that it is a premise of one's being. One still wants to be acknowledged by one's family, by the other children. One still wants to be dealt in. And when it comes to creative experience, then, the reaction of the other is important to us. And if we get that reaction, it makes us feel good. And if we don't get that reaction, we stand with our work without much feeling for it. And that problem is further accentuated in people who are strongly involved in creative work, in that it's so exhausting. It uses so much of you that at the end of creative experience, there's nothing left with which to be pleased with your experience. From within yourself, you lack the energy. So you look to the audience, to the others, for the designation of value. Your exhaustion, your creative depression demands it. And if you value that acknowledgement, it makes for an anxiety, a pressure. And when that acknowledgement does not come, as often happens in this time, when taste is so superficial, trippy, and the deeper the creative work, then one is in real trouble with oneself, doing that kind of hard labor against the possibility of rejection, judgment, the critic's view, someone laughing at your poem, the ridicule that many of us learned games and trips and manipulations 20 years ago to avoid. We live well protected, with low visibility to those early experiences of humiliation, and creativity takes us right back to them. And if we value that humiliation and its flip side, praise adoration. You're the fairest of them all. You're the best student. You're the most important one. You're the best. You're the best that ever was, with lurking right behind that shame and horror and being nothing, the murder of the child's innocent look at my painting. So if you carry that, it's very difficult to be consistently creative. If you value security, creativity is very difficult. Creativity is dangerous. Creativity strips you of protection as a way of life and as an action. It is a reckless thing. It is a plunging thing, a leaping thing in the Kierkegaard sense of that. One does not know what one will be tomorrow. And creativity takes one to that place intrinsically. There's no end to it. You don't top out. It deepens and deepens and deepens. One has at best, as I talked about last week, sensings of where that deepening goes, but you can't see it. And if one values safeness, if one has been taught in some ghetto mentality to live within the garden walls so that the outside world cannot break in and injure, if it is a pogrom existence and mind that waits for violence in some overwhelming way, if one is safe, has been taught safety with money, safety with feeling, if one wants, because one was neglected and abused as a child, a feeling of safeness emotionally, all of those things become difficult when it comes to that raw cutting edge of creative experience, because it's not safe. And in that sense, it not only doesn't please you to be creative, it frightens you. And that fear becomes an intrinsic part of your creative experience, always confronting the deprivation of the value and choosing to go ahead again. Love requires that, which is the greatest of creative actions, constantly demands that one leave the safeness behind and join hands in some new place. So then, one aspect of value is the experience of it, the pleasure of it, which is either helpful or is our foe, either makes it easier or harder, both within us, in terms of the consistency of our values and the relation between that conflict and what's going on in the values in the outer world. Another dimension of value is value as a plan, value as a contrivance for one's living, namely, taking that pleasure and putting it out in front of you as a style, as a basis of choice, seeking that value, seeking that pleasure as a conscious intent. And that concept of living really defines most persons. And it defines, and it is the major foe of creative persons and movements, where one takes, for example, the value of being noticed and found valuable. And one translates it into a plan of that, namely a life of pride, where I seek to have my pride flattered, never hurt, never humiliated, never embarrassed. Where I seek beyond hedonism, namely the enjoyment of what pleases me, where I seek to maximize those pleasures as a plan and a manipulation in the form of greed. I want pleasure. I want food. I want. And I seek it in what I do. It's what I see, how I see whatever is happening to me. It's how the persons in my experience are relevant, whether they can give me that or not. And value in that sense is a friend of manipulation, of narrowing and restricting experience, and becomes then, by definition, anti-creative, anti-love. Creativity being an open, vulnerable process. So that while value, as many things in living, may be, if one can hold it and accept it, even if it's antithetical to your creativity, if one can simply hold it, know it consciously, and not kid oneself about it, value can be, even if it's in opposition, an incitement to one's living, a turn-on, a setting for your battles, your wars with yourself. Value then in that innocent state can be of value in the creative experience. That value and asserts it, one is in a very different place with value. And one then is consistently violating experience in that you make it what it isn't. You don't feel what's happening because you only feel what pleases your value. And you're only hurt by what goes against it. You don't see, you don't notice, you are a blind person, and the natural processes of even your internal psychodynamics, your Oedipal dramas, the issues that you're working out in your family, in your karma, are all violated in that you live a natural life. You twist those energies and feeling to the purposes of a value. Now, what happens when one does this, and this begins to get us into an understanding of the problems of the creative person who is proud in the ways I'm doing this, or when creativity is dealing with pride or greed. When you set up inevitably run into disappointment even more than there is, so that one is compulsively hurt in a life of directed value. The proud person is compulsively, consistently hurt
And that hurt deepens with time until the injury is at the deepest level. The pleasure is there, but the proud person after 30 or 40 years is a deeply injured person. And that injury is so deep that it feeds the process itself, makes the need for the satisfaction of pride even greater, which escalates the value of the pleasure, which makes the disappointment hurt all that much more. And before you know it, you have a person in that dynamic who is caught up in a compulsive sadomasochistic drama. The dealing with people then becomes not then a coercion and a forcing and a pressuring. It becomes cruel and mean, abusive, torturing. And within the person, there is the same treatment to the self in the dynamic of masochism, the injury and abuse of myself to get myself, to get to the pleasures of my pride. So you have persons in cycles injuring other persons and themselves at the deepest level, which then leads to the bitter person. The bitter person is that proud person or other kind of value-directed, a greedy person who has lived in that life long enough that there is now torturing and injury taking place in the dynamic of that value process. And bitterness, which characterizes most proud people, especially that are older, that have lived some experience, and especially institutionalized pride and greed, which is what the community presents to us, is inevitably bitter. And bitterness is one of the most difficult emotions to ever get out of, because the injuries are so many that it is almost impossible for the bitter person to even get a perspective on the depth of the bitterness and the blindness of it, let alone heal it. So that most bitter persons are condemned to their bitterness. And when that bitterness becomes a part of the creative world, one has a tremendous problem with being open, with learning, with motivation that is involved in the learning of new skill and labor in creative expression, because one is constantly injured in that process at the deepest level, resents experience, resents the trying, resents the difficulty of it, resents the inevitable disappointments in it, resents the plateaus in them, not just resentful, but embittered about it, so that creativity creative persons with this casting pearls problem is, I am gifted, I have talent, I have once done great things, and I hate the world so much, and I hate people so much, and I hate myself so much that I just can't do it. And yet I can't stand not to do it.
Now, when we are dealing with with persons living from values, and we are being creative, which is often the dilemma of the creative person, the loving person, when you are dealing with community-wide pride, bitterness, the 7 deadly sins, when you deal with that, you are up against a totally unresponsive, a relentless process, and by definition, a sadistic process. So that your vulnerability then demands that you show yourself to embittered persons. And that guarantees that when the work is not, the labor, the gesture is not felt, it's not just not seen or ignored, but when the rejection comes, it will cut us to the heart. Embittered people are killers, murderers of feeling and spirit. If you have a feeling as an artist and a creative person, which many do, that you can heal bitterness, that the bitter person, if loved long enough and blinded by enough beauty, will feel again, see again, love again. Your mythology makes you rush into that sadism unprotected and foolishly to be battered to exhaustion, only to feel an impotence that is true and a sensing that all that one has done is for naught. And no matter how much more I do, which brings you finally to the question, which again we will talk about later in the course, of what is the value of beauty and love if it can't heal bitterness and pride and greed, if it can't still the agitation of that? What is it? Is the song of Orpheus really that sweet? Or is it a lie? Is it fraudulent? So that the problem for creativity, when we struggle against value as living in other persons, is that we find ourselves in a wearying and potentially cruelly punishing labor, especially if we are not smart about that. Okay, now let's take this general understanding and focus this discussion a little bit and talk about power and money, two strong values in this community in these days. I will understand power not as the iridescence of beauty and love, not as that ability, as Eastern mysticism describes, to warm the hearts of people from the dynamic of what one understands and what one feels, but understand power to be the ability to get people to do things that they don't want to do. The power world, which is basically the world that controls creativity in the arts is basically a whole pecking order of persons and persons in alliance that trade their way or barter their way into the power game by doing things that they don't want to do, often which do great violation to them. And in exchange for that, get a right to get what they don't want to do. So that one brokers, in the spirit of the modern notion of the power brokers running music industry, or however you want to speak about, one brokers for this leverage. There is no end to it. There is only the acquisition of more power, and there is always someone with more. And once one has been in the game for a while, there are persons with less. And then there are those persons at your level of power that often define the world within which you do your power trips that you compete with, where you compete with each other to rip off the people who have less power and no power, while you are being ripped off by the people who have more power. And that is the power game. It, too, is a world that becomes compulsive and blinding, sadomasochistic, and in that sense, deeply cruel and torturous. Many very powerful persons are really butchers, murderers, in the true sense of that word. Not necessarily always a body, although that's true too, because anything goes in the power game, but murderers of spirit and feeling and personality. Many many power figures that have vast amounts of power are so murderous, are really unaware of their of the murders that take place at their hand, gesture, and choice, which is part of what makes power so terrifying. What is the kill count? What's the body count? How many people do we need to let go in St. Louis based on the projection of earnings on the computer plan? So that I murder without knowing the person and have no feeling of it, no concept of what I do. People that I know that are wise about the world of power say that there are very few persons, if ever, who once they join the power game ever get out. People take vacations, say they will retire, say that 3 empires are enough, and the need comes back again. So that power is a relentless thing. Creativity these days has a tremendous problem with power, and part of it is the alliance of power with money. For example, in this town, right at this time,
guilds of artists are losing their rights to major studios and networks simply because they're dealing with people who don't care and who have enough money to outspend them with lawyers. The power figures have endless legal resources, and as Alan Price says in his song in O Lucky Man, money buys you justice. Who could afford to spend $1 million against a small guild to harass them to the place of compromise, to harass them until the debt is so great that they have to say, "Uncle, you can win." And time is on your side, and money is on your side, and power is on your side. Creativity is not seen by power. Power relates creativity to market and power. It puts those two things together. And creative persons, in order to make a living, in order to have their work seen, heard, inevitably find themselves dealing at some place with the power structures. Sometimes powerful persons seem human, seem to respond to creative work, shed tears, feel emotion, feel enthusiastic, feel the things that people seem to feel. But when power touches creativity, in the moment that it's in the hands of a powerful person, it becomes something else. Creativity, like a vulnerable person, shrinks from what is alien. The spirit leaves the body. The spirit, the dynamic, the heart of the creativity is gone. And then the creativity is presented as form, but the artist is laid back. The creative person is hurt and disappointed, spaced out. It is not the same until after, it is not the same after power touched it. Power defines the making of livings. And the kind of bargain that many creative persons get into, writers, songwriters, a temptation for artists, marketability in love, is that I will give something to the power persons. I will give them what they want. I will let them touch me and drain my blood and take the form of 90% of my beauty. But I will write my own private screenplay. I'll give them their 3-minute hit, but I'll write that song that runs for 5.5 minutes, that isn't commercial, that's an FM play, that is the song that I always wanted. We make a deal with power, thinking that we cannot be touched by it, and that we can sustain then that creative urge in a secret place. We wear ourselves out in our dealings with power, often find ourselves then a part of the power game,
that secret script now seems out of the times, silly, adolescent, not what I really wanted to do anyway. Goes in the file. Somehow the music that we really want to play becomes idealistic, old-fashioned, corny. We are embarrassed by our beauty. We talk about doing it, and we don't do it. And what we do is power. Feeding power, giving power what it wants, and perhaps becoming powerful. And that is not rewarded fairly. A little bit about money. Money is a really hot value right now. And I mean money in a particular sense. Not money as closely related to hedonism as we usually understand it, namely money as a way to buy pleasure. Not even money in a saving, safe sense of it, but money as hysteria. It has a lot to do with what we talked about last time, in that this community has been so lied to, so manipulated by the power figures, so ripped off, that in mass people feel betrayed, bewildered, impotent, and in that hurt say, I want something from myself and I don't give a fuck how I get it. If they even say that to themselves, I just want it. I want money. And they go for money. And it isn't even a moral question how it's done or who it's gotten from. And because money now, because the relation of money to any intrinsic value, to any standard of its value, has been so eroded that, apropos of our course a year or two ago, one has fantasies about whether there's really any gold in Fort Knox at all, or that sort of thing. Because it really doesn't make any difference anyway, in terms of the attitude that people have towards money. The money is fickle, not substantial. Hence, it is a wild thing. We live in a community of speculation, of people who will buy an apartment building with no intent to own it, give a service, to relate to that as a property with rights, but simply to hold it for 6 months while you superficially change it, double the rents, and sell it for $100,000 more. And you violate the value of that property and the people that live in it in sometimes very cruel ways for money, and not necessarily money to do something with, just to make that. In the craze of the housing thing, which is off a bit, the whole idea of what people are thinking about and talking about is that my house goes up $1,000 or $2,000 every month. And I count that money. Even though the money's not real,
If I took it, I couldn't afford to pay the taxes on it. If I get another house, if this allows me to buy another house for more money, I just delay when I pay the taxes, hand the problem to my kids or whatever, make myself house poor, raise my taxes. But money, crazy money in the entertainment industry, less and less money for persons that are not marketable, no living to be made, small clubs going broke, but incredible amounts of money for the stars. Money unrelated to any standard. We see movies because they cost a lot. We see movies because a movie because it has $2 million stars. You put together a movie, you buy the stars. Bestsellers made by publishers buying books. Money defining the market, what's valuable, and where is creativity in that? How does creativity relate to that crazy, fickle, hysterical process? Well, apropos of our talk last week, sometimes crosses money and is over generously rewarded. The problem, and just as easily as that creativity can be acknowledged as something that some producers thought would make $500,000, makes 80. As quickly as that happens, the next one can fail. So there's a fickleness about the money, a fickleness about a housing market, a fickleness about a taste. What is it that can hit the top of the charts? What is that chemistry that makes for an easy listening jazz piece in 1977? What blend of different things can make that thing happen so that it becomes a jazz music? So that it's strictly chance if that money touches you, and even if it does, as you try to sustain your artistic and creative way, because the money is hysterical, to relate to it, you space out with it. I think that one of the sad things that you see just in the 10 or 15 years of the music revolution is that almost all of the art, and what has it done to them? What has it done to their songs? There are exceptions. They're thin repetitions of yesterday. It's very difficult to stay in contact with the creative fire and have millions of dollars. What does it do to you? When a hit can mean to a composer $300,000 or $400,000, what does that do to you? That notion, that craze. How do you stay related to yourself? How do you stay related to love? How do you hold that money and let beauty come forward slowly, patiently, and gently when that money leaves you as fast as it comes, when it may never come again, when composers that haven't had a hit for a year are not noticed, not wanted, not called back. You got to be writing hits to stay in the flow of buck. And even at that, because it's fickle, it may elude you. So that, and yet, inflation crunches the artist. Many artistic endeavors, instead of having an escalating response to their value, are being deprived of value. Teachers, many persons in the arts are dramatically underpaid in a world where everybody's got to hustle more than we did last year to not fall further behind. And yet there is this tremendous money thing waiting, tempting, seductive, elusive. Do I work at something? It used to be that an artist could teach part-time in order to work seriously half-time and keep a consistent body of work going. You can't live on working half-time now. So what does the artist do? Work full-time, come home too tired, promise I'll take a summer off, promise I'll take a break to work on that thing, and I can't do it because I got to make a living. Money and temptation. Okay, let's take about 10 minutes, then we'll talk some more. What I would say about that, the question is not the process of creating power, a creative process. I would say that that I think it's a form of creativity in the sense of manipulative. But what I would say about it is that I don't think it's pure creativity. I think that it's creativity in the service of something. I think that all things, love, all things can serve evil masters. And I think that you can align, you can use your creativity in the power game, but that creativity will have a different character to it than creativity that relates to vulnerability, freedom, and non-coercion.
And to take that one step further, you see, that's the conclusion you were coming to.
It's not that I'm chicken, it's just that my thoughts are not formulated about that. A running philosophical talk that I have with a young friend of mine who's a very bright and articulate Marxist is around that question. Can you do you take human nature as a given, as I do, and find the Band-Aids generation after generation, or in the interests of really helping people, do you exert a lot of power in a well-meaning way to change economic or whatever circumstances? And I don't have the poop at this time in my life to figure that one out. I think most of my, obviously my work is with individual persons up against power in its evil, selfish aspects, and I don't have much dealing or much wisdom about power in that sense. It's an interesting question, though. Yes?
Oh, you spoke.
hot artists who sell their work sight unseen. I mean, it's just, you buy it in advance, lithographs or whatever it is that you spend a lot of money for. In other words, you're not giving them money in response to a feeling you have. You buy it because it's a whatever, and it's going to be worth 3 times that in 5 years. So, I mean, that experience is directly what you've been told to do by the power figures. I mean, those are artists in the power game, making hysterical bucks. So, I mean, what I would say to that is that I indeed, the community are just sheep, programmed to do, go buy gas, whatever it is. I mean, we're programmed to do whatever they tell us to do without really too much thought on our parts. And I really believe that whole scenario is directed by, sort of at the end of it, international corporations who run the world. And sort of decide about what history's going to be and stage it for us and all that kind of thinking. I don't want to go into it too much, but I indeed think that we are just walking down tunnels that they dig for us and saying, wow, this is a better life than the others have, or whatever it is, And obviously the person who has worked at articulating taste and feeling is a different person. But I think that the popular music, art, creative market is programmed by power. Yes. I think that you're partly talking about aesthetic questions there, which I'll pass on. What I would say relative to what we're talking about here is that I think that power is at an all-time high. I think the world has always been run by power, but I think that the instruments of power and the wisdom of power is at an all-time high. I just think it's wider spread, wiser, more articulated, more scientifically based. More people are involved in it. To that, I think that often creativity is really the original creativity is often outside the power game. That the really highly innovative musicians often are on small labels, if they get a label at all. On and on. Projecting solutions that are relevant to the community's problems ahead of the community's abilities to recognize it, but in that specifically that it's irrelevant to power. In other words, the power game has no use for that person, which has to do with why they're not acknowledged. Yes?
Well, the question is,
Talk about this as Skinner's Beyond Freedom and Dignity. Look at the mess of human nature, and you say, do you just let the mess go on, assert freedom, assert the right of persons in the mess to dig their way out of it, find a niche of freedom in it, but don't violate their choice? Or do you franchise persons to look at the mess and impose something on it that gives it an order that may lead to a different mess or less of a mess with perhaps different qualities in it than what we associate with as freedom. And it's difficult. I mean, in education everywhere, there's that problem. Something that I'm sort of fond of thinking about over the years is an argument I had once, a sort of playful argument with Peter Marin, who sort of felt like I'm putting Band-Aids on people in the mess. I mean, let's figure out a better way to do it, sort of loving community or something like that, and set it up and do it, instead of helping injured ones in the karma. Now, if you exert power, you violate freedom and dignity. A Marxist would say that's worth it. In the long run, you will create a state of affairs that is better for everybody.
Hitler tried that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I'm not saying I dig it. I'm saying that it's an honest philosophical question. I mean, leave out politics and leave out whatever the solution is. Can you help people by getting them to do things that they don't want to do to get to a place where maybe they can better do for themselves? Or, as a Marxist would say, do you assert freedom, which simply gives the capitalists and the power figures license to reign? And herded by a few persons who are exploiting you. So I'm not trying to argue that point. I mean, it's difficult. My own personal relation to power is that I don't use it. Either in psychotherapy, where I consider it an invasion of the dignity and privacy of the person. I don't heal people by projecting my power, which is a sort of voguish thing to do these days. I don't do that in my teaching, and I don't do it in my family, and I don't do it with my children. I don't violate them with power. I mean, I consider power a violation of the way people's lives unfold. Yes? People don't. And which is hence the problem of this course, that many creative people don't feel as you do. I would say this, that I think that we still have, there's still some old hippies around, in the sense that I think that in the 60s we created some space for individuality. And I think that even though those times have changed and that the society has come down on some of that, there's still a lot of style that can go under this hysterical blanket and pass. In other words, people can do a lot of different things. I'm not sure that it would be as effective in changing things as you speak of. But I think there are all kinds of lifestyles that people can have and do what they want to do. The question comes when they find themselves up against that society and what happens to them. I mean, obviously, I think that what my teaching is in general about is finding a niche or a crack and making it in that. And I think it's certainly possible. Yes. Sort of some later lectures will deal with that, I think. but I'll just make this comment. Loneliness is really hard. And I think loneliness has a lot of ingredients in it, not just the hurts. It's the isolation of the work. It's when you're an evolving person and you refine yourself out of relation to almost everything. And in that place, the momentum, the size and shape of one's own creative experience is so much larger than the threads that connect you to the world. And it's in that kind of thing that loneliness comes. And I don't think it has to be that way, but I think many creative people, in other words, I think that some creative people stay in relation to the world more than that. But many people are private, and that private world evolves, and they're really out in space somewhere.
You might say that it's another world.
That notion of, in that lonely space, when you're being the clown that you are, or however you call whatever you call your creative thing, that your experience with other people isn't really what it is, but it's what you bring to it, your mythology, your play, and that can hold to a point. But when you're too stretched out from the world, people get into incredible trouble with loneliness. And one of the things that can come from that is really a creative blocking. In other words, I won't let myself go out any farther than I have because I can't bear how alienated I already am. So I work that out by not getting any new ideas or postponing, or all the endless artistic problems that people get into in handling that thing. It even gets into a question of sanity. Lots of artists have so stretched their relation with the world that they're really on the verge of a psychotic type of experience, which is central to high levels of creativity anyway. But you can lose your mind or lose your relation to the world if you float too far out. In other words, there's not just a loneliness, but a really terrifying anxiety that has to do with, like, what's going on. You know, that kind of feeling. So the loneliness is a real problem. Yes. As I said, I really have to pass on those questions. I mean, I don't... it doesn't interest me very much. I mean, it's kind of a philosophical thing. And personally, where I'm at is trying to understand people dealing with it. And what I would say is that apart from the issue of that kind of question, it can be helpful to understand certain things about power to deal with it. Now, what's behind your question about that, or say more? Well, my family's doing pretty good. My son's in a school that doesn't have a power structure. Now, I would say this. It's again, I mean, that's where the interesting philosophical question comes in. It's like, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? I think that there are certain, this is what I think at this time in my life, I think there are certain children that can work with freedom, given the parents they've got. In other words, that can work without power and evolve. And I think that there are children with the parents that they've got that need to be told what to do. and what those children would do and what those adults would do in a world where they're not told what to do, I don't know. I am myself an elitist in the sense that I don't believe that everybody's the same and that everybody tries and everybody can function at a high level. I think that there are an awful lot of followers, people that don't think, people that were they're either not gifted in birth or were so battered down that they really have to be told what to do. And it's only an issue of who's going to tell them and what they're going to be told. And I don't know what to do with those persons. Now, that's the place where I'm begging these questions here, that my life is not concerned with those people directly. I don't deal with those kinds of people in therapy, and I'm not a policy maker in that sense. I'm not on a school board and wouldn't be. It's like I wouldn't know what to say. I know what to say for a certain kind of person in terms of their living. But I don't know how to apply that to, and it doesn't interest me, to that kind of question you're talking about. Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's a good question and a complicated one. Well, the question was that he's a creative person who can't stop doing what he does, and how do you know that that's not a compulsion or an obsession then?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, I think that it in terms of levels of dealing with the question, I think that at one level you could say that. So that's not a bad problem to have compared to some of the ones that we're going to talk about here in this course, you know. But it's very important to understand creativity if it's obsessional like that, because obsessive creativity can really take you away from yourself. It can injure you, it can kill you, it can destroy you. It can distort your character, distort your relations with persons. I'm not a very good person at how do you make those decisions. Most people, I suppose, who would really be obsessively doing it would not really know that they were doing it, which would be the definition of the obsession, and would probably answer the question, am I? No. But are. You know, I suppose that you could say things like, are you able to reasonably take care of yourself? I mean, I think that one of the sort of things that I try to talk about in relation to creativity is creativity as a life, of putting down a body of work, of doing it for 40 or 50 years, as opposed to the shooting star blowout type, burnout type thing, which seems natural to me. I think that the burnout is often fed by sadism, masochism, self-hurting, rage, channeled through creativity. Creativity, again, apropos of this question about power, in the service of rage, an Oedipal thing or something like that. And I think that in that kind of situation you would see a person who doesn't know how to take care of him or herself, who lives on reserves, who doesn't have other things in one's life than the creativity. So that I suppose there are some things that you could use to recognize it. It's certainly easy, if you have no value conflicts holding it back, to get into that bind of being compulsively loving or creative. To not make a choice, but to become what you do. That would get into a general discussion of Jung's ideas about possession. There are many qualities in life that can possess us, in the sense that we're no longer choosing and we're carried along by the momentum of something in such a blind way that we can't see it. And that's a really easy thing to fall into if you're a hurt person, which many creative people are, lonely, is that you keep doing with ever more momentum that thing that doesn't fight you. But somehow in doing that you cut yourself off from conflict and avoid conflict in an ever more rarefied space of your own making. Those are some thoughts about that. Yes, over on the side there. Yeah. Just what you're talking about there is, I'm going to give you a very simple answer to that one, but one could say again a lot about it. The crucial issue in experimental education in the 60s was, do we make idealized worlds where the kids raised in them and the people who live in them fall apart when they deal with the world? And most of those experiments failed on that dimension. Now my concept of a creative school or home, or I hate that phrase, throw it out. My concept of this is freedom, but consistent conflict. I mean, when you have free people living together, you're always in conflict. Conflict is the life. And so that it's not that these children are floating around on the ceiling, they're in more conflict than the kids in the public schools would be. They're being beaten down by authority or something like that. They're constantly in conflict. But they have experience with conflict, they value it, and they get conscious about it. So if you learn conflict with relating persons, then you're equipped, really equipped, when you start running into people who don't relate to you, to really know the shape of a life of conflict and to make those choices and find your relation to them. So I'm not trying to convey any kind of a notion of protectionism, which is what some of those ideal atmosphere educational ideas were. I'm talking about like blood and guts conflict with people who care and love as a preparation for a world that doesn't. About one more and I've had it. Yes, in the back there, it's different. There could be some things in common, but I'm really talking there about a person who is not a selfish person, really doesn't have any feelings for anybody from the start. Values, you could have a person with empathy whose empathy would really be destroyed by a value like greed or pride, where and maybe down the road dealing with a selfish person and a greedy person or a vindictive, proud person has a lot in common, but they're different folks. Now, that's an important distinction to make, in the winter course I'm going to talk a lot about this, because proud persons often have amazing dramas going on in their lives with people trying to change them, waiting for their pride to be broken, waiting for them to get human again, waiting for them to soften, waiting for them to smile, waiting for them to have that warm look in their eye, because one senses, often rightly, that there's a human being under there, or once was, or something. Except that we, like countless persons, are wasting their lives trying to reach this kind of person on the basis of that sensing, when people who are heavily into pride, unless they intend to change it, ain't going to change, and are, despite whatever humanity is under it, are compelled to lead from their pride. So that even if you catch them in moments and you short-circuit them, give them a real whammy that they didn't expect with love or something, the pride reestablishes itself immediately because there's so much hurt behind it. So that in that sense, it's not the same as selfishness. There is an enormous... See, in a proud person's life, put it this way, in a person who doesn't live from pride, there are circumstances that happen occasionally where we get pride or lose it. But it isn't going on all the time. In a proud person's life, every moment it's an issue of pride or embarrassment. So that if I'm embarrassed or humiliated or shunned or ignored, even if it's not what's going on, I'm hurt nonetheless. So I'm always hurt, because no one's pride works consistently, and there's always someone prouder or more power or whatever. So there's always someone to envy. Even if our own personal space is intact, we can see someone else who's getting more. And so we're hurt. And that hurt gets so deep and has such a history that it is in essence unchangeable, unhealable, unless that person, and not because other people do a lot for them, unless that person, cold turkey, gets into the problem of bitterness and sorts it out. Now, that's a tremendously interesting problem. Again, later courses will talk about that. You can't heal bitter people by reassuring them one for one. That's interesting. In many therapeutic approaches, you try to heal lacks by giving. All you do when you do that with bitterness is deepen the bitterness. Because if you give me something, you remind me of all the times I haven't been given to, or whatever it is. So that what you wind up doing with embittered people is really not catering to their bitterness, treating them fair, which hurts their feelings, because they expect more than fairness, and you put them up against their bitterness consciously as an experience. And while treating them fair and articulating the embittered history and experience. And in rare circumstances, some bitter people become open and give up the privileges of hurt. It is rare that they do, with the best of love and the best of therapy. So that in that sense they are different from selfish persons. There's more of a sort of an action in bitterness than there is in selfishness. Selfishness is boring. Okay, I'll see you next week. the context for this, for how this dream came to me, is that this last weekend I was teaching at Santa Barbara and speaking about much of the same material that we've been dealing with the last couple weeks on the sort of nature of the times. And the way the teaching thing was set up, there was a Friday night meeting and then a Saturday morning meeting, and in the night between, I had this dream, which made it so that I had about 4 hours sleep, because once I had the damn thing, I just stayed up and thought about it, which is why I'm worn out tonight. The interesting thing about this kind of dream is that it relates to a tradition of healing that is associated with the Greeks in a healing procedure that they called incubation. And at temples like Epidaurus, it was said that persons came with ills, psychosomatic complaints, and told their symptoms, their story, to the priest or priestess, and then went into the temple and slept there during the night, and the priest or priestess would sleep outside the door, and in the morning they would compare their visions, hallucinations, and dreams, and by them understand the nature of the illness. In one of the more dramatic forms of these rituals, which I always found kind of super interesting, is that people did not just sleep inside a temple, but were lowered into a pit inside the temple, totally wrapped so that they couldn't move or get away. And down in the pit, where it was completely dark, would be all manner of spiders, snakes, and rodents that would crawl over them all through the night. In other words, it was in truth an acting out of an excursion, a voyage into the depth of the unconscious. And again, in those rituals, in the terror and hallucination and vision of that kind of experience, often the unconscious, the wisdom within oneself, would throw up a vision that would help one understand what was going on. And the truth of those kinds of things is that for many of us, it takes that kind of up againstness to really get past our ignorance, our pride, our refusal to see, to take the scales from our eyes. So up in Santa Barbara, I incubated a dream that was clearly related to what I was talking about. And when I was teaching the dream, it was very clear to me that I had to tell it to you, because we have been trying to understand the same thing. And the dream really says in a visual way, perhaps even a lot better than I could say analytically and descriptively, what's wrong and in what atmosphere we're trying to deal with the issue of creativity and hurt. So I'll tell you the dream, give you a little context for how I understand the dream, and then go on with what we're going to talk about this evening, and perhaps in the discussion it'll percolate a little in you.
The dream is set at the sea, and I am out on a very strong concrete pier going out into the sea. And I'm out there with a woman and an older man and an older woman. Jungians would go crazy with this dream. Foursomes and all that shit. Anyway. So anyway, the four of us are out there, and it's a very beautiful day. And all of a sudden, the sea grows disturbed. And the nature of the disturbance, which is very important, because almost all dreams of disturbances of sea that I've had myself personally and that I have heard are of the form of tidal waves, where there is a huge wave that comes and washes everybody away or chases everyone, or but it has an order to it. This disturbance in the sea was not like that. It was just suddenly the sea was just thrashing about over on the right. Suddenly the ocean shot up about 7 feet over the side of the pier, and I don't mean spray, I mean a surge of sea. And then over here, and it wasn't that it was moving, it was just stirred up all over the place. So, as is my role always, seemingly, I have to lead everybody off the pier, and so I'm trying to get the old man and the old woman and my friend sort of off the pier. And as we're getting off the pier, because it really the ocean really threatens to wash everyone off the pier that's there. There are many people fishing there, including myself. As I go to leave, over on the left, we see a man standing by the side of the pier, and the sea surges up and throws him up about 7 or 8 feet, and he comes down right where he had been standing on the railing of the pier. And it's very clear in the dream that he's not going to fall over. In other words, even though this violent thing has happened, the sea has placed him back again exactly where he was, and with a stability so that he won't fall. We go a little further, getting off the pier onto the land, and we pass by almost everyone on the pier who had been fishing, and they were having the following dilemma. There was a whole group of them, maybe 20, and all their lines were caught and tangled around a boiler that they had brought up from the sea, a small boiler like you would see in a boiler room, but this one was like maybe 6 feet long, maybe 2 or 3 feet around. And for those Jungians in the crowd that are ready to go crazy with what's in the boiler, it's very, because often in dreams like this, there's a golden person or something like that inside, the symbol of the self. It's very clear in this dream that this boiler isn't valuable. It's not like it's 8,000 years old and all encrusted and, whatever that is. It's about 4 or 5 years old, and it's got a little bit of junk on it, and it's clear that there's nothing inside. That what it's like is a heavy form of the old shoe that these fishermen have all gotten their lines stuck on. And my first thought when I see all these people standing around it with their lines on it and tangled is, why don't you cut your lines so that you can just fish again? And no one thinks of that. And in fact, what they all do is that they all are trying to get coordinated together so that they can pick this thing up, take it over to the rail, and dump it back in the ocean, and only when it's back in the ocean would their lines be free so they could fish again. I take the people back to the end of the pier, and I go back out, and I know that I have a fishing line out, and that even though the sea is wild still, I know that I will go out and fish in that wild sea. Okay, so I'll tell you some of my thoughts about that. First, I think to go back to this theme of the tidal wave, very often in dreams, disturbances in the sea or waters or whatever seem to be related to surges of feeling, a change in some unconscious dynamic or resistance in a person, so that a feeling is rushing forward, sadness, loneliness, rage. And a dream, like a tidal wave dream, often foreshadows this kind of change or anticipates it. And in persons that have very little ego, very little consciousness with which to meet powerful emotion, the nature of tidal wave dreams is that usually they run like crazy, and the tidal wave still gets them and carries them inland. In other words, they're at the mercy of the wave in some kind of way. Then as you watch people's personality and character get stronger, the wave comes, and there's a little island that they have to stand on, and the surge all goes around them, and it's not like it's a big strong place in which you go like that, but on this little postage stamp you've got some kind of footing while everybody else drowns. Or you have a boat or an ark or whatever it is. In other words, some place, and then as one grows stronger, there is more and more of a stability in relation to these kinds of surges. So I think that what the dream says in part is that there is a possibility in the wildness of these times and the hysteria of them to have personality and a stance that is rock hard in relation to it. In other words, it's not that one is condemned to impotence. One can have structures. Interesting thing in the dream is, of course, that the character, the sea, is not but what we've been talking about, namely, it's chaotic. A surge of here and there, and you never come from. It's not that you can see the wave coming, and Morgan has described to me that if we ever have an earthquake, it ain't what our fantasies are like. We got 30 minutes to take care of things. I mean, it's all predictable how it happens. This isn't like that. It's suddenly 3 feet of water could wash over the pier from the left, but not from the right. And those are the nature, characteristics of the times. An hysterical ocean and unconscious, without order, without history, fickle, wild, powerful, can be met. The people fishing. My first associations to that were that it was a perfect description of the kind of soul and psychological searching that is taking place these days, which is apropos of our talk a couple of weeks ago. Namely, that instead of people finding their labor in an open confrontation with this hysterical, frightened, power-driven atmosphere that we live in, and making that one's pressure cooker, following Jung's motif of personality experience as alchemical, that we put ourselves inside of a pot and cook ourselves, and that's how transformation takes place. And when you're an open person, you bring the ingredients of your personality plus your intent and values and passion to an open situation, and somehow in that, if one does not leak impulsively or whatever, in that place, one is cooked into maturity, cooked into the development of oneself. However, what these folks were doing is that they were hung up on a little 6-foot boiler. And what I take that to mean is a beautiful symbol of the narcissism of most approaches to getting yourself together now, namely that in the face of hysteria, fear, and incredible expressions of power, what we do and are counseled to do, hotbox to do, greenhouse to do, is to simplify our world, to get inside of our narcissism, or inside the world of the other 300 people that are going through it in the weekend, or whatever it is, and that becomes our reality. That's the place where we find ourselves, and as an extension of that later, in that community of persons, so that we learn how to get ours, we learn how to get it, we learn how to feel transcendence, freedom, unhung up in a fucked situation that ostensibly we're not dealing with. In other words, we learn to get off without dealing with things, from encapsulating our situation. And again, the power of those kinds of things is that much of the encapsulation will touch our real conflicts, say all the same words that an open psychology and an open conflict approach would have, but it's taking place in a circumscribed, limited, controlled way, so that the things that happen inside of it are going to be characteristically different in their value and dynamics than dealing with the sea straight would be. One of the people at the Hearing the Dream at Santa Barbara said, I thought very interestingly, that it's terrifying, that part of it where I'm saying, why don't you just cut your line so you can fish? What that has to do with is much of the history of understanding dreams seems to say that when people are fishing in dreams, it means that the person is really ready to bring up something from the unconscious, from the depths of themselves, that they are ready to give form to. And there are many amazing metaphors of that, and myths about that, and paintings about that have to do with bringing up the treasures from the deep that are often in the form of the fish. And when people are ready to deal with things, ready to grow, ready to face something, you often see that. And it ranges all the way from very delicate, tropical kinds of exotic fish to amazing confrontations with rage in the form of sharks and man-eaters and monsters from the deep that you're catching with your little bass rod. And anyway, it's a very interesting motif. But what my reaction in this dream is that these people are not really fishing. They're hung up on the cylinder. And in saying, why does anybody cut their line? Anyway, the response of this person up at Santa Barbara was how terrifying it is that many people could stand around and not be thinking. In other words, that there is a stupidity and unthinking that is in this narcissism, which is exactly what I would say about it, or would certainly equate with Peter Marin's criticisms of it. That they can't be free to fish until they get this damn thing back in the sea, and they're all falling over each other to get it back there. And it's not that it's a valuable thing. It's 5 or 6 years old, which is worth some thought about. Where were pop psychologies born, et cetera, et cetera. And then the end of the dream, another part of the dream, this experience of seeing this man thrust on the wave of that emotion and hysteria, but coming back to the same place, which I think again speaks to the possibilities of one being openly affected by what is going on, but the art being, how can one return to one's firm, hard place? And finally, the thought that I would go back to fish, that fishing is possible, and that there is in this hysterical, superficial, fluff, unrelated sea, treasure to be caught nonetheless. Okay. I want to try to start talking a little bit tonight, and for the next 3 weeks, about how people, children, develop the dilemma of casting pearls. And one could talk about many kinds of persons, and I thought that I would start our understanding tonight by talking about 3 kinds, and their experience of how this dilemma begins, keeping in mind the crucial dimensions of the experience of hurt, the presence of pride, by which we will understand in this course not so much pride as self-confidence and self-feeling, but pride as image, pride as picture, pride as I know what I am, or you don't do that to me, or that doesn't happen to people like me. Pride as image, with the stubbornness of the lack of flexibility of intolerance of image. And it's not that we're talking about exclusively, but more that than pride as feeling natural fruit of successful or enduring experience. The ingredients are hurt, pride, and creativity in its expression. So let's talk about 3 kinds of persons. The first one I want to talk about is a kind of child, and in the case of each one of these descriptions, it fits not only a kind of child, but it also fits a person who has been sleeping in ignorance and unconsciousness, who, for whatever reason, crisis or what, comes to consciousness and often begins not at 5 or 6 or 9 or 12 as the child experience I'm going to be articulating starts, but often starts this development toward creative blocking in the 20s, 30s, 40s, as if they were starting all over again with an openness to aspects of themselves that mimics what children go through and has many of the same developmental patterns. So this analysis that I'm going to give you tonight would not just fit a child, but it could fit your experience, your very recent experience, or someone that you know, in that kind of person or yourself is just beginning a life in which you know you have creativity and you know of yourself as a person and maybe have never known that. So you are experiencing yourself in relation to people differently than you ever have, and they are experiencing you that way. So you would pass through those same things and many of those same developmental experiences that a child would who knew of her or his creativity at an early age, and maybe not as much consciously as just being it. But many of us who are creative didn't know it. We were average. We were asleep. We were like the others. And through crisis or pain or something, we come on to ourselves. As Henry Miller's story, Smile at the Foot of the Ladder, says that the clown came on his beauty at very much a later time in his life by accident. He stumbled on it. And that is the beginning then of an experience of other people that is uniquely different. And the beginnings then have some of these characteristic experiences and conflicts that I'm going to start talking about tonight. The first kind of child I want to talk about is the child that has a pride, that has been taught a pride by parents, a tradition, that has creativity, has the spark, has talent, has something. And in addition to that, has an aggressiveness. So that this child has not been backed down by other children, is not fundamentally afraid of them, can exert himself or herself with them, physically, socially, so that in the initial crunches from the peers, this child puts together talent, pride, and this aggressiveness to make one hell of a beginning. And some children are like that. And some children who are like that kill themselves at 40 for the evolution that I'm going to be describing in coming weeks. In other words, these are the kids that we all envied. These were the leaders. This is how we all wish we would have started, most of us, to have a pride, to have something and to know it, to not be afraid, to not be terrified, to not have wet palms, to not be afraid that you don't know what to say, to not be afraid that you're a dummy, to not be afraid that you're unattractive, to not be afraid that they don't want you, but to know that they want you. Not only that, but to know that you're the fairest, brightest, strongest, most talented, most gifted, most creative, most sought after, most wanted, most kissable, most whatever it is of them all. That super child that initially stands out everything works for him or her. There is a magic in it, a beauty in it that those of us who did not have that stand off and watch in awe. It is often the foundation of, absolutely at the core of our foundations of inadequacy that are learned in our initial school and social experience. It's like, I will never be like Tom Harold or Gene, whoever it was. And I remember that person, and they were just so much better than I was. They're so much better, I don't even know how much better they were. And I may look back years later and say, I've improved myself in this way or that way or whatever it is, but I did it all through effort, and for them it just happened. I mean, the real A people are the people that it happens naturally for, and the ones that have to try are A minuses, and it's not the same. And even if I can fool everybody else in the world, if I ever met Tom Harold, he'd know that I'd know that he'd know that I'd know that I wasn't as good as he was. And if I'm ever with a woman or a man, that if I ever saw that kind of a person, it's all over. Because no matter how good I feel about myself, those people are what my generation would call ringers, or however you want to put it. They just have something, and it's that indetectable something that the rest of us try for, copy, read magazines to see what it is, try to get clues for, behaviorize ourselves into, and it's not the same. And even when we come to feel good, that good feeling isn't the same. And these children have it. Sometimes they're not recognized immediately, but most often they are, because the combination of those things in the face of the rest of us who are ignorant, frightened, bluffing, simply assumes a power that very and sort of the probability is that that person is ushered into a power position, into a leadership position. Now, the difficulty of that person's life that has pride, creativity, and an aggressiveness is that he or she does not know yet consciously those children don't know yet consciously that they're alone. What they do is successful, it's effective, everyone wants them, but the power of their being is so different from of light or the weaker light coming back from other children that they are the magic. They're the ones that make something go. They make the play great. They make the music. They make the game dramatically successful. And the others play a part, but it's not the same part. And in the beginning, which is what tonight is about, if one comes with that kind of confidence to other children, to the world, with a pride and a momentum and an aggressiveness in that, the momentum of one's being for a while, sometimes many years, carries you through experience with the other children without really knowing who they are or what their place is or what they're doing for you, what they're giving back, and what you really mean to them. They give you honor. They give you attention. They give you awe. But do they give you love? Do they really care about you? Or do they care what you do for them? And you don't really find that out yet because you keep doing for them, because you are young in the world and young at your making magic, and the momentum of you keeps you moving. You're not working off of them. You're not working off of any notion of fairness. The world is a playground for you, and you rush headlong into it. You're not hassled much because people are afraid of you in the beginning. Your confidence and pride and your aggressiveness, in this case, make you such a package that, following the laws of people only hassle people that they can get away with hassling, you don't get hassled much. The bullies leave you alone. The kids appreciate you. You don't hear much their secret envies and backbiting because you're too busy doing what you do yet. And when you're told that it doesn't make much difference to you yet, you write it off easily because you're caught up in the momentum of you. And the ambivalence that will surround you the rest of your life. And the longer you're that kind of person, the ambivalence that will have a mounting hatred in you, a hatred of you in it, you don't see yet. Because you come through, you don't show any vulnerabilities yet, and you're not weary yet, and you're not aware enough yet of your neglect, hurt, and their uncaring of you, and most deeply, their taking for granted of you, that you are not a person to the other children. You're a figure, a god, a hero that doesn't have needs like other people. They need to be taken care of, but you don't, because you have it all. And they hate you for it. And they wait for you to fall, but you don't fall. So you get your passive, dynamically, although very active behaviorally, awe, respect, and admiration. You are the heroine and the hero. And where you're at is clear about yourself, strong with yourself, pleased with yourself, surrounded by parasites and not knowing it, neglected, uncared for, being used, but it doesn't have enough of a history yet for the feelings to become conscious yet. And briefly, you can have the same kind of child at 25, 35, a person that's been a sleeper, one of the gang, somebody average, above average, comes on a talent or ability. The fragments of pride are there. There's a surge of rage in the person, a fighting for one's life, and suddenly you have the alchemy that mimics that kind of child. A person at 25 or 30 suddenly turned on, not back down to anything, talented with the ingredients of pride. And the same things happen to that 30-year-old. People are drawn to them. Don't hassle them much because they're going to get their ass kicked if they do. Take the goodies, participate with them, give them laurels, give them bucks, fame, admiration, put them ahead of themselves, make them stars in personal and collective spheres. Give them everything, and yet give them nothing. Start to hate them. Feel ambivalent. Don't give anything. But again, the momentum of the growth obscures obscures the nature of the situation. And it will be a while before that newly born person begins to feel the weight of the groupies, personally or collectively, the parasites that are taking advantage of them, living off them, the people they are carrying with the momentum of their strength, the loneliness that goes with being very important to people and they're caring jack shit about you except what you do for them. Second kind of child. Pride, creativity, lacking the aggressiveness to meet the initial confrontation with other children. The bullies, the intimidators, the anti-Semitism, the anti-whatever it is, to meet the initial social judgments about not fitting the marketable standards at the time. You're too short, you're a little fat, you're a little pudgy, I don't like your hair is curly, it's straight, your ears are big, whatever it is. And when they meet those initial, cruelly sanctioned attitudes on the part of other children, they can't meet them despite their pride and creativity. And they are back down and afraid of other children, though gifted and though having a pride. And that's a whole other kind of a life with its developmental stages that have their counterpart again in adults who come on creativity and have a pride, but feel a fear they've never gotten past and go through their characteristic times of integrating and trying to come to terms with this fear, the hurt of other children, their pride and their gift, their talent. Now, that's a very complicated experience that these kinds of children have. The creativity, again, because they are new persons and don't have enough of a backlog of hurt to shut down their creativity, to make them turn away from the world and hide it from them yet. Their creativity is new and bursting and has a momentum, and yet it's occurring in the context of being afraid of other children, not feeling accepted by them, even feeling that children may humiliate you, embarrass you, and that isn't a problem because creativity, when expressed, tends to make a child stand out. Whether it happens academically, with a child that's gifted as a writer, gifted intellectually, precocious, stands out, or whether it's an aesthetic thing, where a child has a talent which doesn't necessarily show at school, only shows there indirectly, but is recognized outside, perhaps like in music, recognized by the adult community, or a painting talent or whatever, by the teachers, and the adults, but not by other children. So sometimes it's at school, sometimes it's outside. This kind of child can even have a place, seemingly paradoxically, have this kind of dynamic and be gifted in athletics, where you have a child with a lot of talent and skill and ability, and maybe even a pride, but is really a children, perhaps not at play, where skill is performed, but visiting with other kids or room or going to a party or is afraid doesn't know what to say, ugly, feels fat, feels too big instead of too, whatever it is, feels awkward, feels like a dumb jock or whatever it is, and is backed down with other children, but gifted in something that would seemingly give that person a lot of confidence and that other children might wish they had to master. So this ability or creativity or gift, talent, may show in many different areas, but wherever it shows, it tends in time to make that child visible to the other children, and visible in a way that this kind of child can't handle, because he or she does not have the aggressiveness to meet that ambivalent, potentially cruel battle for acceptance. And yet, in this kind of a child, there's also a pride, so that the ridicule that is inevitably brought forth from other children because they sense that this is fair game. Children can sense that you're backed down if you are, that you won't fight, that you won't defend yourself, that you'll withdraw, that you'll avoid. And those countless numbers of children that walk around with rages from shit that's come down to them and their families or whatever it is. Seeds of an ambivalent attitude toward the creativity, the gift, that's making them visible. And yet, the whole thing is doubly humiliating because this child has a pride. I am proud of myself. My parents have taught me a pride, and yet other children treat me like the opposite of what I know I'm supposed to be. I don't see how I can lift myself to claim myself for myself, the place that I know I should take and that my father and my mother and my older brother and my younger sister expect of me, my people expect of me, my neighborhood expects of me. I don't see how to do it, so I hate myself for that. And yet, I have a talent, I have an ability that I'm proud of, and I want to do it. There is a momentum in doing it, and I am often developing myself in school or out of school or on the play yard into an ever more superior person at that. And yet I'm terrified, I'm deeply hurt, and I'm the one they're looking for, and I can't do anything about it, and it can happen anytime. And what am I for that? And who are they? The same in the older kids that are 25 and 30 and 35, as I said, that come on to creativity at that age, that have some kind of a structure of pride, but that are afraid of other people and haven't mastered that fear, and are afraid to master that fear and to deal with it. The gift comes, they begin to express it and grow with it. The others who are dead at their age, the bonds that they're in, the friends that they have that were like them are not like them anymore. The ability is something that they don't have. There's a jealousy. The friends, the spouses, the lovers, the people that you work with sense that you can be torn down, and they have to tear you down to feel equal to you because they're afraid you're not. And they sense that you can be had because you can be. So they treat you like shit. Who do you think you are? Jesus Christ. You're the same old person that you used to be, extra critical of what you do, contemptuous of it, neglectful of it. It all hurts, yet you go on doing it because you feel the momentum of it, yet aware that what it is that you're developing is giving you the visibility that's bringing out the rage, and the rage that comes down on you that you can't meet hurts your pride. You feel terrible about yourself. You hate yourself. But the conflict is still all out in the open because you're still on balance, rushing ahead with the momentum of your newfound creativity, often animated and pushed by years and years of stored up energy and feeling that was never expressed. And the third child, very complicated situation, and this is one that fits many persons who have the dilemma of casting pearls. This is a child without a pride as a picture, but with a creativity and with an aggressiveness. So it's a child that does pretty well with other children, is able to meet challenges, not with an overwhelmingly strong conscious confidence or pride, just sort of does pretty well at things. Doesn't have to be super, but isn't backed down. That's the important thing that I'm trying to say to you. Maybe there's fear, but this kind of child may struggle with fear, but eventually meets it. May postpone it for a year or two, but eventually gets into it. May be afraid of the bullies, but masters it in sports. Somehow keeps extending himself or herself aggressively, and has a talent, but has no conscious pride. Now this kind of child has a really unique experience in relation to the others. It's often a child that is not so clearly the leader, not so clearly having the pride that would allow that kind of child to stand out so powerfully that everyone would clearly acknowledge them as the best. But this is a child that does unusual things. And the other children are often aware of it, but less distinctly than with the child that has all those ingredients. So the dilemma is the following. This kind of child does not have the visibility that the all systems going child has. But because of what he or she can do, they come to have very responsible positions in relation to other children. They are captains, informal leaders, etc., etc. In the sense that other children take them for granted and count on them, but don't adore them and worship them and put them on the pedestal, so that they get used consistently and ignored like the strong one was, and neglected, but in a way that is hard to see because they lack a conscious pride They often see themselves as like the other children, and yet people who stand outside know they're not. They are stronger, more gifted, more loving, more helpful, more whatever. But they don't experience it that way. They get relied on, but aren't aware of that. They get counted on, but don't get the gold stars that the heroes and heroines get for that. But they get the same demands made on them. So there is a pulling. There is the same kind of taking for granted that assumes that they don't need anything because they're apparently able to function from their momentum and their gift without being given too much. Often they come from families that have specifically groomed them for this kind of a life, namely families who sense unconsciously, this harkens back to some of the emotional slave material I've talked with you about in other years, families who sense instinctively, here's a strong person that we can get something from, use, rely on, mothers who see sons that can be the husbands that they don't have, husbands that see daughters that can be the wives they don't have. And we select that child as the special child, lay all the demands on them, but we don't tell them how special they are. In fact, we may tell them the opposite. You're shit. Maybe not just give them any notion of, never praise them, never criticize them, never anything. No pride. Give them no picture. And that lets the family exploit the child without the child really knowing what's going on, because he or she has no footing, no place from which to say, what the fuck are you doing to me? I deserve more than this because I'm. This kind of a child doesn't know that. I don't know what I'm. I've not been taught that. I don't think in those terms. I just do myself. And yeah, I get A's and this happens and that happens, but I don't really notice that. But the other children do, and my families do, unconsciously, and use me in the same ways, but in ways that make it very hard to see. So this child accumulates a sense of neglect and abuse and using that is harder to see and may take more years of abuse until it becomes conscious and clear. And it's a child that doesn't have the advantage in this sorting out of a standard of pride that gives a perspective and a judgment. The child with a pride may sense his or her difference from other kids, and in the security of that kind of leadership fairly early in one's life, may be able to look out at other kids and somewhat see them objectively when they start acting like shits. You can see it. A child that doesn't have the benefit of that rock-hard pride taught to them, when the other kids start to be shits, they don't understand it. They may not even register it that much consciously because they're feeling inadequate enough, although they're dealing with their inadequacy. They're aggressively working out their things. They're mastering their fears as they see them, but they don't feel that much different from all the other kids that are falling all over themselves. And for all they know, which is what most of those kids feel, I am just the same as the other kids, and sometimes in their initial experiences of being neglected and taken for granted, and because everybody is weird with them, just like they are with the leaders, they misinterpret that isolation and non-contact as maybe I'm not even as good as. the others. One of the things that makes that kind of experience true and poignantly may bring it home is that their relationships with other children don't work out well. They are stronger and more gifted, and yet they're running around with kids that they're not the leaders of, although they are in terms of what they are. They aren't in terms of their concept of themselves. And the friends they run around with then, they tend to not have a lot in common with. The kids take them for granted, don't really feel them. And when they've used them up, reject them. And this kind of strong, good, but child without a pride often has a track record in their experience with friends, buddies, other girls, and other children of not their rejecting other people, which is maybe what the leader's experience is, but really being rejected by the other kids who get vaguely uncomfortable with them, vaguely intimidated by them, but mostly see them as a little bit weird. Because I'm not into what you're doing, and I don't quite understand it. You feel a little bit more deeply than I do. You take things a little bit more seriously. You're a little bit more sensitive. And it's just not as comfortable to be around you as somebody like me. So I won't ask you to the party. Or I won't call you. Or I'd rather have that boyfriend or that girlfriend than you. I'd rather make out with her than with her. And because the stickum of compatibility isn't working well, and we don't know why, because we are with people who can't be with us. And yet we don't have the pride yet, the conscious picture of ourselves that would help us to understand why we can't be with most people and why we can only be compatibly and satisfyingly with people who are up to being with us. So this kind of child is then, in summary, a child that will spend long years in this first beginning place, open, being hurt, being rejected, but going ahead successfully, expressing creatively, and getting no help from a pride system in sorting this out, and often developing as a kind of character quality or an expressive quality, a shyness about them, a kind of embarrassment about them, a kind of privacy about them, that is the summary feeling of this kind of there's something wrong, but I don't begin to understand it yet. Again, the same thing happens in adults that come on this process in their 20s, 30s, or 40s, who suddenly discover a creativity but lack a pride, have enough intent and aggressiveness and valuing of growth to go ahead with it, so that in their relationships with people they begin to change, they begin to become valuable people, intimidating people, but because they're not asserting it from a strong pride, it isn't as clearly to be seen. So they still think they belong with the people they were with before the rebirth, and those people sense something wrong. They tend to treat them badly. They tend to get afraid of being left. Everybody's unclear about the feeling. It's all vague. It's all in terms of sensings. They tend to feel hurt that they don't belong with their old friends, their old, the people at their old job, with their old family. Nothing quite works well anymore, but I don't know why. And yet I keep going, and I can't define my neglect as a hurt yet. And I feel a shyness and embarrassment. I'm even embarrassed of myself. So I wonder whether I'm really as good as the people I'm having trouble with, even though, I wonder whether I'm really a bad person, and yet it's hard to get into that because things are happening in my life that have never happened before, and those people who appreciate them tell me so. I feel in some way that my life is better than ever, and yet something's wrong, and maybe I'm not good. Take about 10 minutes and then we'll talk some more. Keep coming. I mean, it's to respond to it, I'd have to give the last 2 lectures, I guess, huh? I'll deal with that. Yes? Yeah, well, she's saying that the 3 examples of children seem kind of androgynous, and she thought that sex differences would make a lot of difference. I'm sure that they would. I'm sure that they would in changing times. I think all I was trying to, it would be different if you went through this kind of stuff, 20 years ago growing up than now. But I think I just don't have the time to pursue that. I mean, if somebody would like to, they'd be welcome to. But I think that the spirit of the analysis holds. I mean, the particular, what particular things animate it, or the face of it, would probably have a lot to do with sexual things. But if there's some part of that that particularly interests you, why don't you say?
Well, I can only speak as a female who was growing up 35 or 40 years ago, and things that I would have perceived as being positive traits were not necessarily very positive for a successful woman, a successful female. They were stagnant or conflict. We were frightened of children. We were an unattractive woman. And I would imagine the same experience would apply to a romantic sense that artistic things.
Oh.
Perhaps unmanly. Because of not being an attractive man is a very sensitive, high, or low reason.
Yeah, she was pointing out that something that would she would think of from her experience, like growing up 35 or 40 years ago, that a woman, for example, would not have been valued in those days for being bright, but would be valued for something else, attractiveness or something, and that a man who felt a lot might be rejected or whatever for that. I think that sort of adds a dimension to the analysis, but still, it's kind of the same thing, I think. Obviously, what I hope you do with these general thoughts is put meat on the bones, from your experience. But I don't know exactly where to pursue that in terms of what we're speaking about. I think that would be more just for the person to apply. Well, why don't you think about it a little bit? See, what I was trying to say tonight is that here are 3 examples of that. I'm not saying this is all of them, and I wouldn't fit all kids into this. I mean, that's a different child there. Why don't you think about it a little bit? Talk. What'd you see? In response to that, again, why don't we hold off for the next couple of weeks, because I will be talking about things that relate to that specifically. Okay? I'll catch it. Yes? Well, you talk. What do you think? Yeah, well, I think the thing that can happen, it's one of the things I wanted to talk about next week, so I won't again go into it too much, but is the idea of that marketability very much depends on a situation, and something that can happen to a child that is thriving at a given time in life is that it can hit another situation through a move or a change in a situation, or a family changes, or there's a divorce, or there's some alteration, another child comes along, whatever. And a child can really be knocked on his or her ass and be in another place, be back down, not wanted, still feeling, and so, I mean, I'm sure that you could feel different ways at different times. Sure. I'm simply offering this again as a provocation. Yes? Yeah. What do you got? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's well said. I mean, that relates to that part of, well, what she was saying is that she'd like to add to that description of the third child a kind of lifetime need to court the superior ones. I mean, it kind of goes along with that feeling I tried to convey of inadequacy, that when you're not one of those stars, and that feeling of no matter what I do, I'm not like them because it happens for them naturally. That's something that the third kind of child would feel like, who doesn't have the pride to go with the gift to say, I'm a star. I mean, I'm all right, and more than all right. And what can go along with that is all kinds of feelings of being second best to the people that are being the supporting cast for people that are the heroes and heroines, and never being quite good enough, but really needing their approval, or seeing that if somehow I were accepted or a part of whatever their thing would be, I would really be there. And obviously what comes down in later years is that often those kind of children find themselves in places that are very different, and perhaps in a much stronger place than some of the people they once looked up to or whatever. And that can be pretty weird, where you wouldn't wish you had their life anymore. And it's sort of surprising to you that if you had your choice, you'd choose yours. Yeah, back there. Well, that's a very complicated, I mean, again, that really touches on all of what we're going to be talking about here, but what I would just say in short response to that is most of us really get fucked with. And by that I mean, I guess the way I would put it is in general, I think most of us have not had parents who related to us. At all. Most of us. So that the nature of the relation is emotionally a non-connection. And it is basically a system of roles or fantasies and prescriptions for pleasing that bring approval and displeasing that bring guilt and that. But no real empathetic bond. Now, it's my feeling that we tend to internalize the way that we were related to, and we relate to ourselves the same way. So that unless you are one of those fortunate children, sadly, that had relation, so that when you come to do things, you can relate to it, you're going to relate to it if you're one of the most of us, you're going to relate to it just as crazy as you were related to, which means that even when you do beautiful things, strong things, and may even when you do them and have some awareness when you're doing them, when you come to it or digest it or integrate it, it isn't that at all. It's forgotten immediately. It can be seen as the opposite of what it was. And if you still see it, it's not important. Important as being pretty, able to wait 3 hours till you come, whatever. I mean, in other words, you're going to compare it against a social standard, and it will come up wanting, so that you feel the judgment of the stranger much more poignantly than you really feel the value of your own experience. And creativity is certainly an incredibly powerful thing, but it seldom can overcome an unrelating, a person who doesn't relate to himself or herself, which most of us don't. So I would say that unless that kind of a child had a receptive family, so that a part of the pride was really being loved and valued, so that as you do creative things, you really value what you do, hence your pride grows stronger with time based on what you're able to do. What the experience of most children would be like would be that for all the creativity they've done, they still feel the same about themselves, or worse with time, unless they work on the problem. So that's how I'd react to that. And it's really sad. Now this is again a little bit borrowing on some of the last lectures, but it's really sad to see people who are amazingly talented and beautiful and able to make things that for other people can break through any barrier in them. You know, people that can write things and whatever that are absolutely at the heart of sometimes whole generations of people getting to their feelings, and those things can't get to their feelings because of the power of the unrelated processes in their experience, and the ability of those things to really short-circuit beauty. Beauty is more powerful than anything like love, if recognized and related to, and is as impotent as anything if unrelated to. And that's the sort of, that gets you into the whole notion about ironies, about the power of truth. Truth is that way. If you relate to it, it's a sword. It cuts you to the quick. It's irresistible. It follows you everywhere. And if you don't acknowledge truth and you don't relate to it, it's nothing. Piss on it. Who cares? It's nothing. It is nothing. It has no power unless it's dealt with. Again, up at Santa Barbara this weekend, I never sort of had really talked about this much publicly and put it into words quite this way, but I was trying to emphasize to them, and it bears on this, the whole existential, what is really at the heart of the whole existential concept about understanding living and existence is really the problem of relation. I mean, that's really all of it. What is your relation to the object? What is your relation to that person? And that's going to define what can take place and what is your relation to your own experience. And most of us are not in relation to it. And that can kill anything. just as it can keep us from seeing a friendship or a love that would change our lives. It can keep us from seeing the value of something beautiful we do. Yes? Yeah.
I wondered if that wasn't the wisdom of what she was saying. That maybe you get to be proud of.
One thing you could say about this third group of children I talked about tonight, who have it and the aggressiveness but not the pride, is that I think often what goes along with it, and I'll try to get into that a little bit more next week, that often what goes along with that is some kind of a naive philosophical belief that we're kind of all the same, and that people are fair, and if I just go about being good, other people will be good, and that I'm doing my part and everybody else is trying the best they can, and that kind. In other words, philosophically, some kind of an idea which really does without pride and the need for pride. So if you haven't been given a pride, hence you don't have a philosophy that's consistent with it, you have a philosophy that really says you can get by without it, because it all comes out in the wash. You do a conscientious job and other people do a conscientious job and all that. And in that sense, again, I don't want to talk about this too much because I want to get into this more next week. I think what pride is for that kind of person is a very sad fruit of their hurt. That somehow, after years and years of experience where people ain't fair, but you're not registering it, or you're trying hard and it's not mutual, and everybody isn't as nice as you are, and you're not putting it all together yet, but you're sort of noticing it, and you're being hurt, it's almost as if you start noticing your difference from others as a way to begin saving yourself. In other words, pride starts developing as a response to the situation I described tonight. And whereas you may not have noticed years before, or their appreciation or whatever, you didn't notice it because you're walking through with your feeling of, well, I'm just myself and I'm not very good and I'm kind of doing it and that's what it is, and I'm worried she's going to reject me, but that's what's going on. Somehow the response to this is the need to build something with which to defend yourself, with which to give yourself a sense of value in relation to a world that isn't valuing you a lot of the time. I mean, maybe in that situation it is, but in a lot of it, it isn't, and you're hated or used or taken. So in other words, following the logic of you got to start loving yourself if nobody's loving you as a natural response. And that this, we give attention to the development of a pride. I find myself in psychotherapy where I am committed to spontaneity, relating to many of the people that I've worked with over the years in a way that develops pride in people who have no pride. Helping them see things, experiences like you're talking about, that they don't see. They're being valued in a situation and they don't recognize it. And part of my function is not to become their audience, but it's really to help them begin to be aware of how they're being responded to. And that begins to develop that thing that helps them be a place from which they can deal with things. So I certainly agree with you that there is a wisdom in that. And there's a sadness about that, though, too. And I say that because I'm the third kind of person. I feel there's a sadness in it always because it means the death of one's faith, the early faith. I mean, it would be very nice, I suppose, if everyone was a good folk. At least I still feel that way philosophically. And they're not. And most of the people that I've known like that, who've had to develop a pride like myself, find that pride somewhat artificial. In other words, I've had to develop it, and it's a strong thing. It's a good friend. But I'd rather deal with experience without it. But if you do, you're a fool. Now that doesn't mean you have to be controlled, but it means that you have to spend some time reminding yourself who you are instead of just doing your life. Because if you don't remind yourself who you are, you're going to get knocked on your ass. Because when the crunch comes down, you've got to have some kind of a concept of self to fall back on when nobody's standing with you. Sadly, in our idealism, we think everyone's standing with us, and we find out hardly anybody is. You got to be your own best friend, or all those bullshit ways of saying you have to get conscious of yourself. Another version of that is with people who are lovers, of which I sort of happen to be one too, where I just like to love people. And there's something unnatural about learning about anger, or learning the things that you have to do so that people don't mess with you. And beyond the pleasures of mastering the skills and all that kind of thing, what I hear expressed from those kinds of people and feel myself is that doesn't feel as first nature as love does, and sometimes can feel very annoying that you have to devote time and energy to dealing with rage and that sort of thing. And if you don't, again, you're a fool and you get used, but there's something about it that feels sad. And that sadness, incidentally, isn't some kind of a vague, I don't really accept anger. I mean, it's not that. It's just, I'd rather love than be angry at somebody. I mean, I'd rather deal with people on the basis of belief and faith than a wise awareness of who's on first. I mean, I'd just rather do that than be discriminating. Those are some thoughts. Did you want to say more? Pardon? Sure. Absolutely. Now, maybe we got a semantic problem here, but I wouldn't say that that's giving up your idealism. Yeah. I mean, I'd call that a fantasy that has nothing to do with whether you have a springboard from which to act. I mean, it's just as much an open turn-on to deal with a world that is full of different folks. I mean, I don't find that cynical or anything like it. I'm just talking about what feels nice. That's different for me, from idealism or something, from saving the world or whatever. Yeah, that's semantics. Yeah. Go. Yeah, I think, see, you're anticipating the 3 or 4 weeks again. I really appreciate I appreciate what you're saying, and I think, what I would say is that, if I make a generalization now, and talk about these folks after the crunches of the years we're going to talk about in the next 2 or 3 weeks, I think that basically where these people are going to find themselves getting by different roads is in the following. I mean, they're going to be in the casting pearls dilemma, which is, all of my experience tells me no more, but I can't stand it. I'm lonely, I'm cut off, I'm thwarted within my creativity. And the loneliness is a strong enough feeling, that's understating it, is so overwhelmingly powerful, the problem of this isolation, that it really threatens to overcome my best judgment, which is thousands of hurts, to stop giving you a shot at me. In other words, all the power that is behind a decision to stop living, the loneliness is equal to that. And that is a powerful, and that is the person presenting himself or herself for therapy in this dilemma, or to relationship or whatever, saying, please help me. I can't move the balance, but I can't feel good inside it. I mean, I can't live this way. And indeed, the loneliness, as well as the frustration of non-creation, non-expression, is intolerably powerful.
Like to do is follow the life experience of these 3 types of persons we were talking about last week for an understanding of how the casting pearls crunch further develops. And we'll pick up the story with the folks who seemingly got it best, namely those people who have a creativity, an early learned or born with sense of pride, and also an aggressiveness that got them involved with other persons, basically not afraid, and able to assert their pride and creativity. Down the road, some of the conflicts that we started talking about last time start to evolve into something like the following. It's a lot of years now being myself, a strong self, a leading self, I have gathered around me persons, unless I'm fortunate enough to have found other strong persons I'm compatible with, but I've gathered around myself persons who rely on me, live off me, my vitality, my faith, my confidence, whether that's in a chauvinistic context of that kind of reliance, or whether it's simply a social reliance on strong persons. To the degree that I have it straight what my rights are as a person, will determine how much of that need for me is parasitical. If I'm so caught up in my own strength and in the momentum of it that it seems to me that I don't need very much, and I've never been given much by anyone else, even though I feel this strength and value in myself. People who give nothing, people who drain, people who are dependent will gather around that kind of person and get away with the murder, get away with the bloodletting, with the use of energy, with the taking from. And that's very tiring. And sometimes confusing if you don't understand it and think it's other than what it is. Now, a central problem of a strong person is that when you put together pride and creativity, talent, and that kind of person who's comfortable with aggressiveness, and give that person a history of mastering skill, situation, and conflict, that person crosses a boundary at a certain place in her or his development that's variously marked by feelings like, I can do anything that I put my mind to and my spirit to. No one could break me. There is no practical end to my confidence. I can be pushed but not broken. There is such a powerful pillar in me or wall at my back that I can't be had. And that kind of a feeling comes from having been to the line, having been in the battle so many times that one is almost beyond confidence. Confidence comes to be something that you take for granted. And in far-reaching examples of that kind of confidence, that kind of person would never even feel on the line in a situation, and may have felt that the last time they were really in jeopardy was years ago. In other words, I'm that confident of myself, now when I'm in a battle, what turns me on is not even the winning of it, but how I win. It's the style of it that very few persons, and perhaps only myself, can really appreciate, because I'm really beyond
the issue of whether I can win or not, because I've won enough times I know I can win. Now, when you have that kind of confidence in a person, spoken or not spoken, acknowledged or not, that depth of power, the problem for that kind of person comes to be, how can I feel myself in relation to other people? How can I get up against anything that is strong enough to call for enough from me, that it really touches me, makes me aware of my limits, gives me a sense of identity, because most experiences and most people are just repetitions of what I've already done. And since there are very few persons like that, that kind of a person can meet in living, one is thrown into the following dilemma. In these years of exercising the self, lonely, and no one giving anything back in kind, and growing frustrated with it, weary from it, embattled from it, but strong in it, one is in the following dilemma. If I reach out to the people around me and turn my power on them, I'll break them. And that's sometimes a fantasy, and often in very strong persons, it's not. If one really let go and said what you had to say with the force that you would have to say it, persons who aren't as strong or not as confident are crushed, never forget that experience, are humiliated in very deep kinds of ways, are overwhelmed in ways that they never forget, are rebuked in their pride. So that it is for responsible, strong people always a moral dilemma. Will I really show myself at my most powerful? Because if I do, there may be destructive consequences from it. Or I can take that power and cooperate with all of those persons who would like to use it and become a taking care of kind of person, where instead of directly confronting people with my power, which would really destroy most of them, I will take my power and turn it into the classic arms that I put around a man or a woman, a family, children, an organization, a business, a group of persons, where I use that strength in a protective way rather than an aggressive way, a confronting way, a dynamic way that creates conflict, that turns me on, that gives something back to me. I take it and put it around, and taking care of uses one's power, doesn't give anything back, and it uses it in a certain way, builds pillars, foundations, gives one back a sense of value, but no new ideas,
no new feelings. And the more one does that for people, the more they need it. Those are the laws of social greed. If you get into taking care of people with your strength, the numbers of persons and the nature of their demands escalate. They never stay the same. And there are all kinds of popular mythologies and religious mythologies that you can use to enhance and give value to this escalating use of your strength until literally hundreds of people, in some cases of sort of collective persons who do that as a life, thousands of people are living off of you, and you are not in relation to them. It is the use of your strength by putting it around them and under them, not in meeting them. So you have this dilemma. If you radiate your strength, you will, as a Jewish a story in Jewish mysticism describes, you'll break the vessels that are the personalities of other persons, or you can take that power and use it as taking care of. But if you don't do that, what do you do with it? Either one of those. And you don't know persons that you can meet with it. And one of the things that you can get into is hurting yourself with that power, so that even in people who are proud, aggressive, and creative, suddenly in a long, sometimes very successful and happy career of being that kind of person, comes a terrible depression, an identity dilemma, where I can't bring those questions and feelings to anybody. I can't engage them with anybody. I don't want to take care of people. And so I turn that power on myself through the use of whatever questions I can fabricate from my guilt and my self-doubt, which everyone has, even together people. And in a highly exaggerated way, I mimic a terrible neurotic episode in my life where I can't function. I've turned my power against myself. I'm immobilized. Still another thing can happen at that place, and that is that the strong person can be attracted to the world of power. And I don't mean by this a personal, creative power, but the world of power we talked about a few weeks ago, the world of manipulation, bargaining, dealing, the hierarchies of people who can make other people do what they don't want to do, and in turn can be made to do what they don't want to do. That power game. And one of the reasons that the power game is attractive is that there is enough energy in it, because enough strong persons have sold their souls to it. That incredible energy, threat, life and death level, brightness, genius level intelligence is in it. All the persons who have given up everything for power, the thousands of them that have done that in the tradition of the life of power, build up in the concept of power an enormous energy, because the concept of power then has
all of that, all of those lives that were sacrificed to it. So that when you come up against power, you are up against something that can meet you. It doesn't love you. It doesn't relate to you. It doesn't give back to you what a lover does. But it meets you with something. And when you turn your eye to it with all of what is behind you, something happens from it. Not everyone dies. Money develops. Influence develops. The ability to get people to do things develop. Rewards come from it. Not fulfillment, but all of the appurtenances and the rewards that go with power. And for a person who has been strong and proud for a long time, but unmet, used, bored, and who sees that all that's ahead is just more of the same, more giving to other people, with nothing coming back to me. And I know I'm good, I know I'm great, but so fucking what? Power becomes attractive as something to do because it can meet me, and seductive because I don't have to watch myself like I do with people that are weaker and not strong and that rely on me. I can use my guns in the power game, and people die from it in the power game, but I don't give a shit because it's an impersonal scene, and if you can't stand the heat in the kitchen, get out. And the people that I kill will just go kill somebody else. And when I kill them, I get their power and the things that go with it. So that is very attractive, in that I can be free to use myself without guilt. Except that in that decision, I somehow know that my morality changes and that my creativity that was once a free thing, in the service now of power, will become something very different. It is not now creativity in the service of love, nurturance, birth-making, life-making, beauty-making. It is creativity in the service of murder, moving things, manipulating things, coercion, seduction, pressure. And none of that has to do with spirit. Boredom, power, hurt and depression, still struggling to be open. Not quite closed, not quite yet in the world of power. Second kind of person from last week. Pride, creativity, and not aggressive. Somehow, this person, gifted, doesn't meet those early challenges, doesn't fight, doesn't deal well with the other children, doesn't feel attractive, doesn't feel marketable, can't do anything about it, avoids it, often, as we talked about last week, runs into the talent and creativity as a compensation. It's a natural thing, but it's also used, and in a private way develops creatively with the same troubles and fears with other people. And a proud person, hence experiencing all of this as very painful and hurting. And the hurting is developing. That's kind of where we left it off last week. Give it some more years, and you got to picture something like this. More and more, I commit myself to my creativity. Because I'm good at it, I find a place for it. I find a social niche. I find a place where I'm valued, but not for me, for what I do. And I know that more than anyone else. Because the other questions about my value, the marketability of my body, my sexuality, what my hair looks like, where I'm from, whether I'm a poor kid or not, my embarrassment with my family, whatever it is, that's still there. It's years back, undealt with. I focus myself in areas which means that I'm not even trying to deal with those problems that are undealt with, so that they yawn underneath my performance as a creative person. When I come to relationship, because I can't come to it comfortably, because I still have those questions about myself, I trade on my talent as a door opener with people, as the thing that makes me valuable. I seduce from it, I pressure from it, I manipulate from it, and I know it. My pride gives me the cover for it, which often adds to that kind of person's being with other people, an arrogance that's brittle, a posturing, a cocky, with somehow a vague sense of insecurity underneath it way. I live in fear of ever losing my talent or my creativity, because if I did, I would go back to being that person that the other children didn't want. And the thing that keeps me above their judgment is my compulsive success with my creativity. So that I take my hurt and rejection from them, add it to my drive to be creative, which makes me very ambitious, and in the initial years allows me to shoot ahead of other people, because I don't live a balanced life. I can put enormous amounts of time and energy behind the development of myself as a creative person. I'm one-sided, but I become great at that, outstanding at that. But it is a compulsive thing that has to go on, because if it doesn't, I fall way back to all of the unanswered, unmet questions about myself. And the way that this comes down in relationship is very interesting. Because compensation doesn't heal the hurt of rejection. simply postpones it. All it does is relieve the anxiety over being found out. It doesn't add an increment of self-confidence. I never heal my hurt only grows greater. And I always live with the question, with any friend I have, or any woman or man that's in my bed, if I didn't write beautiful music, if I didn't do this, if I didn't do that, would you love me? Would you be here? If I didn't have a lot of money, if I didn't, whatever the sign of my creativity is, would you want to be with me? So that even when you are, you hurt me because I doubt you. I don't trust you. And as a matter of fact, the longer you're my friend and the closer you are to me, the more you hurt me even when you don't hurt me. Because with every step closer to me you become, the more you'll hurt me when you eventually reject me. And you're rejecting me the whole time. It hurts me to be close to anybody regardless of the quality of that experience, because I fundamentally feel fraudulent in it. So in that experience, hurt escalates every day. I'm more and more a hurt person, working some of it off with my ambition and drive and successfulness. But that's only dissipating the energy of it. The feeling is there, it's growing, and the way it comes down is this. I get to a place after enough years of that I'm so goddamned hurt that there is a birth of the following logic. I will stay open for 1 second with every person I meet, or those persons that I'm interested in being with or attracted to. And if you don't see my value in that second, I shut the door. In other words, everybody gets a glance at me. I'll show my genius and creativity, but in terms of my feelings, I will show you, in terms of openness and that, my feelings once. And you better be looking, because it goes away quick. And if you don't see it in that moment, that's all, and I write you off. I know what you are. You're one of those assholes. You're insensitive. You're whatever that is. You're another one of them. You can't see. You're ignorant. You're dumb. You're stupid. I got all kinds of words for it. But I don't experience you anymore after that minute. I slot you, and that's it. Now, there is a seeming reasonableness in that logic, because in a certain sense, in the first moment of an openness in every relationship, we can basically feel what it's going to be forever, or at least for a long time. The promise of the relationship in a vulnerable moment presents itself right in the beginning. Now that's true of persons who are open and who intend to stay open and are offering themselves in a moment and ready to commit to that. So that we can, if we show ourselves and another person is ready to be open, have an experience of attraction or a sense of we have something to say to each other, or whatever. And that's what the hurt, proud artist thinks he's doing in his you get a glimpse logic. However, what she or he doesn't know is that in that logic, they add something. Namely, they advertise, along with the glimpse, that unless the other person goes first in responding to that, like I'll do that. I won't move toward you. I'll show you a little of me. That unless they have to go first, and they got to go first right now, they got to say the right things, and I'm closing the door so fast that even if it was an empathetic person, I'm not open long enough for that person to really sense me and respond, so that their response is very likely to be off, because even with empathetic persons, closed people can confuse them. If we don't want to be known, it's very hard to know us. There are some empathetic people that can feel around corners. Mostly people can't who are sensitive. So that if somebody does that, you don't get a chance to see enough or feel enough to know, so your sensing is off, and that's the reason for the rejection. You don't know me. You're not good enough for me. I have a sensitivity to bring, but I can sense already you're going to hurt me, that you don't understand. You have fantasies about me, so fuck you. And in addition to that, not only is that vibe coming down to the other person, but what's coming down is the vibe that if I don't guess right, I'll be rejected. And people feel that, and when they feel that, they are very unlikely to be drawn or stick their necks out or come forward to someone. If they put out, as we all do, unconscious vibes that advertise the door closing right after the glance. What the hurt artist is aware of is, I'm giving you the glance. You don't know I'm going to close the door. Yes, I do. I feel it. And a combination of all of those things add up to the near impossibility of meeting that fragile, instant moment when that kind of person is open. So that even people who could potentially have good relationships with them are driven away, misunderstood, written off, and not seen because the hurt person's pride shuts them out. Now, that's when these folks are still pretty open. The next step is I withdraw from that place, one step initially, and you now have to guess, without my doing this, what this would look like, you know? In other words, I'm going to do nothing but go about proudly doing my creativity. And if there's someone out there who can sense my value, they will find their way to me. And that's the beginning of game playing, of sadomasochistic flirtations, meanness and coldness, all of it rationalized as I've been hurt enough that I can't be asked to go first. And I'm a valuable enough person that if you seek me out, I'll open the door to you. The problem is that that person is not offering anything but hurt and rejection, is not giving to anyone a sense of anything to love or feel, and is being mean and cruel and withholding, so that anybody who would want relationship wouldn't even see them, and even if they did, would feel, fuck you, you don't want to give and have a mutual relationship, you want me to admire, reach, make you feel better and loved. And anyone who reasonably wants something for himself or herself is not going to be drawn to that kind of person. But there are an awful lot of folks who are, namely, those kind of people. And there are thousands of them because they had parents like that who were hurt, withholding, but somewhere in them had a sensitivity and a hurt and humanity that was hurt into their withdrawing it and hiding it, and it wasn't valued. I know my father's a wonderful man, even though he's an asshole. I know underneath my mother's bitchiness and coldness is the hurt little girl and all that kind of stuff. Because we had parents like that, we go looking for lovers like that. And there are a zillion men and women who turn on to the rejecting hurt artist, who are going to try to get to him, to get to his hurt, to soften him, to make him come out again, and in that attempt to make daddy happy, to solve the Oedipal drama, they bruise themselves up against these children who are proud and creative, but unaggressive and hurt. And that, the fact that there are a lot of folks walking around looking for those kind of men and women who are not looking for fair relationships, but are looking for somebody to go through an initiation rite before they tell them their name. The fact that there are a lot of people doing that digs people into that pattern. And that's one of the big man-woman gigs around. The rejecting, arrogant, asshole, successful, creative person, and the often very sensitive, feelingful, loving men and women trying to reach the real person in them. Heal it, bring it out, make them well again, heal that thing that was whatever it is. And obviously the mythology of that, and the reason it doesn't work, is that if you ain't trying to work out your hurt on your own, regardless of somebody else, you don't work it out. And if you only work it out if somebody kisses your ass to get to it, and none of you is in it, even when they get to your hurt, you don't believe it anyway, what they're saying, and it doesn't hold because you don't want to come out anyway. So the most that people can do is weave themselves back through how many steps you've taken away from your peak, back to the peak at your hurt, and it doesn't go any further than that. It's probably all romanticized in those novels and soap operas and all of that, when after years you finally see this asshole tear up. Didn't cry, but I knew he wanted to, or something like that. And that's worth people going years for in relationships and marriages, for that moment when you get them back to the place where they finally turned off, and mythologizing that as, in that moment they'll cry, and they'll cry for days, and then flowers will grow, and they'll come out as loving, wonderful people. And all they do is go back at most to that time just before they closed up, and no further. And we romanticize that as the breakthrough, and it's nothing like it. It's simply going back through their history of avoidance. And unless they want to work out that avoidance, they don't get anywhere. Sadly, this whole drama that involves hurting people, running over them, being tyrannical, being not very kind, but very creative, very driven, makes for hurts and rages that convolute inside the person, make them feel ever more fraudulent until the edge of that is really sadistic. In other words, these convolutions of, if you love me, you have to go through the maze to get to me, gets fraught with so much cruelty and bloodletting that process begins to injure my ability to be creative, to get access to my creativity, because I'm so caught up in hurt and coldness, manipulation and abuse, and it isn't consistent. My creativity is not consistent with how I'm living with the people in my life. In other words, I can't get open to beauty if I'm gaming everybody around me and gaming them ever more seriously. The third folk. Aggressiveness, creativity, no pride. The drama continues from where we left it off last week as the years go on. One thing that happens to these people that's very interesting is that often, while they were not recognized leaders in their earlier years, as they grow older, because their creativity is a proven thing and they're asserting it, and because society has many more niches for people as they get older than it does in a junior high school, those people often find themselves in socially valued positions in time, as valued as anybody else, but without the pride to go with that place. And the things that go with it are there that are for the first person that I talked about tonight. There is persons wanting that momentum of creativity and aggression wed into a life, a career, a work, an ability to make beauty. There is the wanting of that. The problem being that this person, lacking a pride, does not know how to deal with his or her relation with the other. Now, last week we talked about how in early years these kind of people are thinking they're kind of average folk, wind up being with the average folks, not having anything in common with them, and getting rejected by the average folks. Now that sort of changes with time as they get smarter and get a little bit more of an idea and find themselves in valuable positions. But now people are wanting things of them, depending on them. The parasites are there. And how do I take care of that if I have no notion of fairness and I have no concept of pride that helps me understand equality? What often happens then is the development of a person who becomes a taking care of person, identified with myths of taking care of people, families, the community, institutions, using the strength that way, being overused, driven into reserves, not given anything, develops as a hurt feeling. I'm not getting anything, but I don't know what I'm supposed to get, but I know I'm not getting anything. I am not being replenished, so I'm using myself up. I remember an interesting group of people related to this. When I was in theological seminary, there was a group of, and I was a student there, there was every year a group of about 10 ministers that would take sabbaticals at 7 or 10 years, after their first 7 or 10 years. So they were like 35, close to 40, some of them. And they came back to seminary for a year to get something to go back and give for the next 7. They were, to a person, old men at 35, completely used up, sort of good people that were worn out, there to get a refueling to go back out and get worn out again. And it was called a sabbatical. They had been eaten alive and didn't know any better. They were depressed, not understanding the reasons for their depression. And salvation for them was just letting down, not getting anything back, just having the chance to let down somewhere. I'm just used up in what I do. Now, the problem that comes in that position is that you sense that your relations to people are based on what you give them. And because they haven't given anything back to you, and you've just been giving more and more, and you've used up your resources, you hit a place after a number of years where your soul is beginning to protest, what the fuck am I doing, although you don't see it that clearly yet. You're hurt, you're feeling a little defiant, and you're out at the edge of the new things that you have to give at the same time that your audience, the group of people who rely on you, the parasites that surround you, are expecting you to do more for them today than you did yesterday, or not do the same thing today that you did yesterday, because parasites have to have novelty and newness, always something new or more, because they have no digestive tract that turns what's given to them into anything that lasts. They shit it out the minute they eat it, everything, and they're just as hungry as they were before. Plus they know what they've eaten before, and they don't want to eat the same thing, because the same thing wouldn't taste the same. You've got to have something new, and it's up to you to give it. and you don't know any better. So all of that becomes the kinds of pressures that we talked about in loneliness and specialness in the case of August the Clown, where you're feeling in your fatigue and tiredness the audience at your throat, waiting for you to not do it anymore. And if you don't do it in newer, grander, bigger, richer ways, they will turn on you, hate you, forget everything that you've done for them, wipe out it all. And you somehow know that. You drive yourself to keep pulling the rabbit out of the hat so that you never get caught. Sometimes mythologize that as really being a hero, that even when you're down, you can still get up. And all it means is that you're scared shitless of the rejection that will come if you don't give people everything that they're used to getting from you, and you're right about it. And that begins to build a rage that you can't define, which is very easy to work out against yourself for the following reason. Again, these folks around you don't seem as strong as you are, and even though you don't have the pride that helps you clarify that, you sense it, so you sense that if you start yelling and screaming and directing your rage at them, you're going to really hurt them, that they're brittle. And it may be true in certain instances, and mostly it's true simply because they're all babies who would simply have a tantrum if you didn't give them what they wanted, and you romanticize that tantrum as breaking people's spirits or something like that, so that you're afraid to express that rage outwardly. And also because you don't have a pride, you are dependent on other people's approval to tell you what your value is. And the people who tell you who your value is are the people you give to, the parasites that live off of you. So you have to please them and can't run the risk of not doing it, or your sense of your own value goes to hell. They've got the final leverage over you because you don't have that thing that a person who has pride has. You need to hear it. Additionally, the problem is that if you don't have any pride and you're a strong, creative person with momentum, you can find yourself in tremendously powerful, important positions with no sense of self. So that you need even more reassurance at a basic level than the average person, because you're way out ahead of yourself. So you think you need to be told all the time, you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good. You got to hear the claps, you got to hear the love, you got to hear the appreciation all the time, and if you don't, you're dead. And so all of that adds to the compulsiveness of it. All of that gives more power to the people who live off of you, that they threaten you with withholding if you don't do for them what you will. And all of that gets internalized as incredible self-hatred, self-doubt, treating yourself harshly before you're treated harshly by the others in not giving them what they want, so that they'll tell you that you're good because you don't know you're good. And that becomes an amazing drive for perfection, which animates many persons who are creative and aggressive but lack a pride. I have to do it better and stronger and more perfectly and with better skill every time. And I throw myself with hating myself so that I make sure and do it right so that you won't get a chance to hate me. Which adds to the hurt, to the resentment and the rage. Begins to become a problem in dealing with and staying open with the creativity. Sometimes I just hate my life. Sometimes I just hate myself. I don't think I hate you, but I sure do hate it, can't stand it, but I got to keep doing it, and I got to keep doing it better, and I'm tired. I'm so fucking worn out, and much more than that, I can't see an end to it. And what do I have to do to get myself feeling that in a place where I can be open and receptive creatively? And those feelings begin to make for a conflict with creative openness after enough years. I just can't get to that place. I hurt too much. When I open myself to beauty or to my skill, instead of getting that, I feel my hurt, and my hurt overwhelms me. Or I get angry, or I can't think, or I just feel fucked up and confused. So I really get ambivalent within myself about letting myself be open, even though I want to be, and that's who I am. It hurts too much to be there. I'll try to sing you a song about all of this. La la, la 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 la. La 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 Okay, we'll take a little bit of a break and then we'll talk some more. Think of somebody that can recognize yourself in each one of those. I think what I would, what I would respond to about that is just, I think that at different times in one's life, you can sort of be in those different places. I think as we talked about last week, somebody who might, start life with a pride, might at another time in life, because of a change in circumstances or something, really be without it. And hence experience some of the things that we talked about. So I don't think they're exclusive. All I'm trying to do is try to isolate, just for the sake of getting you thinking about some different ways that this casting pearls problem can develop, because it's not just one. People have different paths to that dilemma. Yeah, pardon? Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's an artifact of what we're talking about here. It's certainly, because we're talking about people who get into the jam of casting pearls. I think it's certainly true that some that people in all of those categories get their lives together, some of them, and don't have the problem of casting pearls, don't have a creative problem with opening themselves against their hurt or against their pride. And that would be the kind of person, for example, in the first example that I talked about, that's probably somebody that keeps the abuse down and runs across a person or two to be with, and keeps it all pretty straight, and their life is worth it. It's worth the work of the creativity because of the response or feeling of one or more people, and so there's not the problem with the openness. They're not that hurt. Everybody's going to be hurt expressing to a world like we live in, but not so hurt that it becomes a problem if you have people in your life that love you and feel it. So the relationship problem, the problems develop for those people who don't have that, which is what I'm talking about here. That would be the creative person's life under some ideal circumstance. What do you know about these dilemmas? What can you say about them? Or this whole dilemma, of course, I don't want to say too much about this because it's sort of for future, sort of like talk about in the future, but this whole dilemma gets complicated by tying into it in a chauvinistic way, where
that too, because I've never been very much for the athletic.
I had in mind there was this is that dilemma that you're talking about, where if you add into this scenario that I'm painting for you an aspect of, for example, male pride that says you ought to be able to carry the people that you carry in your life better and better every year, when there is the instability that there is in creative work, it becomes an enormous problem to pick up the pieces in your life when you've been a creative person and suddenly that is you're disenfranchised or whatever it is, the bankrupt business. This dilemma that I was talking about and that you're alluding to is, or speaking to is, just part of what this, part of what living is really about is that it's never the same, in the sense that there is a time in your life when, even when your life is really together and things are rolling, and then there'll be a change. And you either stop living at that place because your particular alchemy of being creative and being a person has been destroyed, or you do it again at another level, and that, I'm sure that would have something to do with some of the people who would be drawn to a course like this. That the creative problem may not just be I'm involved in creative work and I'm blocked and I'm having trouble with it, but it can also be a kind of crisis thing where my life is suddenly changed and I can't get access. They used to want what I do, now they don't want what I used to do. And I don't know what new thing to do now. I don't know what my new place is, or my new focus should be, or the new application of myself. And I'm so hurt from this thing being pulled out from under me that I really don't want to show the world my beauty again, because they've just rejected it. And yet if I don't, what am I? And who am I? And I love being creative. How do I stick my neck out again and again and again? And, in most of our lives, there have been 3 or 4 major changes that we didn't anticipate. I mean, that's the sort of incredible contingency dilemma in relationship to growth and creativity, that you can be the biggest powerhouse in the world, but you can't control the variables around you. And situations change, and you're in a different place and in a different relation to it, and something different is called for from you. And if you don't, you become an anachronism, a statesman or a statesperson of some old thing. You become a teacher of old things instead of a new-making person. And can you go through those times that life knocks you on your ass and really come back having to be a different person than you were? Because being the same person would not make it. Yes? Well, what I'm saying is that I think that creativity requires an openness in order for you to be able to think freely and feel deeply about something. To really empathize with the problem means that you have to be able to be open to it. And the problem is that for most persons, to be open is, if you get hurt when you're open without your calluses, it hurts deeply. And if you harden yourself, it's harder to be open in that same way. Well, you have to speak for yourself. I'm just telling you that in my experience of knowing people, when they're closed, it's hard for them to think and open and imagine and really creatively problem solve. It's hard to do it. Some people who are tough on the outside can do it inside, but they can't express it out because they don't want it seen and hurt or rejected. But that's in general what the dilemma of this course is about, is that struggle between openness and yet being hurt. And if you toughen up, you tend to lose access to the creativity. And if you stay totally open to the creativity, you get hurt plenty. And how do you manage that problem? Yes? I think one of the things that I wanted to say tonight and didn't talk about is that that this third group of persons without pride, I think in the course of this life history experience that I laid down for them, find themselves developing pride by necessity. That one of the outgrowths of this hurt and complicated experience of other people is that I start to find the value of building a concept of myself, even though I didn't learn it and wasn't taught it, and perhaps, as I said last week, the people who raised me didn't want me to have it, because they didn't want me to know who I was, so they could run me around by the nose. But you start to build it. Sometimes friends help you do that. And sometimes you do it yourself. Sometimes people who lack a pride, that are really valuable and get pushed around a lot, used a lot, meet someone who is outraged at the treatment of them and begins to teach that. And that's certainly something that I think I mentioned that last week, that psychotherapists do with people like that. I mean, my practice is loaded with people that are like the third group of folks.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's where I'm getting mine too.
Super people, but who don't know it and are presumed on a lot. and to have someone not reassure them, but give them a picture of what their value is, begins to develop a pride, which then allows a sorting out of some of the issues of who are other people, what is my relation to them, etc., because I have a pride. I say an interesting thing about that too that was related to the notion of anger that I talked about last week, that I think if you weren't raised with pride, and if you're a kind of loving person with a sort of loving mythology who's getting the hell used out of you so that you have to start developing this pride, I think that it also, like anger, can sometimes seem sort of unnatural, which is why it's sort of hard to get people who just like to do what they are to stop to think about what they are. They're either so shy about it or it feels so unnatural that they don't really start to develop the kinds of fantasy conceptions of themselves that would really help them deal with their life problem. All of us deal with situations in a complicated set of relations, and if you don't understand not only where you stand, but how powerful you stand in your life, everything gets crazy. Everything is crazy unless you got it straight. And even then it's hard. But if you don't have it straight, it's crazy. Yes? Well, by pride, what I'm talking about, as I mentioned last week, is I'm not talking about a self-confidence. I'm talking about having pictures that you've learned from family of what your value is, quite apart from what your value is. In other words, things that you've simply been taught about yourself. And images. And many people don't have that kind of pride, who are even strong, valuable people. So in other words, they deal with their experience, perhaps with a confidence that is a fruit of what they've done, but they don't have pictures that they've been taught of, I'm good, or I'm upper class, or I'm an aristocrat, or I'm bright, or I'm this, or I'm that.
Well, what are they saying then? Instead of,
They're not saying anything. They're just doing it, and that's why it's hard to do it.
are they saying I'm unworthy?
Maybe they're just not saying anything. I mean, maybe they're just doing it, and that's one of the reasons that the vulnerability with which they do it is so sensitive, and why the hurt, when it comes, is hard to deal with. Whereas a person that has a pride is in a better position to deal with that hurt. Now, I mean, pride has its problems too. I'm going to teach a whole course about it in the winter. I mean, pride can bring an incredible blindness, where you can be being hurt, and sometimes for very good reasons, and you're not dealing with it or sensing it because you just bull through with your pride, and it takes you really out of touch with your life. But certainly not everyone has that kind of pride. And my thesis was last week that I think many valuable children in families where the families sense this is a child we want to get a lot from. I'm talking now at a sort of intuitive emotional level. Valuable children that families want to use, I think that often families deliberately, unconsciously don't give that kind of child the sense of self that would let them get the family drama straight and not put up with the bullshit. They leave that kind of kid in the dark, or else they even teach them that they're less than what they are to justify the trips that are going to come down on them. So that sadly, the strongest and most valuable of persons are often not the persons who have pride or really feel good about themselves. Which is why creative people are often so fucked up, so unhappy, suicidal, abusive of themselves, reckless, because they don't have what they should have. That'll depend on how much hurt they're getting. If they're getting too much hurt, they're going to close up. I mean, what we do when we're hurt is that. I mean, we close up or that or strike out, but we can't stay like this. I mean, we can't stay like this and have somebody jabbing you with a knife. Now, what I'm saying is, if you have a pride that is standing behind you when you do this, you get that spasm, but you're not going to maybe go all the way in because there's somebody behind you whispering they're an asshole, or they don't know what they're talking about, or you know who you are, or whatever it is. There's something that bounces back that's resilient. If you don't have a pride, you go inside, and then from your closed place, you have to start talking to yourself before you can open yourself out again, which may take 10 minutes and it may take 2 months, you know. Pride helps quickly. If you don't have pride, you got to do a lot of talking to yourself. You got to go over all the criticisms that were a part of that and all the ones that it was used to be like, and as you do it, you gradually open out again. But it's harder. Yeah, Glenn. It's super interesting. Again, I think the problem is the problem of relation. If you are expressing your beauty to somebody who isn't there, which is what creative people are doing most of the time. I mean, we are doing our Fred Astaire dances or whatever it is, and thinking that Ginger Rogers is there, you know, or something like that, you know, and she's not there, or whatever. It's we think we are doing it to someone, and that a thing is going on. And initially, as I tried to indicate last week, we have so much momentum from the feeling of it ourselves that we can do it for a while, even when we're not in a participating situation, and project, have so much feeling that we project, we got enough for ourselves, plus we can invest the other person with it, and then fall in love with them, feel appreciated, feel that we're with, feel touched by, when all we're doing is feeling ourselves. We're in love with love. Now, after you've done it still longer, you get into the dilemma that you're talking about, which is basically that you are showing your beauty in a non-responsive situation. And the way that it comes off is that there are feelings lacking in it. It's not lacking in your creativity, but that in terms of what you feel from it, there's just nothing. So if you don't understand that there's supposed to be something that comes from it, and that it brings people closer, or brings creativity from them, or love from them, or whatever, then you're going to fill that emptiness with approval, pleasing, whatever those things are, and not your pleasure. And that's what you come to do it for. and you forget that you're supposed to be touched, you know. You may be touched in your creativity, but you're supposed to be touched in return. It's the difference between well, that says it. That says it. And obviously, what erupts to break us out of that, and indeed, then we forget that we've done it. Something that I've mentioned is that back about 4 or 5 years ago, I found myself saying things like, I have to stay in Los Angeles because what I have to say is relevant to the dilemmas that people have in Los Angeles, and I'm sort of a mouthpiece for the collective problem, you know, which is all a very dramatic way of saying my life isn't my life. I mean, it's really what it is for the people who need me or learn from me or whatever, and I'm not a free person. Bullshit, you know. It's that kind of thing, and you get into that if you get out of touch with that response back kind of thing. Yes? I want to teach a whole Saturday on that for UCLA next year. I'll deal with that problem, but I'll try to say a little bit about it. Here's what I see. And I suppose you have to talk about women passing through these things at different ages based on how chauvinistically they've been indoctrinated. There are a lot of things you could say about it. For example, how do you go from being a slave with privileges that allow you to dabble but not have an identity? You know, to not really develop yourself to the place where being a wife would make you vomit, or a slave to a man, or a function for a man, because the pride in your creativity would demand respect, and you couldn't justify your dependency anymore. How do you, so that creativity in that context is almost by necessity has to be limited, because if it really breaks out, it destroys the role of the chauvinistic wife. And yet it's safe, so that the safety of it allows you access creatively, time, access, because you're safe, you're protected, but not from your own ability to be safe in the world that the man has made for you. So the problem is, how do you give that up? Not only the safety of that, but the opportunity to explore for a world with no safety, which and safety is really a help in being open creatively. So that a lot of the dilemmas that women have in that transition place are really coping problems. I mean, just learning to cope with things that they have not had to cope with. And there is a lot of anxiety and depression in women in transition. that comes from the innocence of that dilemma, because they are really dealing with life raw, stripped down, without these fragments that men have when they get liberated. However, while they don't have the safeness and security that is often a foundation for being able to be creative. Namely, I can, Maslow fashion, I can take my eyes off of security and all of that because I can take it for granted and just look to the stars or whatever it is. Because I don't have to worry about where I'm going to get the next roll of toilet paper or whatever it is. So I can think about that level of experience. While women in transition don't have that, what they have is amazing rage and hurt, which opens them up creatively in another way. In other words, it's not so much being creative from security and from that safe, strong place, but it's from being ravaged by the resentment that you're in contact with, the power of the immediacy of your experience, and how hurt you are over the rape that men have perpetrated on you, and pain and hurt and rage give you access to creative thinking, so that women can be incredibly creative while being very insecure and confused and really in the identity pits, not know who the fuck you are, not know what you are in relation to who you were yesterday, but be very open creatively. If the hurt is great enough, that creativity can also be compulsive creativity. Namely, you can't turn it off. It's creativity that's really coming from an injury to you, so that it can bring dangers with it. You can get worn out by it. You can go crazy with it. You can be in an amazingly growthful time, but almost hurtingly so, because the thing that's opening you up is your pain. Another dilemma in there is that you have one set of skills as a slave, the skills of attraction, seduction, holding, guilt, manipulation, entrapment is the general word for the skills of a chauvinistic woman. You have those sets of skills, and in transition, you have to give all of that up and become skilled at something else. And to do creative works that require lots of skill developing before you get to a place where you can take the skills for granted and let your spirit move those in your distinctive stylistic ways, sometimes takes years. So the dilemma that many women face and more experience of non-relation to one's beauty and creativity, that one has a pride also that is offended by this process. At a certain place, pride and vulnerability
join hands to stop creativity from expression, not from the internal experience of it necessarily, but certainly expression. And what is born then is not just the feeling problem or specific philosophical problem of casting pearls, which may have animated the conflicts long before these later developments. In other words, all along people are struggling with, in specific instances, do I really want to show myself to people that don't care? But at a certain place, one crosses a line in the history of this experience of hurt, where casting pearls becomes a worldview, not a philosophical question, a life stance, and one goes inside oneself. You live inside of a bubble, the skin of which is the feeling, I don't want people to know my feelings, my beauty, my poetry, my love. Takes place inside that feeling. And from that time on, there is no life out that stance. Everything I do, say when I make love, the things I say when I create take place inside the feeling of I don't want you to know. I don't want you to feel. I don't want to say it. Pause. And the very important line when someone passes it. On this side of that line, which are the people that we talked about last week, despite a disappointment behind a creative impulse or action, the possibility of creativity through the hurt, the reluctance, the sadness, the defensiveness, and making a statement consistently, strongly, but the possibility exists. And activity is still a differentiated emotion, in the sense that fantasy led to impulse, makes a momentum, psychological emotion, space that has a power, direction to it, and a strong force there is, as strong as love, as strong as the force of that is capable of evil shudder, not change it, shudder, because so that even of this the person may have areas or times can't bring it out, and with other people, as we talked about last week, hide and seek and that sort of thing. There's still the possibility is creativity is still open enough to the right circumstance, the right amount of trust or right situation, wise for creativity to make it thrust in space. Free, the person can side of himself or herself can confront creativity and love. However, when one crosses over that line, creativity, passion behind it, sincerity behind it, all of the is not capable of breaking through the smooth faith, the philosophical I will before swine do it. The person is then not a character in the Reichian sense with or holes where love and feeling can get. The person is locked as a chemical cauldron where there are no leaks, no access for that pressured cooking process that's taking no access for Jung's alchemy of personality development. This cauldron is an aggressive experience in the sense not that the energies within transformed consciousness or understood along the alchemical model, but where quite opposite, clearly created emotions breaking down and regressing to undifferentiated emotions that lack a clarity. Side then and create fails demand of vulnerability, not show. A personal example I'd like to tell you about. It's a kind of human experience that for those of you that are the salesman, the son finds who the man that I knew when I lived in my neighborhood that I loved. This man was a very who worked in the system, had to be in a job 4 notches above where he failed for better position, and being interested in him and experiences of college where I tie Windsor knots and he hung up and had dirty shirts and been quite before exams, because these apparent failures had been so devastating. His career was not people were passing him, working for people that had once worked, all that kind of thing. With a project of mine, I was help this man pass this exam. Started out about dress and teaching him tie when he went to the interview. Make sure it's a not for thing, and found out that there was a particular part of the exam that dealt with some mathematics that he had failed 3 times before, and I found out before the examination that instead of studying because he'd failed before and not known it clearly, he skimmed the mathematical work the night before, hour and a half, tired. And I got angry, pushed him about it, and the man down in tears and said, "I don't want the job. I don't want the response. I exams." Times I've heard creative persons who are complaining about being on the shelf get some encouragement to work, and for my work I would come forward. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to be perfect. The world doesn't want me. That's my problem, is not wanted, but I'm ready to go. Isn't meeting its attempts to thwart them. They really don't want the commission. Really don't want to write the song. They're threatened by the opportunity because it exposes to them what they really feel is that they don't want. They've crossed that place. Now inside that which is incredibly powerful, you have the up against the wealth of creativity. The heart, the soul is the custodian of the dignity. It is as the soul odds with itself, try to resolve this, and creativity separated from the preserving aspect is just not strong to break through those things that the soul sets out, blocks, in quotes, to the expression of beauty and love and creativity, whether it's a rigidity in the body, weakness in the throat, whether it's a place where you go blank, the first one, or follow the plot out, where you hear a fragment but it doesn't complete. You hear part of it, the bridge, whatever, where your mind stops, body stops, feeling stops, or you get tired, or you get anxiety attacks, or whatever it is, whatever the soul has to use to stop you, to keep you from raping yourself, it will do. And creativity is simply not strong enough then to oppose and overpower its ally. So what happens then in that place is that these sharp, clear, differentiated emotions of the open creative person, their rage, their sense of beauty, their inspiration, their passion, their imagination bounces against this shell that they live inside, and as it turns back, it mixes up with other emotions, fear, impotence, depression. Rage gets mixed up with passion. And before you know it, in that soup, another kind of emotion is born. namely frustration, which is like hysteria, an unspecific emotion, in that it's a generalized feeling that is composed of many other feelings. It's not clear. Frustration has as a part of it that it tumbles instead of having what an existential thinker might call a directionality. In other words, in this cauldron that is closed, feeling just turns around on itself. And it may have a lot of energy in it, some heat in it, but that never catalyzes or organizes itself into anything that is specific, clear, that has a force to it, a momentum to it, a direction to it, that would have a hope of breaking out of this shell, this monad that one now lives in. So on this side of the line, before the conversion to casting pearls as a way of life, the energy has the force to break out through resistance. And when one crosses this place into casting pearls as a philosophy and as an instinct from the soul in a generalized way, the feeling doesn't have the power to break down. And the longer that one is frustrated, the more that's true. The more mixed up the emotions that feed it are, the less clear it is. The ability to direct it or manipulate it or coerce it fails, and in time all a person is that was once creative is frustrated. It's not that they feel frustration and other emotions. The emotion they feel is frustration. And sometimes it takes a different form. Sometimes it's depressed. Sometimes it's tension. I itch. I break out. Allergies. Shingles. Insomnia. It takes different forms. But what it is some vague experience of pent-up frustration and tension that has no power and is almost impossible to organize with an idea. Creativity as an act is a wedding of feeling and form. And powerful creativity is creativity where vast amounts of human feeling, ambivalence, passion can be held by a word or a paint stroke or a melody, and form and feeling then in concert, in cooperation, make for creativity that has impact, that holds, that inspires. Frustration cannot be informed. You can't structure it with an idea and have that idea hold it. You can't take a creative fantasy and infuse it with frustration. There isn't a sense to it. There isn't an organization to it, so that when you are being creative in a frustrated way, it smudges out. You can't hold on to it.
You can't remember what you thought. You can't follow it up. It's impulsively experienced and not remembered. Because there's something built into the character of it that defies organization. Now, one of the things that happens to people at that place, when they are now the frustrated artist, creative person, who doesn't want to really express, but is still telling himself or herself that he or she wants to, and is frustrated that I can't, in that dilemma, then casting pearls fades away as the problem that I'm aware of. Now the problem that I'm aware of is my frustration. That's what I'm dealing with. So I'm now working with the problem one step divorced from where it started. The open wound is, I want to express beauty, but I won't because I'll be hurt and neglected and abused. If I can work with it at that level, it's an open problem. But if I've closed that door and I've altered the character of the emotions into a generalized emotional state, now I no longer even see that problem. Now what I am is frustrated with my frustration. Frustrated with my inability to do what I've forgotten that I don't want to do. So I am inside myself, plus I've turned myself inside out once more. So I'm inside a second place now with my frustration as my problem. Now the way that down in terms of people describing their experience is, this is the person who would say, I'm afraid of success or failure. Namely, my experience of myself is based on whether I am trying to harness my frustration or get past it to do something creative, and I'm afraid that I can't, which is right. So, therefore, I'm not creative because I'm afraid of failure. And I'm not really afraid of failure at all. It's that I don't want my beauty seen. But in this second place removed, which is where I'm now experiencing myself, what it looks like is that my problem is that I can't do anything with my frustration. So that here again, which you see all the time in people who write to, teach to, therapy to creative people, the definition of what the problem really is of crucial importance. And often the way that people who are blocked and inside themselves define it is that I'm afraid of success or failure, and that's not the problem at all. I mean, sometimes it is, but those are very different problems than the one we're describing here, which would be mislabeled as the problem of being afraid of failure or success. So what we do in that place where we are frustrated with our frustration is that we are taught a variety of gimmicks by the teachers and charlatans, those people who
manipulate frustrated creative people to try to help them. The teaching of gimmicks, discipline, different strategies that are designed to deal with the creative problem in the following way. If I can't wed frustration to the form of creative impulse and inspiration, because frustration has no stickiness, no cathexis, no power to bind energy and direct it. It's just a vague, spilly type emotion that just spreads out. Then maybe what I can do is build up a real head of steam of frustration, like sort of get a good pot of it boiling and put a technique out in front of the force of that sort of sloshy flood of self-hatred, and hope that with the pressure of the frustration behind a gimmick, I can make myself break through and get a fucking idea. So it's not an attempt to solve the creative problem at all. It's really an attempt to try to, through sleights of hand and with the generous cooperation of self-hatred, beat myself into the place where my frustration wed to a resolution, a plan, a step 1, step 2, step 3 type way out of creative blocks, I can get myself in a different place. About all these techniques are able to do, about all they're able to do is hurt our feelings, even more than they're already hurt. Frustration as a pressure behind any strategy is bound to fail because, again, it's not directional. Even if the technique is a strong one and born out of the rape of the creative process, namely it's taking something that naturally occurs in creativity and then uses it as a technique, even if there's a wisdom behind it, there has to be a force, and frustration isn't a force. So that all that happens when you turn frustration against the casting pearl skin with a technique as the arrowhead is that when it strikes one's resolve not to express, when it's up against the soul and vulnerability, the technique shatters, and we simply hurt ourselves, feel further frustrated, and even if we get a glimpse of a creative feeling or action, because we've not dealt with the original dilemma, the block reconstitutes itself almost immediately, so that we can't sustain the discipline. We start missing mornings, or we stop listening to the tapes of last year's work to get us into the mood, or whatever. We just stop doing it. So it might work once or twice, if it works at all, but the soul will close off the access, and the access was gotten not through openness, but through hurt anyway. So that whatever we get to, while it may have creative ingredients, not a loving presentation of our unconscious to the world, it's a creative thought or action or song that we've gotten to by hurting ourselves enough with our self-hatred backed by our frustration to get a little feeling out of the old soul.
but it was gotten by hurt, and it bears the stamp of hurt, and it will be taken care of and bandaged by the soul, obscured, as it does with all violations that we do of ourselves. We try to cure the sadisms we perpetrate on ourselves consistently. Now, to develop a little bit more this alchemical idea, to give you a picture of what's going on, in Jung's concept of an interest in alchemy, which he postulated theoretically had extraordinary correlation to what transforms persons. What goes on when you cook, alchemize, attempt to make a metamorphosis of baser, grosser, chemical, or if you want to talk psychologically, consciousness elements, when you cook them inside the tension of living and intent for consciousness, is that they go from vagueness, undifferentiation, lead, they break down into ever more differentiated emotions, feelings, qualities of personality. One of the most beautiful of those is a description in Jung's psychology about that change where a person who has never felt feeling before at a conscious level, like there are lots of people in the world who don't know at a conscious valuing level that they feel. They feel things, but they're not aware of the integrity and dignity of their feeling. And one of the first stages in the development of consciousness or personal growth is when one becomes what alchemists call chauvinistically the red man. When the tincture, the essence of the person becomes red, becomes feeling for a while, and I'm aware of myself as a feeling person. I'm not aware of the between my feelings, but I'm aware that I feel, often that or a rage, a generalized feeling, but it's feeling. And then as one changes and grows more and exposes oneself to further conflict, the red tincture breaks down, and what is what the alchemists would call the peacock's tail. So that from one color, one emotion, generalized emotion, are born several different emotions: jealousy, joy, creativity, sensuality, and lust. And in all those areas, I am conscious of myself and aware of the value of that particular emotion, the distinctiveness of it. And I can use that different emotion and direct it. I'm not all one emotion. I am many different emotions with their logics and wisdoms, their chakras of meaning, or however you want to put that. Now, what I'm saying to apply that model to our discussion tonight is that often the creative person that we've been talking about up to this point has evolved himself or herself into a state creatively that we might call the peacock's tail, where the person has access to different emotions that can be used creatively and lovingly to do work. And what happens then in this blocking of evolution is that the alchemical process reverses itself, as it were. The energy is driven backwards. The fragmentation of the peacock's tail, instead of being a creative, generative transformation, is in fact a decaying process, and not in the positive sense of that, not in the putrefaction sense as alchemists use it, where things rot in order to get new again, but where they are simply rotting and breaking down and losing their power. And the peacock's tail goes backwards until it becomes the lead that it started with, the heavy, powerless, impotent turmoil of unconscious, fragmented emotion that the person can't work with. Lacking beauty, a burden. So that's a picture of this process. And the implication of that is that if you try to work at that level with yourself as leaden, you'll get nowhere. Because to change it requires a re-transformation of oneself, so that one went through very painful changes to get to the place where you can be an open, creative artist, person, lover. And when you have been backed down by your vulnerability and hurt, the only way you can get back to that place is to pass back through the transformations, which require, as the first ones did, an openness, a desire to be open and to know the truth, which by definition is lacking when you're blocked. So by definition, following this notion, any attempt to work at the level of frustration fails, if not in the moment, ultimately, because frustration doesn't lead to metamorphosis. Frustration just pushes things around. It doesn't change them. So if you're not about transformation, you'll get nowhere. Which is why the dilemma that people who do psychotherapy are confronted with all the time. You're confronted with that in love and relationship of all kinds, of people who come in a frustrated state and are basically saying to you, I can't stand my frustration. I understand that it's going to take a long time to get some help here, but I don't have time for that. You've got to give me things to do to relieve my frustration some, so that I see the issues and do something. And there are therapists and educators and whatnot who will respond to that dilemma and give gimmicks and encouragement and babysit with hurt creative persons, give them peer support, send helpers home with them, God knows what else. And in my opinion, following a serious understanding of this conflict, those things are doomed to failure because they don't have the power. And in fact, all one does is bubble further down. At this place, what I'm hung up with is I'm not a success. I'm a failure. But because I have pride, I don't want anybody to know that I feel like a failure, that I'm frustrated. They may know, but I'm not going to let them know that they know. And what is born from that is the feeling that frustrated creative block people have that they are fraudulent. Often these are people who are able to go on writing yesterday's creativity or singing yesterday's creativity, not getting any new, but fiddling with yesterday's, doing professional levels of work, good work but not great work, competent work, not creative work, sometimes in very powerful positions, sometimes doing what we would usually associate with creativity, but doing it in a craft sense. Not putting down art as craft, but by craft what I mean is I did it with my skill, which is the result of what I have learned, and there was no creativity in it. So that, and in many areas of quote-unquote creative functioning, craft can pass as creativity because everybody else involved is frustrated and blocked, or dumb and doesn't know any better, power-oriented, money-oriented, doesn't know any better, and craft can pass so that one can go on being professionally creative and not doing anything creative. However, you know better. You know that you are failing. You know that what you're doing is not what you once did. Plus, you're frustrated inside and just getting yourself to be professional and crafty, and yet your pride won't allow you to admit that you don't have it anymore, so that you bluster, posture, are arrogant, find ways of hiding in what you do, and obscuring it so that people can't see that it's the real thing. And the problem is that you know you're doing that, so that fraudulence gets added to the problem of being frustrated with your frustration. So that you are inside yourself, inside a paper bag, tumbling around, and pretending to other people that that's not what's going on, while knowing that it is, and being afraid that they're going to find out. Those are the people in mortal fear of having what they really feel. People. I'm afraid I'm going to break down on the job. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to do it even at a craft. I'm afraid that one morning I just won't even go into work. I mean, I won't get there. Or I won't even get a thought in my head, even if it is yesterday's thought again. I'm afraid that I'm going to be in the middle of doing something that I've always done for the public and just start crying out of my impotence and sadness and hurt. I'm afraid that I'm going to be found out. Which then takes you one more convolution back, because not only can you not face the emotions that go with the casting pearls dilemma, hurt, creativity, and vulnerability and conflict, you can't deal with your frustration, even let the emotions that go with the frustration show. So you're in like a triple control trip. And if you think this is complicated, you should see dogs that have been at even that for about 10 years, where it's one area of fraudulence based on another. That what was yesterday's thing I was afraid people were going to find out about me, I'm not worried about anymore because I got a new thing I'm afraid they're going to find out about. And, of course, what that problem does is further cut you off from other people, because you, when you're with them and doing your craft, your thing, which is not creative and you know it, and you're afraid they know it, but you're going to see that they don't find out, you know that you're not being yourself, so that you doubt the whole basis of your experience. You can't trust anything that anybody says to you, so that if people tell you, you're good, I love you, why don't you try to get back to whatever it is that you once were, or I sense there's a good person in you somewhere, a woman or a man, project out of reaching you, you can wipe all of that out, because you know they don't know the real you, because you. So if you love a you that I am not being, then you're a liar. Then you're running some kind of a trip. Then what's in it for you? So that not only can I not get outside myself, but nobody can get to me to affect it, because I don't believe anything that they're doing, because I'm being fraudulent. And any response to that then has to be. So all of that adds more hurt to the frustration, which grows and grows. Now, one of the last things that we do along in there when we get in this dilemma is to go to things that are stronger than gimmicks, to try to get access to our creativity in these convoluted, blocked, in quotes, places. Namely, we get into doping, drugging, drinking, fatiguing, dramatizing, tripping, spacing ourselves out into getting the creativity out of that block that's involved with casting pearls, and get it out by skirting the issue of the vulnerability involved in expressing it. Namely, we try to find a way to express creativity that gets around vulnerability, which is what drugs, booze, long nights of staying up, fatigue, insomnia, altering the natural course of your life can sometimes do. Creative retreats, all kinds of specialized stagings, group pressures that stage creativity to get ourselves in a place where we can somehow overpower or go around the dilemma to express something. And I would say that that's probably, as I mentioned early in the course, the major way that frustrated people take uppers or whatever it is. Uppers are very important in creative people. Sniff a little coke to hit that, whatever the modern temptations and seductions are, to get around this I don't want you to know my feelings problem.
what I mentioned the first or second night is probably most of the creativity that we are exposed to in the media, the majority of it at least, is creativity that is gotten to in these ways, not a naturally exploding from an openness and vulnerability expression of a person's life and understanding, but a stoned, coked, going around the corner access to one's soul. Now the problem with that is that when you do that, you're getting access, by definition, by raping yourself. It is a self-rape, so it is a violation. So that the creativity that comes from it is a creativity of hurt again. And as with all creativities of hurt, even though we may get to something, our soul will block that off, so that the person who up on coke, who can see something or hear something, can't get back to it the next day down, has to get up again to get in that space to get onto it again. Because what the body has said in that time is, you will not show your beauty. So what many artists do that are in this place is that they have to get themselves into escalating uses of these spaced out, drugged out, dramatic attempts to get around, to get the same access. In other words, I got to hurt myself more each time, or rape myself with more drug each time, to get to the same space where I'm on. Because my body and my soul are fighting it the whole time. Which leads to more frustration, more hurt, and being farther and farther away from the original problem. And obviously, although I want to talk about that more next week, you can see then the person coming to a place where she or he is flirting with the whole notion of cutting beauty and creativity off from any question of value. Like, I don't give a fuck whether the sponsors are moral or not, or the networks are. I don't give a damn whether directors violate my material. It doesn't really matter the way the world is. And I can be in an amoral or immoral context and not have it bother me too much, because I have become so jaded from hurting myself that and gotten so far away from valuing creativity. It's simply the product of my own personal sadistic attack on myself, that the issue of value almost becomes irrelevant. And we hear a lot of that kind of creativity now. Creativity which is totally divorced from value, but often has a certain poignancy or a quality of hurt or humanity in it, but no relation to value. It's come from a jaded person who hurt himself or herself so many times in getting to it, they've almost forgotten any conscious notion of personal dignity. They are whores for creativity, creative whores, and often proud of it. That's reality, man. That's the way it is. And you're a fool if you don't deal with it that way or see it that way. Now, another very interesting character of their creativity, and we'll make this the last sort of thought for tonight, is that the creativity that you get to by rape is a creativity that I would call obscene in the Sartre sense. In Saint-Genet, Sartre's phenomenological analysis of Genet, the orphan and playwright, the point that Sartre evolves with a lot of brilliance is that all of us have totally vulnerable places where important conflicts for us, the most important of life experiences and the most important qualities of what the heart of our soul is, come together. And that totally fragile, totally vulnerable, but extremely powerful place is what we protect with our defensiveness and our body armor. However, in other words, we don't show it to other people and often don't show it to ourselves. We hide it with our shame and our shyness. However, give us a play situation, give us a spaced out situation, give us an escape situation where we don't have to deal with people personally, i.e. give us a pornographic situation, which is often what modern sexuality is, and we can get direct access to those deep parts of ourselves and show them to another person and experience them in a very uncaring, unvulnerable context. So that an example I gave when I taught dignity and disgust is that, for example, the 40s and 50s male can go to the burlesque theater and have the woman who doesn't care for him, feels violated by his watching her, and doesn't care about him, expose her breast. And in that moment, the man feels that his mother, in those moments when she didn't want, in the puritanical, repressive sexual eras, didn't want the father to touch her or see her body, didn't want him to get turned on, but the son would have a fantasy that the mother would show the breast or let the robe open, or somehow there was that it's all right for the son to see it but not the father, which makes me a better man than my father, which drives me nuts then whenever I see that cleavage. That's love, that thing, that's approval, that's faith in me, that's I'm the strongest and the best of all, that's the acme of self-confidence. And while in our personal lives we may not be able to bring ourselves, except in rare moments of trust, to let the women that we are intimately involved with know what that means, we can go regularly to the burlesque show and touch that feeling with someone who doesn't care. Or the endless examples of the obscene, the women who never had a father that cared, and that's the deepest hurt, and maybe no man will ever really care for me and value me, but somehow in the moment that Clark Gable looks at Scarlett O'Hara or whatever it is, or the doctor on the afternoon soap notices the nurse that he hasn't noticed for 4 years because she's the only one that stayed through thick and thin while all the glamorous ones came and went, and she was there and she always knew that he'd find her and all that. And in the moment we see that my father loves me, my father noticed me more than my sister, than my mother,
my life is ultimately worthwhile, etc., etc. And we're having it in front of a television set. We're getting off. We're ecstatic. We have access to the heart of ourselves, but not really vulnerably. It's sideways. It's through the back door. Now, we can't get into a whole discussion about the obscene tonight. I mean, it was worth a whole course's discussion, and is. But suffice to take that understanding and to say that the kind of creativity that you get to through gimmick and through drugging, spacing, hurting yourself sadistically into is not vulnerable creativity, but obscene creativity. So that you get access to the forms of your creative ideas, but none of the love of them, none of the dynamic of them, none of the power of them. As you raped the woman, you did touch her body and enter her, but not really. Somehow, she withdrew her dignity, and you can't really say that you knew the woman you raped. You did not participate in her, but you did touch some of the form of her. And that's what we do when we rape our creativity. We may get some ideas, may hear a song, may get a few poetic thoughts through those slights, may get a script. That would be like, in some ways, what we would write if we were open, and by people who are not relating to us, i.e., who relate to us through obscene ways, can't tell the difference from real creativity, will be interested in it and whatnot, won't know the difference. But what will be lacking is the dignity, the resource, the foundation under it, and the ability of creativity to explode in the minds of people that it reaches when it's vulnerable. Obscene creativity entertains you, takes you away from yourself for a while, may give you a certain, as we talked about early in the course, hysterical emotion, but you don't learn from it. Your mind doesn't explode. You're not up all night thinking about it because that part of it is missing in it. You get the trappings of it, some of the shapes of it, but not the dynamic of it. And that's because of how you got to it and because you've gotten to it obscenely. So, it's the difference between experience of pain through years of working out conflict against impossible, coming to a place where you can share the price, which in people that are receptive starts in their mind, thoughts, feelings, actions. It's the difference between that and right next door at the East LA Twin is another movie going on with some of the same characters, some of the same dramas, being watched by people that are not in love and open to it, and being done by people who don't care, and where one gets off, but when you leave, as in an unsatisfying masturbation experience, you simply return to your frustration. It's waiting for you right outside the porn house. Okay, we'll take about 15 minutes and we'll talk.
Some of the artists and composers
Huh?
over the years,
Yeah.
because they had an unhappy life, married life, or
There's no question that a lot of the great things that we have are the results of hurt become the reason for creative expression. That's a kind of a creative dilemma, however, that's outside the province of this course. In other words, that's a kind of situation where I'm not responding to my hurt by withdrawing, which is what this course is about. It's people who withhold when they're hurt. The person who uses their hurt as motivation is working with the problem very differently. And they want expression. I mean, it's not a dilemma about it. They want expression because it allows them to work out their hurt. It's their outlet for their hurt. So it's a very different creative situation than the one that we're talking about here, where the artist or the creative person is struggling with the problem of wanting to withhold. So their hurt is not working for you, it's working against you, if you want to put it that way. Yes? I mean, that explain why. And at that place, people have a choice. They go find somebody who will give them what they want, or they stay and live with their frustration. Now again, this touches on what I want to talk about the last couple of weeks, so I don't want to go into it too much, but apropos of this question, part of what will get you out of these places is one of the beginning things in it is the acceptance of your sin. I mean, a person who's coming and saying, stop it, is not accepting it. That's what I mean. They're at that level, they are trying to work within it. And the only possibility of transforming it would start with accepting it, which means that you have to experience the full brunt of it. But I don't want to talk too much more about that. But in other words, what I would just say to people who are in that kind of a place is, this is what I feel about it. If I, not only do I not believe that it will help, that it will help, the only way to get to it is to get to whatever the basic issues are, and that takes time. I'm sorry for your suffering. I can't help it in any immediate way. And if you want if I give you immediate help, I won't be able to help you in a long-term way, because once you set yourself up with any frustrated person as an authority who's telling them what to do, you have a resentment, passive-aggressive situation where if they do what you told them to do and it doesn't work, they're angry with you, and if they don't do it, they feel guilty. And in other words, you make yourself into the kind of person who can't do therapy. So I would explain that to a person, that even if I was the kind of person that can do that, I don't happen to be the kind of person that can help that way. I don't even do that with my kids. You know, I mean, I don't give people answers. Anybody. So, or suggest what they should do. It's like they've got to work that out. For example, I could tell you, it might interest some of you, sort of think about children in relation to schools. An attitude that I have about schools is that while we've been very conscientious about finding the best schools that we could find for our kids to fit who they were as people, my feeling is in general that I don't care whether or not I find the perfect school, because they're just going to have to go through all the shit wherever they go through it. They're going to have to go through it. And if they don't, they'll never get it together. So I want to make as helpful a place and as conscious a place as I can, and we've been fortunate to find those places. But my feeling is, in a certain way, almost any school would do, because you got to do that labor, and I want my children to do that labor. I want them to do that labor, because that's what will build, not answers. But I would tell somebody that that wanted answers, that they're free to go to somebody who will give them, and there are lots of therapists who give answers, who will be happy to try to do things for that frustration, and that's theirs. I mean, people are free to do whatever they like. I think the whole thing is that I had to learn is there's a kind of concept in psychology, which is not a part of the medical profession, but the therapy aspect of it has been influenced by the medical profession a lot. And it's that psychology has its version of what's called best medicine, that you ought to be able to do something for a person in every situation, and you do the best you can do in each situation. And the way that psychology translated that is that a good psychologist ought to be able to do something for everybody, help every person that calls or whatever it is. And I don't accept that responsibility. I feel that, on the contrary, my way of seeing and doing things is a very distinctive way that fits a few persons. And society would best be served if I do that for those persons, and the ones that it doesn't fit, find the people that the process works for them, instead of me doing a half-assed job of being a directive therapist. More better they go find a directive therapist, and I say, and I'm helping those persons who don't want relief from their frustration. In the course of many psychological positive growth experiences, people get into seasons of frustration, and you can happening there in the context of a constructive process where people do something talked about tonight, where they try to force solution of their conflicts by using the frustration that they have to resolve it. And it always backfires on them into, I hate myself. I tried to get myself to tell my mother off tonight and I just couldn't do it. Or tonight I will not handle it the same way. And I talked to myself and I pressured the shit out of myself for it. And then, God damn it, I went ahead and did it, And all it does is it leads you to hate yourself. So, to me, somehow the trick with frustration is always to accept it and not do much more with it than that. Not get involved in dealing with it or manipulating it. Then you're in trouble. Yeah? In most media creative areas, that's what you see. Now, there's certainly exceptions in it, and there's a kind of level of in that same area that you're talking about. I know a little bit about it myself. There's also an area of intimacy and fondness, but in general, it's a craft professional orientation that is generating our love stories. I mean, that kind of a thing. And what I was trying to say tonight is, a few weeks ago, is it really affects you differently than if it's done from an open place. Yeah, I mean, an example that I have cited a few times over the years when it was relevant is, for a while, some years ago, I knew a little bit about the acting world. It sort of had touched my personal life, and I remember hearing about a very powerful dramatic coach that in the space of just 2 or 3 years put about 16 or 17 young actors and actresses in state hospitals, using the director coach's notion of getting access to your private hell as a way of animating your performance in some kind of a method way, taking that and using it sadistically instead of lovingly, and just destroyed a number of young persons with that. And so much violence is done in the name of creativity. Yeah. Incidentally, thank you for your note. Yes? Thank you. Right on. Where that method is used, how it affects how, when actors and actresses are using that kind of technique to animate their performance, how does it affect the character of theater experience would be worth a lot of thought. In other words, if the actress is giving you on Tuesday night's performance done for the 40th time a certain scene, and she can't, what she's using that night to get to the feeling is when her aunt during the summer caught her masturbating or something like that, and what she's really doing is playing a thing that's very different from that. It's interesting to speculate, but that's the emotion she's going through that you're watching, and it's being called something else. It's interesting to think a little bit about what does that do to us when that's what the emotion is that we're seeing. That's interesting. Yeah. You tonight and try to convey that the destructiveness of that, which just takes you farther and farther away from an open vulnerability. I mean, it can make you, as many actresses and actors and actresses are, such an amazingly hurt person that you are, literally without an ego and so incredibly sensitive to everything. But what that vulnerability is not really a chosen vulnerability. It's just the fruit of being so hurt, and it's that kind of rawness rather than I want to be open, and I'm sharing this with you.
I remember after the first
Thanks a lot. Thanks. No, I mean that, not about the last comment, but all of them. I liked your thoughts. That's neat that you could share them too. Yes? But the answer to that is probably no, if one, I guess you have to talk a little bit about what you mean by ego, but what I would say is that the torture of this process that we're describing, and it'll be a little bit clearer next week probably, when we talk about the final state of it, the torture of it is that you haven't killed it. You know, that there's something in you always that knows that something is wrong, and even though it's been overwhelmed and it can't take over and resolve the problem, the seed of the sensing of the problem is still there. So that I've killed everything in me that fights it, but I can't stand being around people who remind me of it, or something like that. Yeah, I think that we don't destroy that the kernel of it. Certainly can destroy the activity of the ego, but not the essence of it. And that's what tortures these people. I mean, this person I'm talking about tonight is just tortured like crazy. That's the life. Frustration is bigger than anything that happens to them from the outside. Their own misery is bigger than any human experience, which is part of why it gets so isolating and also so suicidal, because I can't see how I'd ever feel differently. Because if I can't break out of it and no one can get to me, how will it ever end? You know, it's that kind of a feeling. Yes? And this anticipates the last two meetings, but there is no way out of this dilemma unless you accept every step that got you there. And as people go through all those changes, and this is like a relatively short course, and I just hit some of the crucial things in the last 3 weeks but if there are any major experiences or closings up in you that you don't accept, and you're simply embittered about them or feel they shouldn't have happened or whatever it is, and there's no way out. And as with, to me, all kinds of psychological processes of change, the only way that you can really get yourself in the context of transformation or healing or put that is if you accept all the ingredients of your life. In other words, not that you like it or whatever, but that you accept it. That happened to me. And it's that the acceptance then gives you access to the energy that's involved in those experiences, which allows those energies then to take some other form. I mean, that's sort of what's behind Jung's idea of the alchemy idea, that mostly with our important emotional experiences, because we don't accept them, we throw them away, we envy others who have other experiences, the energy that's in those experiences just stays a capsule that we sort of fruitlessly hold. It's just something that we have to carry around, but it doesn't do anything for us. And somehow, when you accept the pile of experiences in your hand, those energies are open and mix up with each other to form an incredible force that's really capable of changing the character of your life, really raising it to another place than just what the fragments would suggest in adding them up your life would be. Your life is more than what's happened to you, or however you want to say it. Why est exploded. It's another sort of brand name to put on. Sure, I would say that that's a group-based, gimmick-based mobilization of frustration. It could be other things. I think not by virtue of the techniques or the process, but the people involved in it, because I do think people can have positive growth experiences in it. But I think that its general intent would be to work with the general misery or something, and through technique, staging, and the power of numbers of persons. I mean, a group is a tremendously powerful thing. 10 people in a room is an incredibly powerful thing. It's more when, in group therapy, for example, you can watch, if you have a night when a number of people miss a group, if there are about 4 or 5 people in a group, powerful individuals with strong consciousness are really able to break the power that a group can have, because they can keep everybody straight while they do their number. In other words, strong persons can really talk 4 or 5 people and keep all of them wired at once, you know? And in that sense be in control of experience. But there's something magic about somewhere around 6 or 7, and the strongest of people crap out. And when they're doing it, they just can't keep it all straight. And at that place is born a very powerful force. Well, if you're talking about 200 or 300 people, you don't have a chance, which allows for the bypassing of your resistance. And in ways that when resistance is dealt with respectfully, namely on a one-to-one basis or whatever, and where you're only going to give up the resistance when you're ready to give up the resistance, not when it's overwhelmed by a force. That's why you're able to now, if we again add more time and more stress to the kinds of persons we've been describing, and we have our hurt, creative person at a place now where she or he has been feeling for some time the conflict at the level of frustration. Namely, no longer is there really access really to an open expression of self, beauty, love, but the specific impulses
have all been transformed into a kind of generalized feeling of frustration that bounces off of one's resolve, feeling-wise, to not be known or not be seen. And as we spoke about last time, there's something about the nature of frustration that it does not have the power to be able to deal with this dilemma. And on top of that, frustration is not what this whole thing is about anyway. So as we spoke about last week, frustration tends to become a life and tangles up with itself, and frustration becomes a problem to itself, dealing with it symptomatically, etc., etc. Now, it is the nature of most psychological conflicts. I wouldn't say all, because there are exceptions to what I'm going to say, but to most conflicts of this sort, that it is simply impossible for the person to bear frustration without a let-up. So that it means that for a while in a person's life who is blocked in this way, that the conflict is hot, if you want to put it that way, in the sense that the person is going through a conscious turmoil, a conscious experience of incredible frustration, trying to break through to something creative against their own protest. And it is an active thing within a person. They suffer with it terribly. However, the impotence of that and the frustration of it, the impossibility of that kind of a state of being that goes on week after week, month after month, becomes so intolerable that in time the conflict must really go to something else. Sometimes there is a kind of spacing out phenomena that takes place, but that's really not something I wanted to talk about as much tonight as really the birth of the value of not casting pearls before swine. If you talk to yourself long enough and feel long enough that you don't want other persons to know, and if you live with that as a central issue for long enough, and if you live with a frustration that has nowhere else to go for long enough, the intolerability of this dilemma of keeping it hot and hitting myself up against a wall that won't budge creates an atmosphere in which that feeling of not wanting other people to know my feeling, my beauty, my creativity, my thought, my fantasy, my music, my poetry, my body, can get transformed into a value. Feeling becomes value. It is the birth of a value. Now, what I mean by a value is, and we touched on this in one of our discussions, is a psychological structure like pride that is non-dynamic in the sense that it is not a changing thing, not a responsive thing to experience, but it influences experience tremendously. It is a compulsive structure, a kind of window out of which we see. Or again, to use the analogy that I used with pride in relation to Jung's description of archetypes, it's like a kind of dry stream bed in us, and when experience flows, experience will flow down that channel. That's what a value is like. It is like a groove in us, a category in our eyes, in our ears, what we hear with. And it is not a learned thing in the sense of being a response. It is a decided thing. It's something that we learn as children or learn later, not as a wisdom about experience, but as a priority that we choose to take in relation to experience. We don't come to experience innocently, any of us. We come to it innocently, at best, with our values, which shade and give nuance and highlight and figure and ground to our experience. And what happens to many creative persons in the face of this intolerable chronic dilemma of expression is that the feeling of withholding begins to turn into a value, something I believe in, a structure within myself that relieves some of the hot stress of frustration. In other words, a value absorbs energy in its structure, in its form, in the philosophy that develops around it. Values have an emotional life of their own. We see through values. When I talk about at the end of this lecture something about the life of seeing through value, it is not a dynamic perception when we see through value. Value tends to be a killing perception. Value stamps things. Value makes things, to use Jung's terminology again, nothing but however we see them from our value, which is why people who live, particularly from distorted values, can be so incredibly blind to experience contradicting them, because they're not really seeing things. Experience is only the occasion that precipitates their experience of their values. So that in that sense, values are dumb. They make us dumb, unresponsive, stupid. They don't enliven experience and perception. They kill it. And that is what happens when casting pearls, withholding, I don't want you to know about me, becomes a value. There is then less hot frustration. There is now something new to believe about life that is in open contradiction, feeling-wise and philosophically, with our desire to express. And we are no longer one person seeking life, beauty, the expression of self. We are two persons. We are a creative self and a spirit, perhaps talented and gifted. And we are also a person who is anti-expression, anti-beauty, anti-openness, and who values hiding, invisibility, low profile, not being seen. because the others don't deserve to know, or whatever it is, or we can't be hurt one more time, whatever it is that we say the reason is, but the reasons are really no longer important anymore because we're too far away from the conflict. Some people who've been with us long enough even forget why they believe it anymore because the belief becomes so strong. And what develops is a brittle, cynical person in a once open, spontaneous, creative person, raw and open to hurt. Now we have an old hurt person, brittle, cynical. It's no longer that I don't want you to know my feelings. I don't think it's good that you know. Life doesn't deserve what it is that I have to say and sing. And I may try to handle that in different ways. I may try to handle it with a philosophical conception and change that goes from seeing, which is much more characteristic of people who are open and expressive, that there is beauty in the world and also ugliness, that life is a struggle between good and evil, that creativity strikes blows at ignorance, that we shift our position from that to beauty is a private thing, beauty is a transient thing, beauty is a special thing, beauty is in the eyes of people that are in love, beauty is a thing for the young, beauty is for those rare persons that can somehow keep a blindness to the world going and are unaffected by the bruises of it, that can transcend it. But what reality is ugliness, uncaring. It's not really a conflict between good and evil. Evil rules the day. Ignorance rules the day. There really is no love in the world. And if there is love, it is a transient thing. Everyone falls out of love. Everyone forgets the poem that you once wrote for them. Everyone forgets that when they told you once they would never forget your touch, someday they'll forget. All great and beautiful things are forgotten and injured and uncared for and trampled either through the passage of time or under some circumstance. Beauty is a fair weather thing. And when I come to some kind of a general philosophical belief like that, there is then no longer any sense to the attempt to express. To do so is to be a fool, unwise, to simply expose oneself again to an inevitable rejection by another woman, another producer, another studio, another publisher, another whatever it is, because the world doesn't want beauty. Not some want it, no one wants it. And if they do, I don't trust it, because it will go away. So there's perhaps a philosophical conversion like that. It may have added to it a value and a stance that values withholding as a defiance. Fuck you. You hurt me enough, and now, and you took me for granted. The world takes for granted beautiful people, one after another, puts the yoke on them, runs them into the ground, and maybe we can't make you see beauty, but I'll be goddamned if we'll give it to you to abuse. So we won't titillate you with it anymore. We won't give you something to abuse, to distract yourself with, to take for granted with. And we'll withhold from you and see how you like it in a world without my poetry, without my beauty, without my love. And see whether you say uncle. See whether you protest that beauty isn't around anymore. See whether after you go through the other lovers who didn't care for you as much as I did, if you come back to me and say that you're sorry, and maybe if the world apologizes to me, remembers me, and my lovers come back with an apology for rejecting me and ignoring me, maybe I'll consider coming out again. But not until then. Not until through my defiance, which of course I don't see as that. I see as simply the mature thing to do in my hurt. Until I see the world treat me differently, I will withhold. That's how it's really experienced. And as we talked about last week, in the case of frustration, because when you are withholding, you are not showing your value or projecting your value. Rather than people remembering your value, you are easily forgotten because you're not being you. So in your fantasy, that when you withhold, sulk, withdraw, go into the cave and wait for the public to come and say that they're sorry and make retribution to you, in fact, you make it easier for you to be abused, ignored, and not seen, which hurts you all the more, which you work out by being further defiant, which makes you withdraw even more, which makes you less visible and less known, and it is a vicious circle. So that the defiance is impotent and ineffective. And obviously, because you're feeding your hurt into this conflict and the value associated with it, the defiance gets worse and worse until it really takes you to the edge of suicide or to suicide. When I stopped writing, when I stopped doing what I did, they didn't see it. How far do I have to go? I'll fucking kill myself so you'll know how much you've hurt me. And maybe when my brains are splattered against the ceiling, you'll understand what I felt and what was wrong. From whence comes that whole mythology of trying to break through the withdrawn, dissociate with reality by some violent act which reminds the world of who you are, except it doesn't injure them with your beauty. It simply presents them with a shock that they have no place to put. Because it really doesn't make any sense. It's not a related action. It is a thrashing out as a fantasy or an action from a state of being which is cut off from people. It makes no sense. Which is why people are often not sorry at these dramatic expressions of people's hurt, but forget that too, and see it as something other than what it is. See it as a sign of weakness. See it as something dramatic, and if anything, it makes them angry, rather than shaming them and making them appreciate. And somehow, in a defiant person's suicidal rumination, they know that too. which is why there are not more defiant suicides, is that we know that it will be a gesture that won't be worth it. Another expression of the birth of casting pearls as a value is really the attempt to cut oneself off from public expression by giving birth to a value in privacy. I try to value the private expression and cultivation of beauty within myself and be totally cynical about its expression in the world. In my fantasy, love lives, but love doesn't live outside me. I will try to write songs about what I understand love to be, but I won't play them for anybody because no one cares about that and no one participates in that, and it doesn't exist anyway. It's something that exists in me, and I'm weird. Privacy as a value unfortunately doesn't work because most creative persons are organic. A few are fragmented enough to be able to have a private creative life and be successfully totally blocked with other people. There are a few persons who are able to do that. Most creative persons aren't. And in the organic nature of their creativity, while they attempt to be privately in touch and to feel, it doesn't work. And as they shut down publicly, they are shut down privately. I can't let myself be any more open alone with myself than I can with you. Because if I break out in my private life, I will break out publicly. The same laws that govern unfolding in psychotherapy, that people are very seldom able to be much more than a half step or one step more open in the privacy of a psychologist or psychiatrist's office than they are able to be out there. It follows the same logic. I can only turn off so much as I pass through the door and hit the hallway in the elevator. And I can't let myself feel and be open to much more than I can out there. And that varies a little under different circumstances, but in general, that's why, that's the sense behind repression, suppression, denial, projection, being defensive with someone that totally accepts you and where there are no consequences for your talking, yet you still can't talk because that private place can't be that much walled off from the public world. And the same thing is true when we try to do that in our private lives creatively. We can't carry off privacy as a value so that we find ourselves in the face of that gradually shutting down, not having access, not able even to find word, music, touch, access privately, let alone considering taking it into the world. We are turned off. This is, of course, as we talked about last week, not only a person now that is one step away from the openness of the conflict, as the frustrated person is dealing with frustration. This is now a person twice divorced from the original dilemma of, I want to express myself, no I don't. This is a person now whose frustration is now quieting down because some of the energy of it has been transformed into values that are blocks. And so that I'm not even hot anymore. And I'm not even in a creative turmoil in that sense. I now find a deadness, a numbness, a depression coming over me. I know that something is terribly wrong, and yet I'm doing what I believe in. My frustration is not an acute pain. It's a numbing lack of fulfillment, sense of restlessness. Sense of pain, but it's not hot and open anymore. So that I don't even know what the original conflict is, and I certainly don't know even what to put myself up against, let alone what energy to use, because my energy is now diffused into my values. Now, the only energy that I have to put up against it are those times when I am again frustrated. But if you remember our discussion of last week, frustration is not a potent emotion because we can't direct it. It's smudgy. And values are very tough. Values, for example, are tougher than consciousness. Now, in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to talk about the possibilities of helping and healing people like we're describing here. And there are possibilities of that. But simply pitting consciousness, truth, and love against a value of non-expression and love and truth break. They're diffused. They don't have the power because they are open, vulnerable feelings up against structures that are insensitive, don't receive, are resistive, ahistorical, have no memory, are dogged and dumb, so that love can't strike the heart of a value and shatter it. And we have all kinds of fantasies about that. We feel that if we got around a strong enough person or a strong enough love, they could break through value, barriers, dramatic fantasies about shatterings and impulsive experiences of exorcisms of demons that are locked into values. Horseshit. Values are very powerful when they line up against truth and beauty and love. And if they're powerful against consciousness at its best, if what you're throwing up against your value is impotent frustration, you get nowhere. Frustration just rolls off value. Frustration gets nowhere. And that spasmodic frustration is the best that a turned off, cynical person can get into to assault their blocked problem. So most of the time, I'm just depressed, lifeless, numb, down. I have no fight in me against something that I sense is wrong. And once in a while, if somebody rattles my cage or puts enough heat on me or I get a little close to my spirit or my inspiration, there is a spasm of frustration in me at my condition. But when it hits the values of non-expression, withholding, privacy, I don't want the world to know, the world doesn't care, the frustration just dies. And I'm back again with myself, so that I feel utterly trapped, and am, as long as I work with my life within that place, and as long as I'm committed to those values. I intend to continue them. I'm committed to them. I am trapped. Also in that place, I feel that much more impotent, because I sense rightly, that if life is some conflict between those who strike blows for truth, love, and consciousness, a vast, dead, repressed, fucked over majority, and powerful active evil at the other side of it, if life is some struggle of that, if anybody drops out of the struggle against evil and deadness, the force sways that much more for ignorance and evil. And if I've checked myself out of it, that is even more poignantly true. Then my value of non-expression and defiance and withholding has added to it that I'm not even anymore holding evil in check in my sphere of living by my fighting it with my truth and love. I'm not fighting anymore. So there is a sense of evil moving in on me, ever more so. And that ain't a fantasy, it's true. When we stop fighting ignorance, evil, power, manipulation, we are just bullied all the more. That's just a truth in life. You either fight it or you don't. If you fight it, you may hold it off. You may make inroads against it. You are at least in a dynamic battle with it. The minute you stop fighting it, it runs you over. And that's true. So that if things were bad before, you gave birth to defiance and withholding. They're worse now. Your mother pushes you around more than she did when you were out there fighting. Your father gets bullshit in. Politically, you feel more pushed around than you did. In your personal life, in your public life, everywhere, you give the day to the others, and they take it. You become crusty, irritable, a cynical person, a sarcastic person, perhaps hidden by charm and wit, but basically you're negative, and you can't get yourself out of that negativity. Then you get other problems. When you pull away from life this far, and you give birth to withholding as a value, you withdraw feeling from your body and your sexuality. Your body, which before this time was a vehicle for the expression of creativity value and beauty. It was an animated thing. It was an aspect of your words. You fucked with your hands, your arms, your body, not just your sexuality. Your body is an organic part of your word, and was still an expressive vehicle when you were frustrated. Namely, you still wanted to hit things, or hit yourself, or hit somebody, or scratch your skin, or pull the skin off your hands, or somehow there was still feeling in your skin, even if it was intolerable. When non-expression is born as a value, you withdraw the feeling from your body, from the skin. The body cooperates with your priorities. And you can see in the bodies of people who believe in casting pearls, who now believe don't cast pearls before swine, whatever the version of. You see in that a characteristic lifelessness in their bodies. They look inert, slow. They look slow. The body is something that they drag around with them. Sometimes frustration spasms the body, but the body very quickly quiets it down. They quiet down any expression because they don't want it seen. So there is a lifelessness in the skin. There's no blood in it. There's no responsiveness in it. And the same thing is true of their sexuality. One of the things that often goes with this kind of cynical shutting down in the latter stages of this conflict between hurt, pride, and creativity is impotence, frigidity, a sexual unresponsiveness. I do it, but I can't feel it. I make love, but the feeling isn't there anymore. I can't come. It gets up, but it doesn't work so good, or I can't get an orgasm just relating to you. I've got to get off into fantasies, and the fantasies have to get ever more elaborate before I can get off. I'm just not responsive, and that can only go on for so long before you notice it, and that becomes a problem. So that I not only can't get angry because I don't want my anger to be seen, because I don't want you to know that you've gotten to me, world, and to know that I'm hurt and angry. I can't let myself cry because I don't want you to see my tears, because you have no right to see my hurt, and I don't want you to see me sexually. And yet, if sexuality is a part of my pride in another area, and a part of my competence, and a part of what, as it is almost universally for Americans that are screwed up about sexuality, a part of what lets me hold lovers, namely that you don't love me unless I perform, so that if I don't perform, even the people that I have in my life will leave me, then my impotence, my lack of response becomes an additional thing of concern to me. So that my body, which is really trying to be my friend and do what I tell it to do, namely abide by my values, not show me so that I get hurt more, now becomes my enemy, because I want to be able to fuck well but not be seen. I want to be able to be a hot, valuable loving sexual person, but be totally protected. And ain't no such way to do it. So that not only do I have the anxiety of my body not cooperating with this, but I must get into now a trickery relationship to my body. I've got to now stone myself, space myself, fantasy my way around my character armor, my physical manifestation of my values, so that I can prove myself to you and to myself and hold you. And because the body armor is more powerful than any of our tricks, it at least periodically fails my tricks, and I now get into an anxiety number about whether my tricks are going to work. The next time I make love to my lover, will I carry it off? And I really can't know from time to time, because each time my body is going to be against my being seen. And it really remains to be seen whether the conditions will be right enough and I'll be able to get weird enough to really be able to do it. In that connection, I had a really interesting talk recently with a friend of mine, Sam Carenti, who was telling me about some sort of observations of some younger persons who are talking now as sort of distinct from the world of the late 60s, where young persons were getting stoned in order to get to feeling that a lot of the sexual social scene of young persons now, in a culture that is hysterical and where creative persons are in a retreat that expresses withholding as a value, that where young persons are at now is to get together and get so loaded that they're sure they don't feel, so they can fuck. In other words, it is not the pursuit through getting loaded to get to the feeling so you can do it. It's like another twist beyond that. It's that I can't stand feeling relation, and I got to stone myself to the place where I'm sure that I don't feel so that I can make it work. The convolution turns and turns in this dilemma. And each time, as I said, I have to be anxious about it because I'm up against my body. And each time you are successful in tricking the body to make it show what it doesn't want to show, it will fight that much harder the next time to resist your tricks or your attempt to get around it. So my body is now a subject of anxiety. I feel inadequate. I'm afraid I'm going to be found out as an impotent, frigid, unfeeling person. And if you have pride, that's an incredible problem. The same thing is obviously also true in relation to creative work, that the body, in becoming this kind of a sack that we drag around, if it comes to really wanting to do any concerted, which many creative tasks require, a concerted, time-consuming, energy-consuming labor, I just can't get myself to do it. I can't get out of bed to do it. I can't get myself to sit down at the typewriter. I'm just tired all the time. It just doesn't come. I get the ideas, but it's just hard to set aside the time to do it. I fight it. I'm lazy. I just can't. It doesn't flow. Maybe I get the ideas, but evil eye. It is not an evil eye in the sense of saying that this person is intrinsically evil or a killer or sadistic. That would, if that were true, it would be a whole different quality of the character that has nothing to do with this course. It is a defensive, negative, poisonous perception. And basically, it is a perception, a fault-finding perception, which is instructed by the value. Namely, in every person and in every experience that I'm confronted with, I look for evidence right off, first off, of whether you're going to hurt me, any sign that you don't understand me perfectly, any sign of misunderstanding. And incidentally, misunderstandings are, even though we don't often give this an acknowledgement clearly, misunderstandings are the meat of relationship. Everyone, there is no relationship where two people are the same forever. The best of relationships have serious misunderstandings that require years of work to understand the other person's side of it through hurt after hurt after hurt. And it changes with times in life and all of that. So that the fact of misunderstanding doesn't mean somebody doesn't love you or care about you or committed to you. It means the difference between persons. Now, it may mean somebody doesn't care, but not necessarily. But to a person who is locked behind hurt and withholds because of hurt, misunderstanding is a sign that someone doesn't care automatically. So I look for hurt, I look for misunderstanding, I look for lack of sensitivity, I look for any signs of superficiality often. Because a person who would understand me would be serious, complicated, and incredibly sensitive. So that unless you show that to me immediately, or a situation does, and situations and people don't show that most often, because people don't show their sensitivity till they feel safe, and they ain't going to feel safe with somebody who's watching for them to do something wrong to withdraw from them. So that what people do, unless they are on fire with their creativity and love, which some people are, or unless they have some overriding passion for love and beauty and creativity, which incidentally characterizes those therapists and persons that can often help these people. That's for the next 2 weeks. Unless you run across one of those rare people who's got a head of steam when they run into this roll up the flap, zap you type perception, what happens is that people sense that negativity, that brittleness, that looking for fault, that judgmental quality, that righteousness, and they withdraw instantly or before they even get out there, and what they do is play games, social games. They're nice, they're superficial, they're chatty, which gives the person who's looking for lack of sensitivity, superficiality, whatever it is, you're not the kind of person that could understand me, gives them all the evidence they need to make the little murder, or however you want to say that. So it is not then an open perception that weighs all of what is presented as well as intuition to a balanced, realistic openness to a person or a situation. Namely, I'm aware of where you could hurt me, but I'm aware of this and I'm aware of that, and I sort of sense that I might trust you and it'll be a little bit more open, so I'll kind of go with it. This is not a balanced perception. This is a looking for where the hurt is going to come from. And what's much more, what is very important, and so this not only cuts off other perceptions so that it's distorted by definition. It is a distorted perception. But in addition to that, in addition to the distortion, the minute, the instant the fault is seen, the person goes limp. Also, intuition is cut off. And sometimes these kinds of people are really very intuitive people, and they treat other persons totally at face value through distortion. They lose all their sense of people through their bitterness in this bubble of self-protection they live in. So that I not only don't see any would prompt me to come out your fatal flaw immediately, but I'm out of tuition that would tell me to go ahead, faith, and develop the relationship. Now, but the minute I see it, because of those factors, I go limp. And it's a very characteristic thing of these people that as much as they want to relate, as much as they want to love, often in their spasms of frustration, as much as they want to get out of this dead, entombed place that they are, anything and everything that happens stops any action that reaches out toward people and the world. So that they'll say, I'd like to meet another person, but because they see in the first 5 minutes something they don't like, they check out. And they don't try. There is no trying. They don't work at relationships. What they do is feel hurt. What they do is complain and criticize. They are all alone in the world of their judgments, and they can't sustain a conflict. They can't stay open long enough to see their perception is distorted, to get intuitions, to get some reason to question their perception that people and the world are fucked. I never see anything outside my judgments. And unless you run into somebody that hits you in the head with an axe when you're like that, that won't let you go away, that challenges your cheap perceptions of reality and other persons, which most people won't bother to do because you're not a loving person to be around, and you're insulting because you pull out, and I can't sustain an openness to you because you withdraw the minute I don't please you, or I'm not perfect, or I don't say the right thing. What everyone feels in terms of me is, you may be a hurt person, but fuck you. You're not worth working anything out with because you're not fair, because you don't relate. You don't try, and you don't. Except that the way that you take that nobody batters your doors down, or nobody gets past the crustiness that you may even be conscious that you are, the way that you take that is just further evidence that nobody cares. Why can't people see past my gruffness, or my irritability, or why can't people just see that that's all bullshit, and that I'm a softy and a loving person, and that I'm just full of caring and feeling? Why can't people see past that? Doesn't that just tell me all the more, don't show them, because they're not worth showing it to? When what it's really about is that you are in truth no longer available for relationship, and everybody knows it. Now, most people in the world may be swine, don't care, would hurt you if you showed it. But there may be some people that you're coming across that could give you a different experience, and perhaps a dramatically different experience. And you reject it out of hand before it ever starts, and feel righteous about it. You become a hurting person without intending to be. And perhaps even somewhere in yourself know that, hate yourself for it, try to change it, try to be, maybe what you then feel like is, what I really feel like is being cynical, sarcastic, having a kind of hurting wit, but because that hurts people, and I hate myself for it, I'll suppress it. And I'll act like a nice person when I really feel like being a shit, because I can't be loving. Because if I was loving, you would hurt me, and it wouldn't get anywhere anyway. The logic of it goes something like that. So that's the desperate dilemma that comes at the end of the road when a person is really converted into not believing anymore in the public expression of love. Obviously, countless once creative, loving, beautiful persons have gone through this progression that we've talked about. I would say that probably most do. That most creative, loving persons finally get ground down to the place we're talking about here. And when enough of them have, it becomes the voice of wisdom about creativity. You know, it's interesting about life. There are wisdoms at all levels that you choose to look for it. And there are a whole series of cynical wisdoms about the world that once open creative people have, that then serve as a philosophical base for other hurt persons when they reach that place.
so that your own private conversion to this non-expression as a value obviously adds to all of those other persons that have made that choice, and eventually give that a credibility philosophically that now makes it all the harder for persons who are struggling not to close up to fight against. I would really say that the collective wisdom would say that ideas like we talk about in this course are really foolish ideas. And that really what is sensible is non-expression, or a way to find an expression that is safe, namely professional, guarded, fragmented, cut off enough from your feelings that you can minimize the hurt. And that is what experience tells us. That is what the hard knocks and the tragic lives of one generation after another of creative persons teaches us, because most of them came to the place where shutting down was what they were led to. Hence, that's the wise thing to do. All of this is, of course, then, a drama fraught with incredible consequences and power, because just as the hero or heroine of consciousness, each time he or she chooses for openness, feels that that echoes out and somehow makes it easier for their children, their friends, for the others to make that choice. As we close down, we are also aware that we are making it harder, not only for ourselves, but for everyone who struggles with that, to face that. From whence are born the incredible moral struggles and dilemmas of trying to save ourselves from this drowning, because we sense that if we drown, maybe our children drown, others, if we lose heart, that we are betraying the collective faith when we do it. I can't stand staying open anymore. Raising guilt that people this feel, because they feel the collective consequence of it, and why they often, their desperation, help from dramatically powerful persons. Sometimes it gets into areas of magic, of finding the good magicians in their modern-day counterparts, to somehow enlist them in a struggle with this encroaching negativity, not just because I sense that I'm dying, but that if I die, the world dies a little bit. And if I'm a loving person, I can't stand that. So I must go looking for salvation. And yet, I can't see where salvation will come from within myself or from any normal agent of persuasion or help. It just isn't strong enough to reach me in this dying state. Okay, let's take a bit of a break and we'll talk. The program, I think it would just take a bit of a break and we'll talk. The program, I think it would just depend on who the person was. I mean, if it's a person who's still alive, yeah, I guess it would be very helpful. Many artists aren't. I mean, they're still working and teaching or whatever, but they're not alive. So, I mean, it would depend on who's doing it and for what reasons. I think that models, when it comes to the issue of a sort of faith in life or openness, are tremendously important. I mean, that is what I was trying to say in the last comments in the lecture, were that I think many creative persons feel a sort of collective aspect to their choices, that somehow how they deal with the choice of being open or closed is makes some kind of a difference, because to be open in a hurting world requires faith, and what faith is, in part, is the momentum of all those people that are choosing to go ahead with life or relationships or openness. And there's a sense that if you withdraw from that, it's like Dylan said, you're either busy living or busy dying. That if you start dying, you make it harder for other people to live. And so I think models in this area of a person who, an older person in the case of education, who's somehow been able to meet the hurt and stay open and make a viable way of life, is very important. It's like really interesting when you get people like talking about choices of openness and not. What you often hear from them when you really get down to the bottom line is something like, I don't know anybody that's made it, or I don't know any couples that are still together that I knew 10 years ago, or I don't, or I know two people, so it can be, or it's that idea there. So somehow the collective awareness that somebody is making it work is really important, and in that sense I think models are incredibly important to young persons. That's also talking from having been an undergraduate teacher for a number of years. It's a very life-making position to be in too, to have young persons cutting their teeth on you, because there's something very vital about weathering that storm from them. Yes? Be very consistent with my position about it, that I think, well, I have some, I'm not, as I've said publicly many times, I'm not a group person myself. So I think whenever I really try to talk about group-based things, I think that I need to say that I'm not a person who is either drawn to belong to groups or could change in groups. But I think it's very interesting to see the sort of contradiction between a very exploitative time in terms of human relationships and economics and everything, and yet that standing side by side, people seemingly being more intimate and that sort of thing. And I do think it's a staging thing. I think it's a religious thing. I think it's the replacement for the Christian church and Orthodox religion and Catholicism. You could see
I remember in the late 60s, it's not that psychologists and psychiatrists hadn't been around the churches and the synagogues, but I can remember a time when there was a lot of interest in having me go to those kinds of places, and I had a lot of talks with clergymen and rabbis and whatnot about what they were seeing, and then. This is now like about 8 or 9 years ago. Then what they were saying is that basically they were losing their congregations and groups of persons to what they had been doing, which was teaching value and myth, and that the way they were going to hold their people was by offering inexpensive psychotherapy and psychological rituals. I mean, to put encounter groups in the church or whatever that was. So that was going on then, and then I just think that what we see now is just like a further evolution. It's just like a secularizing, a packaging of that phenomena, which is that when God died, or values died, because basically we're sort of without value now in any substantial values. When values died, what there is to do is get involved in experience, and I just think that the place of those institutions were replaced by psychological institutions that have their conversion rituals, their enthusiasms, what is the best brand of all, who does it the fastest, the best, the deepest, who really cleans out the psyche, in the most thorough way, and it's just no different from watching a denomination fragment over doctrinal issues and stuff like that. One group speaks in tongues and they're better than the ones that don't, and all that kind of stuff. So it feels very, very much that way to me. For it too. I mean, I think that it's what people want is a sort of cheap thrill, or however you want to put it. I mean, they want something that's not too demanding, certainly not too intimate, and that they can get off on. I think they're into getting off in a very narcissistic way, and however it is that they come by it, whether it's by mimicking love, or this is apropos of the first lectures in the course. I don't have much more to add to that. Yeah. I think, I guess where I come from, which is a very personal reaction to this, is that my own experience of psychological development, both within myself and my experience working with people, has always been to me a matter of years and years of very slow change in the most optimal of circumstances. In other words, that you, even in a private situation, in relationships or in therapy, with people that you trust amazingly, that change is a very slow thing, and understandably so, respectfully slow, and that's what I've seen and what makes sense to me. I've been a part of conversion organizations in my youth, and I know what it is to be a part of a mass thing and to know what those pressures are, and I just don't trust it. I mean, I have people all the time in transference, particularly, that try to sell me on est, to prove to me that if est is true, I'm fucked. If est is true, individual psychotherapy is an anachronism. of the 60s or the 50s or something, and it's Faber, it's time for you to get in the new age and all that kind of thing, you know. And I just don't feel it. I don't, it doesn't happen that way. Not in my experience. Doesn't even happen, I mean, when Art Janoff talks about a year or something like that, I don't understand that one either. That's such a short time. That's a personal thing. Yes? Yeah, that's super interesting. There's a very, I'm sure my friend George could echo this 100-fold too. There's a very interesting phenomena that you experience in psychotherapy with withdrawn persons, where in order to reach them or be with them, you find yourself, my wife is really an expert at this one, I'll tell you a little bit about that in a minute, at smelling me out on this. Anyway, when you're with a withdrawn person, it's like you start out, hello, you know, it's like that, and there's nobody home, so it's like what you find yourself doing is going through sometimes a whole series of changes in order to get to the place where they are. You know, it's like one after another. You know, so where you with a relatively open but just screwed up person, you know, you'd start out somewhere out here. You know, it's like through a whole series of things. You've become, in a certain sense, when you're with them, in order to be with them, a very different person. And where my wife comes into this is it's like there are certain phone calls that I'll get, and I talk totally different to some of these kinds of persons than I talk to my family or other kinds of persons that I would see in my work. And there's a truth in that. In other words, that you have to go there, but you also have to remember that you've done that, because you get into a very unique space with that person in order to join them, and the labor is really not to stay in that place and make a world in that withdrawn place where you found them, even if you take your bag full of energy there and all your wisdoms and understanding. But what it's really about is coming back out of that place and walking back toward the world of being open. And if you don't remember how, in a certain sense, unreal you've gotten in order to be with that kind of person, you can think that the whole experience in therapy should take place at that place, that you should be able to help them at that place, and that there ought to be a one-for-one relation between that thing and the world. And there isn't. I mean, you can have a great time in the cave, as you're talking about, and animate and dance in front of them and perk them up, but if that isn't related somehow to the outside world, then they'll just stay in the cave and watch you entertain them. You know, I mean, that's the interminable therapy. Where that, in other words, the therapy that never evolves, because you've gone to that place and you stay there with that person. And if there is and I think especially when I was a younger, inexperienced therapist and didn't understand that, I tended to stay there more. And I think now I understand that, and when I go there, which is required, or you can't reach the person, there is an awareness that we've got to walk back. Now, you don't have to do it today, but this isn't reality, this place where I'm meeting you. And some of those realities are very strange, realities where in order to really be with a person, there is a painful self-consciousness, for example, of everything you do. And unless you go to that place, there's really no contact between you. Or you go into very paranoid realities where you feel how frightening reality is and threatening it is. There are worlds that you go into where there is absolutely no stability of feeling. I mean, in my world, there are incredible stabilities of feeling. To meet certain withdrawn persons, you go to a place where really, in their perception of it, feeling can change any minute. It doesn't matter whether for the last 3 years you've been there every time. You could change in the next instant for no reason. And in order to be in that place, you have to feel that too, in a certain way. And that is a weird place. And if you don't go there, you don't help those people. But if you're willing to make that reality, they'll stay there. And somehow the art is to be able to go to those places, not get lost, and be implying to the person when you're there, this is the beginning of a walk out. And I won't force you to walk, but this is not reality. Very interesting choice related to that is and incidentally an incredibly powerful psychological truth, that if you go to certain withdrawn places with people in order to be with them, if you enter that world, if you want to use a psychological term for it, I've found that a very important determinant of whether that person ever gets out of that place is whether you cross over the line of joining them there to reassure them within that place. And if you get into dealing with that withdrawn person as if their reality was true and constantly reassure all their doubts, you both drown in it. In other words, if you enter a paranoid person's world and try to answer every paranoia, the very answering of it increases the fear. And somehow the art is to be in that place, feel all the same shit that they do without drowning in it, so that you know what they feel, accept it, but don't deal with it as if it was true. And somehow that then allows them to break the power of the fear that keeps them at that place and begins helping them walk back towards contact. And it's a very subtle thing in there. You get a psychotic person, if you get a psychotic person, if you become their validator, you just die. I know that both personally and therapeutically. And yet, if you don't enter their world, they know you don't understand, and you don't. the shamanic story that I've talked about many times of there being certain souls that have wandered so far into the underworld that when the shaman or shamaness in the trance through intuition finds where the person has gone to, namely your understanding of their illness, you go to that place. That there are certain souls that can't walk back with you to their body. The shamanic notion of illness being that the soul has wandered off from the body. So the shaman or shamaness goes and finds where the soul is. Most souls, when you find them, can walk back with you. There are apparently certain souls that were so lost that they couldn't walk back. So the powerful shamans and shamanesses swallowed the soul, walked back toward the body, and when the soul could walk with them, they vomited it up, and the soul would walk with them back to the body. That's something of what we're talking about. If you go into the depths of the underworld and sit and ask one of these people to walk back, they may not be able to walk. And if you sit down and talk with them on their terms, you'll both just drift back out farther. You will go crazy, which many healers have, dealing with people like this. They go crazy. They become psychotic. Lindner, the jet-propelled couch. Crazy engineer, and the therapist goes crazy. You know, you start dealing with the delusion like it's a reality because it's so palatable. So if you don't go there, you don't help. If you join them there, you die. They can't walk with you. But somehow, if you can swallow them, if you can join them in that place, and you keep the direction back towards reality without forcing, it allows them that gradual evolution. And it's a very delicate art fraught with danger. Well, I don't see relationships with children being any different than relationships with anybody. I think that what you might see is that if that kind of person drew a distinction between children and the others, you know, so that adults are fucked but children aren't. You know, you can't trust the world, but you can trust children. There might be some difference in their openness selectively. I do think, however, that what the character of that relationship would be fraught with a lot of nostalgia and sort of over-feeling. In other words, if you're hurt and turned off to people in general, but there's a certain class of people that is a loophole in your philosophy or whatever, you may be able to bring a lot more feeling to those people, but the feeling is going to be mixed up. And you're going to be bringing a lot of feeling to them that really isn't for them. It's for the woman that you don't have, or the man you don't have, or the people who appreciate your work. In other words, the children become overly important. You are overly hurt by them, overly dependent on them. In other words, it's not really a straight relationship. And it's going to have a lot of nostalgia in it. By nostalgia, I mean an emotion like frustration, but one that's positive, that is really a ragbag of a lot of other feelings. So that you may feel
a tremendous bond with children. But that bond is really a lot of different emotions coming from other places. So as I said, I think that we tend to be organic and that we can't cut ourselves up that cleanly. We can't be totally shut off and then open over here. There's a spillover. Hard to say. When you say, could they function in a classroom environment, I think, pardon? Well, I mean, what I said last time is that I think that some of these persons are so gifted that even when they're totally closed, they can be very valuable. In other words, even if they're not open, because of what they know and what they are, they can give a lot of value. But they know the difference. In other words, they know that they're not there. But people can still learn a lot from them. But you've got to fill in the lines. In other words, you're not learning it from your loving relationship with this person. You're learning a wisdom from a bruised, closed person or a talent. But you can still learn from them. So some of our most valuable teachers are not there. But they can still teach us a lot. But you have to put the meat on the bones, or yes. This kind of the relation between this and therapy. I would say that an experience like this